Well, a very good morning to you all from America's National Park of Speed, Road America, just outside of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is the 2025 running of the Can-Am Endurance Cup, the fourth round of the World Racing League Championship season. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. JT Tammy just stepped away for a moment, but will be with us here momentarily. Ryan West will be along this morning as well as he was throughout yesterday's 8-hour Enduro. Dustin Ollis is on the ones and the twos, covering our production duties from points further afield than Elkhart Lake. We, of course, had Scott Michaels with us yesterday as well. Layla Kazmarek out on the grid with social media duties at World Racing League and at DriversEye Live on Instagram. Appreciate you all being with us on this fine spring morning in the Kettle Moraine Forest. It's a fair bit crisper, I would say, yesterday than it was yesterday morning at this time. Of course, we started our 8-hour Enduro at 9 a.m. yesterday, half an hour early for today's 7-hour Enduro. Just about 42 degrees, high-ish humidity bringing in some high clouds, and just a very light breeze now. It was dead calm first thing this morning and made for a really nice sunrise and really nice camera setup for yours truly this morning from around the 4.0 mile layout that you see in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. I think we've got JT Tammy back with us. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
You missed a day yesterday. It was certainly one of the races we've ever had here.
Oh boy.
It was actually very, very tense for the first 5 hours or so. We had battles in GTO, GTU, and GP1 that were really actually quite captivating. And then all of a sudden we looked up with about 3 hours to go, 2.5 hours to go, and everything had kind of blown itself apart. It wasn't a walk yesterday for the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche in GTO, but certainly they weren't ever really pushed or challenged inside of those final couple of hours once they established their half a lap or so margin. GTU, Stratus 1, 2, and 3. It was actually meant to be round 3 racing's number 1 car on the third step of the podium. I believe it was the number 1. But a late spin we found out yesterday down at turn number 5 on some worn tires. They had gone with a different brand and decided to try something different. Rear tires gave up and looped the car down at turn number 5, knocked them off the podium. It was a bitter pill to swallow for the round 3 folks, but looking forward to bouncing back today. So we complete the first of our 2 pace laps. You see the GTU cars start at the front of the field this morning. That is actually a little bit backwards from where we were yesterday. We had the GTO cars out in front, but warmer temps, sunlight this morning, I think also helping as well, should help get the GTU cars a little bit up to temperature a little bit quicker anyway, before the GTO swarm envelops them.
Am I right in only seeing the 908 out, not the 909?
909 is there, so the GTU field will be 59 and 58 on the front row, Stratus number 60, and the Roberts Motorsports number 109 on the second row. Pair of round 3 cars, 1 and 10 on the third row, and then the 909 only out there. No 908. That 908 car, JT, yesterday, I actually heard from one of the corner marshals, had a rough ride coming out of turn 10 at the exit of the carousel. And the bodywork ended up folding under the front of the car on the run into the kink. And it meant that they had absolutely zero turning authority, and the car smacked the safer barrier to drivers left there on the outside of the kink. It actually looked like not a terribly hard hit, but I do wonder, with that car not being on the grid, if they suffered some floor damage maybe there that would make it a little more difficult to repair. But in any case, looking forward to a good fight in GTU today. The thought is, and we've talked to a couple of the round 3 drivers in particular, that they're really not all that far off that Stratus trio, but they're struggling a bit with tire choice. They tried something different yesterday, and it was a better tire for about 6 hours before it finally started to give up. Thinking they're going back over to Bridgestone's to run today, just for a little bit more consistency in the tire. We go down to GTO, ACP Tangerine Associates, number 2, to start on the front row alongside the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche 911 Cup. with the second row made up of the Kingpin Racing number 11 and the number 52 of ACP Tangerine Associates. That car went out early in an incident yesterday at the exit of the carousel, along with the number 290 Janetta, who you can see in the background of a struggling shot over there at turn 5. But good to see both of those cars back out. I don't believe we're going to have the 555 Mustang, which was the third car in that incident inside of the first hour at the exit of the carousel yesterday, unfortunately. But anyway, for the third row of the GTO grid, Kingpin Racing 77 with, for my money, one of the runs of the day yesterday, alongside the AOA Racing number 74, TLM USA and GTR 99 in a pair of BMW M4 GT4s will round out the top 10 in GTO. JT, if you don't mind, I'm going to have you pick up the GP field over on redmist.racing.
Okay.
Live timing source this weekend while I get ourselves set up for success here in a green flag, hopefully in about a minute's time.
All right, so it looks like leading us off in GP1 is going to be the 38 from Palomar Racing, lining up against the Porsche from BSR Racing. Second row, you're going to have Ginger Racing and Flying from Motorsports. Fifth in GP1, the 85 AOA Racing, alongside the 392 from Harrison Motorsports. Running out the top 10, we have Auto Prep Club, Open Throttle Racing, the 64, TC Klein Racing, and TCS Motorsports. Just outside the top 10, we've got Blaze Racing, the 63 from Open Throttle, Bruce Innovations in the 24, Samson Racing Communications in the 180, the 36 from Ignite Performance, and possibly the 555 from Bruce Innovations. And then down in GP2, leading us will be the Garage 66 entry, just in front of North Loop Motorsports. Second row will be the 83 from Palomar Racing, alongside the 66 from Open Throttle Racing. Rounding out the GP2 class, we have the AOA Racing, Club Sport, Proper Performance, the 65 Open Throttle, Brian Herta Autosport, TCR, and 48 Competition. Pace cars coming in here as our GTs approach the bridge.
Appreciate it, JT. The green flag is in the hands of the starter. We await the arrival of 7 or so Sebeco NP01s up the top of the hill. The green flag waves, and predictably they fan out about 3 NP01 widths wide, which is all the track can offer here down the front straightaway. They'll fan out a little wider here at the pit exit, and looks to be pretty much actually, no, the 60 has slipped way back as the GTU cars take the green flag there in the distance. It's a rocket of a start for what looks to be the Kingpin number 77. We'll wait for them to exit turn number 1 here, but it's Stratus 1-2, Roberts 3 in the Sebeco NP01, and then the first GTO car is that Toyota Supra, who's gotten a mega start from the 4th row of the grid to lead the round 3 racing Porsche by about 5 car lengths as they head out of turn number 3 and down underneath the Sargento Bridge for the first time of asking. The production cars get their start up at the top of the hill here on the front straightaway underneath the TireRack.com gantry, and it's the BSR Racing Cayman who jumps out to about a car lengths or so lead into the turn 1 braking zone. Ginger Racing up the inside, but it's Flying Fur Motorsports in the red E46 around the outside of turn number 1 underneath the Arians gantry, and significantly more spread out as Harrison Motorsports makes a dive for P3 up the inside of that Ginger 46. Picking up the GTU leaders, 1 and 2 for Stratus still. 59 leads 58 through the carousel before we get back to Roberts Motorsports, and then the pair 1 and 10 of round 3 racing NP01s. There's your Kingpin Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing, number 77, just beginning to fall back now towards the 70 and the number 2 as they head down towards the kink. Our cameras and the cell towers getting up and running here at the National Park of Speed. Here comes the GTO field, 1, 2, and 3, before we get back to what I think is the 52, 74, and 172, all clean through the GTO field down through the kink here at turn number 11. Out of Bill Mitchell for the first time of asking, 2.5 minutes gone off of the 7-hour race clock at the 2025 Can-Am Endurance Cups weekend finale. 70 up the inside of the Toyota Supra, yes, and the 2 is going to follow them through. So the battle that led us through the better part of the first 5 hours of racing yesterday here at Road America is going to stay exactly like that. 70 from 2. So unfortunately, the 77 won't even get credited with leading the lap in class. Be interesting to see how well they can keep that, and potentially a review of the start coming, one wonders, because a JT, a jump from row 3 on the grid up to the class lead by a couple of car lengths by the time you get to turn 1 is not something you'd expect to see around here, or anywhere for that matter.
Well, I assume that was the 11 Kingpin, correct?
It's the 77.
Okay, maybe my timing is just not working, huh? So yeah, that would have been row 3, starting in 5th position. That would have been a very, very good jump.
Yeah, I thought the same, JT. I saw it come into focus from way off in the distance, and as it got closer, no, that's definitely blue. It definitely looks like the Cargo Shorts Racing entry out of turn 6 here into turn 7 towards Hurry Downs. A little bit of separation from the Paris Stratus cars and the Roberts Motorsports number 109. That 109 was really, really quick yesterday through the first couple of stints, and then succumbed to some mechanical woes that took it very much out of contention, unfortunately. But looking for a better start this morning, potentially challenging here for a class lead, as now the GTO cars begin to work their way towards the back of the GTU field, which at the moment is going to be the number 909 from Automatic Racing. Up to that new curbing here on the exit of the kink, which feedback yesterday, if you're wondering, was generally positive. It's pretty rough out there, is what we were told. If you end up out there by accident, it's okay, but the grip is still decent enough that you can get the car recovered. A little bit of dust being kicked up there. So in general, seems to be a pretty good solution to the dust problem in particular over there at what is arguably one of the fastest and toughest corners in North American motorsport. Certainly doesn't take away from the nature of what the kink is. 70 being held up just a little bit here, had made something of a half a second or so escape on that number 2 car, but falls back into the clutches here on the front straightaway. Actually is able to clear it. Oh, as the number 10 slips back at the tail end of the GTO field. The GTU field. Appreciate everybody being with us this morning. I know it's bright and early here in this part of central Wisconsin with Kettle Moraine, but really excited to take you through the next 7 hours or so. Layla Kazmarek rejoins us here in the booth, takes a deep breath with a cup of coffee, and having rejoined us from splitting the grid this morning. Yes, absolutely. Fantastic. Back to GP1, 981 BSR Racing came in, has cleared the Ginger Racing number 46, who's fought back well to get back into P2, headed in towards the final sequence of corners here. And then up the front straightaway, it's Flying Fur Motorsports. So instead of the gaggle of 4 or 5 GP1 cars that we saw at the beginning of yesterday, it strung itself out actually pretty remarkably, all things considered. A couple of seconds now in hand for the GP1 class leader. Then we go back to Flying Fur, Harrison Motorsports number 392. In there as well as the number 22 TCS BMW. GP2 class leader at this early stage is the... well, my timing seems to be behind. Get that refreshed.
Yeah, unfortunately, timing is not working on my end at the moment.
Should have race monitor as a backup. Sort that direction here. GP2 led by Garage 66. That's a Subaru BRZ. With 1.8 seconds in hand over the North Loop Motorsport number 21, which ended up yesterday with about a 4-lap margin of victory. So much in hand that those two drivers, just a 2-driver lineup there, Chris Davis and CJ Hereda, ended up parking the car a couple of laps early. Didn't need to go take the checkered flag in order to be credited with the win. AOA Racing number 851 into third. The Club Sport Honda Auto Racing Team HART entry, that Honda Civic, back there in fourth, did end up on the podium in GP2 yesterday, which was a really, really good finish for them. 40-48 competition. The number 149 rounds out the top 5 in GP2. Just getting some updates from the grid now that Layla's rejoined us here. We spoke to Modadka yesterday towards the end of the 8-hour enduro, driver of the Round 3 Racing GTU entries. The first time we've seen Mo up here in actually a long time. Hasn't run with us, I think, maybe since Road America last year, but rejoined the Round 3 Racing fray. Had a really good day yesterday, all things considered. Unfortunately, Mo had to go home and take care of a sick kid, so it's just going to be down to Brad and I forget who the other driver was in that car, maybe Oleg in the NPO1, down to a true driver lineup there. But we certainly hope all is well down in the down in Chicagoland with Mo and family. Mm-hmm. It was nice, really nice to see him yesterday, and had a really, really good chat towards the end of yesterday. If you're looking for something a little later on this afternoon, certainly invite you to go check that out in yesterday's coverage. Yeah, very, very nice, very engaging. Hello to Zombie Priest, who's in the chat with us this morning. Appreciate your company and all of your company as we wrap up our weekend here at the Can-Am Endurance Cup. Up the front straightaway goes the GTU lead pack. It's still the number 59 from the number 58, clear of the Roberts Motorsports number 109. It seems like a pretty good decision, all things considered here, JT, to let those GTU cars out in front, get them up to temperature, because really only the number 70 has started to fight through the back end of those Sebeco NPO ones. Not a spec class, remember, but just is the current entry of choice in that category. And then the number 2 just seems to be stuck a little bit further behind the initial, let's say, traffic for that car in the overall running order.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what the pace difference is between these two classes, but it does seem like the GTOs at the moment can have a just very slight edge, at least in terms of the Porsche Cup from Round 3 Racing.
Yeah, I'm not sure we saw the 70 yesterday anywhere near the 19s. I think we only stiffed the 20s at the end of the day yesterday as the track started to cool down. But low track temps this morning, fresh tires to start this Sunday 7-hour enduro. Calm winds, very predictable conditions, let's say, I think are creating kind of a golden hour here for the GTO cars especially, which are able to get their tires switched on pretty quickly. The number 2, not quite there in terms of overall lap pace. I do wonder if some of that is just down to a different starting driver. We know Billy Johnson was in the car yesterday because he had qualified the car. I wonder if they've gone for an alternate strategy, which is part of the design of these 7-hour enduros. It used to be we would run 8 and 8, and feedback from the teams was, hey, we're all kind of in a thrash to get out of here on Sunday. They decided to shorten up the day a little bit, start earlier, but also run an hour shorter race. Yeah, I mean, an hour difference track time out of 16 hours of racing is not really such a big deal. But it was also intended to kind of mix up the strategies a little bit, and very much had that effect, not necessarily with fuel and tire strategies, but certainly with the way the driver rotations run. If you're looking to get your fast driver in at the end of the race, whether that's a pro or not, sometimes at an 8-hour race, it means, hey, we're going to start the fast guy early and put him back in at the end. And for these shorter, nominally shorter races anyway, sometimes it means, hey, we're just going to run a rotation of 3 drivers and put the fast guy in for the end, not at the beginning. So, yeah, a little bit of a mix-up here, and I do wonder if that's the case with the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Kingpin Racing has slotted nicely there into 3rd in the number 77, although slipping just back into the clutches of the TLM USA number 172 BMW, which is something I still haven't quite got used to saying yet. Still expecting that to be an Aston Martin V8 Vantage. But a good start and good recovery from the number 290 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta, who's on the tail end of that battle as well. That'll be, that was the, I'll pick it up here. It'll be a white Ginetta G56. Big V8 lump in the front of that thing. Makes fantastic noise and a ton of torque and power as well. But that car was in an incident yesterday, the exit of the carousel. There it is, just up behind the 172. This is probably our best battle on the track here, Dustin. I think we can stick with this for a while if the cellular coverage this morning will allow. 77, we would expect to maybe slip back just a touch, but we've also seen that 172 TLM car be pushed really, really hard through most of yesterday. Very, let's say, aggressive as a little bit of dust gets kicked up there at the exit of the carousel underneath the Mission Foods bridge. 290 shows the nose just a little bit, fills up the right-hand mirror headed through the kink. 72 using more road than anybody else, as it was through most of yesterday. Ginetta kind of keeps it tight, but not able to stay right up to the back bumper of that BMW in the slipstream here in the run to Canada corner. We lose the exit of Canada corner camera there, Dustin. Okay, yeah. Intermittent cell tower coverage here. Yesterday, things improved for us about the time we lost 5 or so cars. I think we're actually competing with some of the onboard cameras here. On occasion, we're going to go too wide up the hill underneath the new drive-over bridge. I thought it was going to be the 172 and 77, but actually, the Ginetta has had to pull alongside, dabs the brakes headed up the hill, getting caught in behind the Brian Herta Autosport number 106 Hyundai. And I don't think anything has actually changed as they worked through a GP2 lapped car there. So it was a good run for the Ginetta out of the final corner, but not able to do anything with it. I'll come up to the back of the Palomar GP2 entry, number 83. Down the back straightaway here, and I think they're also going to catch the round 3 racing number 10 car. Battle for overall position, but obviously not in class.
It should also be known there's a very good fight going on in GP1 for 3rd position right now between the Flamethrower Motorsports, Harrison Motorsports, and TCS Motorsports, all within about a second and a half last time through. So we'll have to try to keep an eye on that as well.
See if I can get it when they come across start finish here. Yeah, 4th, 5th, and 6th in GP1, so just off the podium, though at the moment not a primary concern, just 15 minutes into the Sunday 7-hour enduro at the Can-Am Endurance Cup. Everybody super deep on the brakes into turn number 8. 77 slides wide past the apex, but is able to get the car stopped before it gets out over those really aggressive curbs on the exit of turn number 8. I had the old rental car out there a little bit yesterday after hustling it into turn 8 a little bit too hard, and I will tell you, it is really, really rough. Really rough. 290 right up to the back bumper and back wing of that number 172 TLM USA Beamer. Looks like that BMW has the legs in the early part of the run out of the kink there, but the Ginetta able to draw a little bit closer on that run into Canada corner. We talked yesterday, I don't know if we have an onboard from the 172, Dustin, left over from Saturday. We head up through turn 13. That run into Canada corner fuddles down and gets really narrow on approach. You're getting there at top speed, which is kind of daunting enough. But when we get to that part of the track, you think you can set yourself up for a pass. And if there's no other cars around you, sometimes you can. But if you're fighting through traffic, it's just a bigger risk than is sometimes maybe necessary. Headed down into the braking zone at turn number 12. We're all in a row here, headed into turn number 1. Ginetta not able to do anything. The 77 gives a little twitch at the apex of turn number 1, and it's going to allow the 172 to close in just a touch as they head down the hill into the much tighter braking zone at turn number 3. Down an extra gear for the second right-hander out over the curb. And again in the slipstream, a little bit of traffic ahead for this battle for third place. Oh, that's a slow Palomar number 38 down the back straightaway. Is it a stopped Palomar number 38 down the back straightaway? Look for an answer there. It's race control log updates. Number 109, pass under yellow at the exit of turn 13. That was for a stopped number 52 at the last corner. I'm not sure that car has been recovered yet, but a bad weekend gets worse for the second ACP Tangerine Associates M4. And unfortunately, it gets worse for Roberts Motorsports as well, having picked up a one-lap penalty. 77's wide again at the apex of turn number 8. M4 tries to do something with him there, but that Supra is really, really good through the first part of the carousel. Diamonds the corner off just a touch there, trying to get a run down the short chute here into the kink at turn number 11. 290 is right there. 77's wide, has to catch the car and reset the throttle there at the exit of turn 11. And this is going to allow the 172 through. Will it allow the Janetta to come through as well? Wait to see when they come out of Canada Corner up towards Bill Mitchell Bend. No, it doesn't. Now the question is, has this popped the cork on the bottle here with allowing the 172 to get away, or are these cars that evenly matched? 172 behind a little bit of traffic here at the final corner. That's the Garage 66 Subaru.
Dustin noting still a yellow into the final corner here at turn 14.
Yeah, I do wonder where that 52 has ended up, whether it's there on the inside of the corner. It doesn't say it's spun or anything, just, 4 off drivers left and then stopped. Yeah, I wonder if it's gone off into the gravel.
Yeah, we had just noted it while we were watching the other cars climbing up the hill fighting for position.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. I missed that. Little 3-wide action there underneath the Sargento Bridge as our camera plays catch up.
A little bit of body work hanging off the 24 by the looks of it on the driver's side. Ooh, lockup from the Auto Prep Corvette. The 5.
The all right. Oh, that's a spun flying for 946.
Uh-oh.
That's out of 4th place in GP1. Easy to do there. You hustle it in a little fast in the downhill braking zone there, JT. Try and pinch the car off of the curbing there on the exit. It can snap the car around it at speed, overloading the rear tires. A quick note about the 24's damage, JT. It was a good pickup there on the left front fender. Kind of looks like it's peeling itself off. There's a note from 843 this morning about contact between the 91 and a BMW question mark. And I wonder if that is the M235 from Bruce Innovations, previously Montgomery Motorsports, that has created that that bodywork peeling there. Hello to Sarah Montgomery in the chat, who says, sad we aren't there today. Stay safe, everyone. Disappointed you're not here as well, Sarah. We had followed along some of your team's trials and tribulations with the electrical issue in the Toyota Supra. Everything seemed great on Friday afternoon, and then not sure if the rain got to it or what, but obviously never saw you yesterday, and then decided it wasn't able to be fixed for the Sunday enduro here as well. I know that's a long track for the whole team there at AE Victory Racing. But I hope to see you girls back at Daytona, Paul Revere 14 hour here in about 5 weeks' time. That was just mechanical gremlins, yeah. For some reason I thought it was electrical, but maybe crossing that up with the motor issues. Oil in places there wasn't. Yep, that's a problem.
Yeah, that definitely would be.
Yeah, not the only GTO car to have engine issues this weekend. The number 190, there was due to be a second Ginetta G56 from Moorhead Speedworks in contention this weekend as well. Unfortunately, that, I don't know if it grenaded itself on Thursday, but things didn't go the way they were meant to. And unfortunately, that car had to be scrapped from the entry list this weekend. So only just the one G56. So we get a tilt bed out on track to go recover what we presume to be the number 52 BMW. We've got one vehicle there already, way to the outside of the gravel trap. I wonder why they brought the tilt bed out. I wonder if that car is leaking something it's not meant to be. Don't want to drag fluid all out over the racing surface.
Yeah, I assume they just wanted to get it out of the sand for the tow truck.
Nate Kotilis is cheering on Moorhead Speedworks. Appreciate you being along, Nate. We do like that Ginetta G56. I remember back 2 years or so ago, Chad Moorhead teasing that they were headed into a different class and they were going to do something very different. We pressed him and said, "Is it going to be a GT4 car?" He said, "Yes, but it's not normal. It's not something anybody else is running." And showed up to Eagles Canyon 2024 last February, and sure enough, white G56 with a V8. Definitely not the normal GT4 approach. So we get the catch up with the GTO leader there running through shot. There's the number 2 working through some of the GTU traffic as well. Through and out of turn number 1, down the hill under the Arians banner. And they're in the distance. Is that TLM followed by Ginetta? Yes, it is. So that pass now of the number 290 on the 77 Kingpin CSR Toyota Supra is now done. So you can slot the Supra back to P5. And it does seem to have released that TLM USA BMW a little bit here this morning. I believe David Twatty is entered against that car, as is a 2007 Speed World Challenge Touring Car Champion Jeff Altenberg. How many times have I said that this week? Big fan of Jeff Altenberg.
Nice.
JT, we were trying to figure out yesterday what Jeff won the championship in. Do you remember the Tri-Point Mazda 6s?
Blue and white?
I believe it was the blue and white.
Yeah.
I don't remember which team he ran it for, but they had there was a green and white one, and then blue and white as well. And Jeff took the championship there in the Mazda 6, almost single-handedly responsible for me buying a Mazda 6 in 2012. It was a very, very cool-looking car.
Yeah, 2003 was the first time I watched that series. I remember they introduced the Viper competition coupe in there.
Yeah. Is that Tommy Archer?
Yeah, later on at least.
Yeah.
But the early ones were Mike McCann and Paul Mumford, who would win at Laguna Seca that year and then unfortunately pass away.
Remembering some guys hour here on DriversEye Live at the Can-Am Endurance Cup. That's really well remembered. But you always remember like those cars that kind of captivated your imagination or your interest. It's like I was never a big fan of the Vipers in that era. The like mid 2000s was not something that worked for me styling wise. But some of the Speed World Challenge cars of that vintage were very, very cool.
Yeah, like what the Corvettes Lou Gelati would run.
Yeah, the C5
stuff like
Corvettes, absolutely.
Yeah, Randy Popes and the Audis.
Yeah, Chip Herr.
Yep.
I think had was an S4 and A4. That car is still running in SCCA competition. Battle on here in GP1. This is on board the number 22, which is caught the back of the BMW.
Harrison ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, no, they've been fighting basically since the green. The only difference is there's no longer flying for BMW in front of them. Unfortunately, the Flying Fur did have that spin in turn 8 earlier, as we saw. But yeah, since then, TCS, they got held up just a little bit with some of the GTO traffic that was coming through, but closed the gap back up to the Harrison BMW in front.
A Harrison car running without the low rear wing that it typically sports this weekend. If you're new to the World Racing League, 4 classes of competition: GTO, GTU, named very similar to the old IMSA classes, of course. So those are your Grand Touring classes. They run at 9-to-1 weight to power, such as it is, pounds and horsepower. Very few modifiers thrown in there, just some for torque curves, some for non-production chassis in GTO. Yeah, generally, other than that, you can do what you like with the car. General production, GP1, GP2, very different. They run at 2 different tiers of weight to power, and there are performance modifiers thrown in for changes that you make to what would be the base road car. So suspension, aero, power, electronics, gearbox, things of that nature. Well, all make little changes to how much power and or weight you're allowed to adjust the car with. The goal is to get down, obviously, to the minimum for the class. But at a place like Road America, JT, it may make sense to take off the aero, not necessarily because you want the extra straight line speed to be down on drag, but that aero carries with it a weight penalty as such. And being able to run a little bit more power down the straight lines combined with a little bit less drag is maybe a more obvious way to go at a place like Road America or Daytona, perhaps.
Yeah, and teams may gamble. They may find that they're getting side by side into one with a Moorhead on the inside here, but TLM is going to try to stay on the outside and does.
Yeah,
Moorhead's
290 is going to try
the
it
inside.
again. Send it on the brakes. Nope, 172 has been really, really good on the brakes, leaning into that ABS on the BMW M4 G82, and able to defend through the first couple of corners. Personal best for the number 290 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta, 220.054 on the last lap to draw up to the back of that red M4 as we clear the first 30 minutes of racing here at the Sunday 7-hour enduro of the Can-Am Endurance Cup. Appreciate everybody's company. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy up and at it this morning. Ryan West will be along here in a little bit. Dustin Ollis on the buttons. Layla Kazmarek with us here as well, it's not out of the cold, but the crisp spring air. It's actually
brisk.
Thoroughly, yeah, brisk. Crisp might even be the proper word. It's just very nice and very pleasant, yeah. I mean, as compared to some of the days we had at Mid-Ohio and even Friday here, very, very chilly, I would say. And that I would say was brisk. But today turned out to be a very, very pleasant day. Of course, if you've got a season pass to Road America, you're a season pass holder, you are welcome to come along and check out the World Racing League. I'd say we had, I don't know, maybe 150, 200 people milling around yesterday, maybe more than that. This is a small sample taken around lunchtime down at turn number 3. It was really, really nice to see people come and check out what WRL has to offer here at Road America, and lots of calls in the chat yesterday to please make this a proper spectator event in the future. We talked at some length that I think maybe we're going to be up against it a little bit with this being the first weekend of operation for Road America, first weekend with cars on course properly. I know they're still putting up spectator fences and that sort of thing where they've done some renovating here at the 4-mile venue known as America's National Park of Speed. So if we can get a new date, if we get a pass maybe for 3rd in GTO, if we can get a new date here, maybe there's the opportunity to welcome some spectators in, but I am not that decision maker. So let's wait and see there. If we can pick up the battle at turn 3 here, Dustin, there is the white Ginetta, and they've made the move on the 172. So personal best followed up with an attempt at a pass here for the 172. They were actually ahead at the start-finish line. So let's move the Ginetta onto the GTO class podium, at least for the moment. Now, all this is happening about 16 seconds behind your class-leading number 70 Porsche, but more importantly, it's only happening about 4.5 seconds behind the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4. And at least on raw pace, it looks like maybe that 290 has a little something to try and go catch the number 2. And we may have more change yet in the GTO running order. So we go out towards Speedville. Quick reset of the production classes while we have a moment here. BSR Racing still leads Ginger Racing, the number 46, so 981 from 46 at the front of GP1. That's a 10.7 second margin. It's another 13 seconds back to the E92 392, which I just realized yesterday at the podium. It was a real revelation moment for your boy. Harrison Motorsports there in third. Number 22, TCS Motorsports in fourth place, right on the back of at E92. If we could pick that up with the onboard maybe. Here, Dustin, asking he shall receive. Moved on? Or is that there? No, that's Harrison in front. Looks like a red car from my vantage point here off to the side of our monitor here in the broadcast booth. But anyway, nose to tail through the carousel with the 85 AOA Racing BMW M2 Club Sport rounding out the top 5. Dab of the brakes for the 392 on the way into the kink. And 22 is able to just drop to the back of that car, but the V8 Grunt able to power away back on the throttle at turn number 11. They'll come up to the brakes. 22 going to rocket up the inside here on the way into Canada corner. Able to, but I think the 392 is going to have both the line and the power on the exit here. So we run past the trees on the way up towards turn number 13. Here they are, nose to tail again. Now that the Ginetta and BMW has kind of flipped the other way around, this may be our best battle on the circuit. Through the final sequence of corners. 22 is going to try again, but I think, JT, this is going to have to happen where the road is a little bit twistier because the power and torque and pull of that number 392, I think, is a little too much for the 22 to overcome.
It is. The 22 briefly had the position a couple laps ago, but the Harrison BMW was able to retake it by the time they were heading towards 5. So they're pretty evenly matched here. The Harrison just seems to have just a little bit more speed to it for a good defense here, but yeah, very, very well matched.
We got a text from David Tuati just a minute ago. Apparently it's Stephen Hammond in the number 172 BMW. So part of that GTO battle we were watching a little bit earlier on with the Moorhead Ginetta. Really good start for Stephen in that TLM USA Beamer.
Yeah.
Down on the brakes into turn number 5 again. So you see how much the 22 is able to close up. And now that we get into the twistier, maybe more technical part of this 4-mile Road America circuit underneath the Corvette Bridge, 22 maybe just able to draw up a little bit closer to the 392, who's wide just a touch at turn number 7. Is this going to be the opportunity on the run into 8? 392 knew it and immediately goes defensive. Opportunity for a crossover here, maybe. If the 392 doesn't park it at the apex. This is really good stuff. 22 is going to look around the outside where I think it was quicker last time through here. 392 goes aggressive on the entry. It allows the 22 to cross over with just enough room to peek up the inside, but has to breathe out of the throttle because there isn't quite enough road on the exit to stay foot to the floor. Maybe a clean run here through the kink. Yeah, it's pretty evenly matched through the fastest corner on the track. And down through the double left-handers that lead towards Canada corner. That was the best opportunity, JT, I think the 22 has seen yet.
Yeah, that was super close going through there, through that 8, 9, 10 complex.
This is a really good fight. Cody Powell listed behind the wheel of that number 22 TCS BMW. They've got company here. That's the number 144 Forza Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, who has arrived on scene. Should be able to clear both of these cars up the front straightaway and leave them to be here. Resume the battle. .22 shows the nose again. Not close enough to make a legitimate move there, I think, JT. Just kind of filling the mirrors. I do get the sense that the 22 may be quicker overall here, being held up in some of the braking zones, particularly at Canada corner. I think that 22 is just a little bit more efficient on the brakes, but has to stay in the pedal longer so as to not run up the back of the 392, who with all that torque, I think is focused a little bit more on corner exit here.
Yeah.
What we've seen from the onboard. This all happening roughly 27 seconds behind your GP1 class leader.
Yeah, and should be noted that about 52 seconds behind the BSR Racing Porsche, we've had a good fight going on between the 85 AOA Racing, the 64 Open Throttle, and the 496 from Flying Fur Motorsports. Flying Fur having moved up, getting around that 64 BMW, moving up into sixth in GP1 as it's starting its recovery from the unfortunate spin earlier. It's last time through just a quarter of a second behind the 85 BMW.
Yeah, it's a recovering Flying Fur Motorsports BMW JT, isn't it? That car was backwards over the exit of 8 a little bit earlier on this morning. More company for this battle for third in GP1. This time it's in the form of the 909 automatic Aston Martin. A little bit of patchwork bodywork to the front left of that car. Forza BMW is clear of that battle, well clear of that battle. And 909 is going to have to make a pretty decisive move here, knowing that the 22 isn't likely to give up too much here to try and stick with the Harrison car. Actually does give up quite a lot there on the brakes into turn 14 to let that 909 slide through. I'm not sure that 909 is going to be obviously quicker here. Be able to pull a little bit in the slipstream, headed up the hill underneath the new drive-over bridge at start-finish, just prior to start-finish, I guess. But unfortunately, this lap traffic hasn't really done the TCS car any favors. As one of the FPRS Ford Mustang slides up the inside, headed into turn 1. I think that'll be the 92.
Another very good fight that we've had going on in general production has been down in GP2. The 196, the Hart Club Sport, has had a very good defense over the past 10 minutes with the 4048 competition BMW 3 Series, and as well as the 83 from Palomar getting in there, actually getting around the that mint green BMW, the gray mint color combo. So that puts Palomar, that's the yellow nose GP2 BMW, up into fourth in class. And still, those three cars running very close together last time through, all within about 0.8 of each other. As you see the GP2 leader come through turn 1 here, navigating traffic. That's Garage 66, the silver Subaru BRZ. Yeah, great to see a good fight going on for the final podium position in GP2 at the moment. Still Northloop Motorsport running in second there. Unfortunately, just about 26 seconds out of the lead at the moment. Back in GTO, still good fight for, I believe it is 8th in class at the moment, with the 91 Ford Performance Racing School Mustang leading over the 111 from Bruce Innovations. Just behind them, the 99 GTR BMW. As you see coming through shot here, you can see Hart leading just in front of 4048, I believe. So we lose the camera. So that was that GP2 fight that was mentioned. So we see coming through shot here, you have your GTO battle. Ford Performance leads, Bruce leads GTR. Then just behind, you see the gray over mint BMW having got around the Hart Honda Civic for third in GP2 with the Palomar just behind. So here's the GTO battle, followed by that GP2 battle all together on track.
I don't think we've mentioned this, but we've had a change for the overall race lead with the round 3 Porsche up into the position number 1. So they've swapped the GTO and GTU leaders in the overall running order. Also have the round 3 racing number 1 up into 2nd in GTU, which is appropriate timing because we've just been joined by a pair of guests for the Make Stuff Up Hour, which we always appreciate the opportunity for here, especially absent Ryan West, who is also good at occasionally making stuff up. Oh, and now we got to shuffle everything around.
Oh, here comes trouble.
It's just too early for this, man. I'll give you this.
Really? It's too early?
That's never too early. Listen, after the way the last 3 hours went yesterday, it is never too early. All right.
I always love the gall of you guys saying, "Oh, something too early."
All right. Well, let's unmute a couple of microphones here. And welcome up to the booth, our best friends at DriversEye Live. Mike Gorman.
Hey, how's
Open
it
Throttle
going?
Racing. Brad McCall, round 3 racing.
Morning.
Welcome, guys.
Thanks.
Keep it warm. All good out there?
Yeah.
It's nicer today.
Yeah,
That's
much
sun-
nicer.
The
Yeah,
sun
we
is
thought so
super
too.
helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. No wind as well, very little wind as
Yeah.
well. I'll start with you, Brad. We chatted a little bit yesterday. Things were really, really good right up until about the last 5 minutes for the GTU cars. In particular, was it the number 1 that was on for a podium?
It was the 10.
It was the 10,
the
okay.
red car.
Yep. And so just right up until the very end of the race, on for a podium, we had the Stratus guys and girls. And then just asking a little too much of the tires down at turn 5.
Actually, that's what we thought.
Yeah.
And then when we got the car up in the air, we found there's a block in the back, and I'm probably calling it the wrong thing, but it controls camber and toe.
Okay.
And it had broke.
Oh.
So the basically it was going the rear tire was wiggling back and forth.
How long do you think that had been the case?
It probably happened right at the end.
Oh,
it happened
okay.
right when he spun in 5, because he's like, man, I was just driving super careful. I'm trying not to do anything stupid, trying not to hit curbs, and I spun. He was absolutely devastated. He's a great driver, great guy. He was so devastated. And this morning I called him. I said, well, get ready for redemption. Get ready for, you're totally off the hook. And when he saw it, he was pretty relieved that, he hadn't done something wrong.
Yeah, it's we had talked with Mo towards the end of yesterday. He said, you feel the rear of the car starting to give up a little bit, and he thought it was the tires anyway. You guys had gone with an alternate tire choice for yesterday's race, and I wondered if maybe that was playing into it as well. But we also know the curbs here are very rough, and 1 or 2 strikes over a big curb can also take something like that out.
Interestingly, because we went with the Hoosier, and Stratus is on the Bridgestone. I voted for the Bridgestone. They voted for the Hoosier. The Hoosier is a faster tire in a short term. Long term, it falls off way more than the Bridgestone. The Bridgestone's super consistent through the whole race. You can see that with Stratus. Their lap times don't fall off at all. And where we struggle, we still have lateral grip. We just don't have braking.
Okay.
So it's under braking that the tire is really struggling. So when I got in the car yesterday, of course I get in 3rd. I get in with the tires that are completely trashed.
As you should.
And I go into 5 like I'm going to break my normal spot. I'm like, oh, this is going to be an exciting stint for me. Yeah, and it was definitely exciting.
Anyway, it could have ended a little bit better, but overall it was a pretty good run. And obviously the 70 comes away with another class victory.
We're happy. Listen, the rest of us in GTU feel that we're racing for 4th.
Sure.
And if we can grab a podium, fantastic. And, if I had 3 Carters in the car, okay, we could compete for podium.
Yeah, for sure.
But the Stratus drivers have been doing this for 7 years.
Yeah.
They're amazing, amazing drivers. Dakota is probably the best driver in the country, probably in the world, in that car.
Yeah.
Nobody can compete with Dakota. And we look at his data, and I said, man, if I try to do what you're doing, I'm going to crash the car.
Of course.
So, give me somebody else's data.
Yeah, I got you. Mike, we'll turn to you and the attention of Open Throttle.
Of course.
We didn't talk a lot about Open Throttle yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday
was quiet for you guys.
Yesterday was a bit of a struggle for us. So we brought 4 cars to race 3. We had a early practice money shift scenario in the 66 car.
Oh.
on Friday. So we put those drivers in our backup paddle shift car, the F30. Got to continue practice and all of that while we were able to replace the engine. Got it done by about 2:30 or 3 o'clock. Sent the car back out for the last little bit of practice. Everything went well. So brought the car to grid. Meanwhile, the 63 car, pretty consistently, reliable car that we don't tend to have issues with. Just ran fantastic at Mid-Ohio. It's actually the car that's right there on the broadcast.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
It was the weirdest thing. The car ran and drove great. We were driving around the neighborhood and all of that. Prior to the departure for the race weekend, no issues. Once we made it here and rolled it off the trailer, the car didn't want to go more than about 50 feet without going into limp mode. So that was definitely one of those situations that we didn't really see coming. And then it's just kind of a part shotgun scenario. So as some people know, my daily driver is a convertible version with a bunch of miles of the cars that we race. So we brought that car. We always bring it with us because it's one of everything that we need to get an E92 to kill some bugs. And so we just completely disassembled the convertible, our car, to go back to the Airbnb with. Stole everything that we needed to repair the car. Got the car repaired ultimately on Saturday with about an hour left in the race. Sent the car out, ran perfect for that last hour, and here we are today with our 2 M3s and the F30 running. So lots of challenges, but remarkably, even with 2 cars being down throughout the weekend, we still haven't had a driver miss a stint. Just we played the most ridiculous game of checkers. Okay, all right, I know you were supposed to be in this car, but you're going to be in this car now because this one's blown up and all of that. And we had unfortunately another money shift out of that car during the race on Saturday. Man. So. When Hulk went down yesterday, it was as we were gridding, we thought we had it fixed Friday night. We take the out lap, car goes back into limp mode, so we bring the car in and just pulled the GP2 car out, and I think we started like 5 laps down or something like that by the time we got the car out on grid. But yeah, we managed to drive up to a P4 finish, which is huge for a car that didn't even start the race.
Yeah,
nobody was racing it, had done any laps in it until the actual race. So yeah, it's a lot of moving pieces, but everybody was remarkably happy with how things went. Our drivers were very patient with us, and yeah, we managed to juggle everything around to where everybody still got to drive. So we're looking forward to a drama-free day today, hopefully.
Yeah, quiet is good. Quiet is better, I think. And I mean, to credit Open Throttle again, you guys not missing a stint. There were a handful of cars that ran into problems Thursday and Friday that did not see the start yesterday at all, right? So big effort from you guys. Unfortunately, I'm sure you prefer not to have to do that.
There's 2 sides of it, right? The optimistic side of me is it gives us an opportunity to show just how great our crew is. The drivers see them working. The drivers see them pulling off miraculous effort where a car goes from 5th to 2nd, and then an hour and a half later we've got the engine on the ground, prepping the new engine to go in. But it would be nice to not have as many opportunities to show the strength. And big shout out to the University of Northwestern Ohio, where about 97% of our crew people are coming from now. And these kids are just everybody's got a gigantic smile on their face while we're yanking out an engine and dealing with adversity and all that, and you just would never know by looking at the faces of the people under our tent. So just stoked by the people that were around constantly, the crew, the drivers, everybody is just, we all have the same idea of we don't want to miss time out on track.
Sure.
So whatever we got to do to keep things flowing.
I didn't nab your water here, did I?
No, but I'm about to nab one of those.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Apologize if I did. I saw it sitting there. I was like,
it's quite all right. I saw that and I wanted one, so I was looking around.
Right, I got you. Anyway, we're going to freeform this a little bit. We spent a lot of time with you guys back at Mid-Ohio on the Sunday under very kind of similar circumstances. I think just a long full course yellow, chatting away. We're headed towards the first round of pit stops here, but I'll let you guys kind of freeform here. Well, where you'd like to take the show.
Mike had some ideas to venture away from make stuff up. We had Make Me Famous.
Yeah,
we could do the Make Me Famous bit, or we could just,
maybe be careful with Make Me Famous.
It's funny what came out of that Fun Cup conversation.
Oh?
Yeah, it is.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah, so we reached out to a manufacturer in the UK. We've got a driver that's adjacent to our team, has run a bunch of events with us in the past, so a lot of our track days and things like that. was watching the broadcast and heard us joking about the Fun Cup, and he said, "Hey, listen, I've got the budget if you've got the car." So, basically put me on a hunt to get a Fun Cup.
Oh, my God.
Yep. So it's what starts out as a joke. It was the animation is what did it.
Right?
It
Dustin
was
sold it.
entering it into the race. We were able to visualize what that would be like, and everybody is in. So we've got a driver that's interested in stroking the check for the car and racing it in GTU. So,
Unbelievable.
yeah, we reached out. There's a couple different ways that you can buy them. You can buy the older chassis that are refurb, but right now it's a scenario where it's right in their race season. So if we want to expedite this process, the way to do it is by just doing a brand new build.
Oh, okay.
For a Fun Cup. If we want to wait until the end of the season to get a refurb used platform, we can do that too. But I think the goal is to just go ahead and start with the brand new chassis.
Oh my gosh.
So open throttle. If there's going to be one, there's got to be a second one. So yeah, it's what started out as a joke. We started doing the numbers on it, looked at the power of the car and all of that. Yeah, there it is. So we might actually be getting some traction on the open throttle Fun Cup idea. So it's something I've wanted to do for quite some time, and what starts out as a joke might actually turn into reality. The NPO one is a remarkable car, but we need to get a little bit of variety into GTU, and I think that's a hell of an open throttle way to do it.
Listen, I don't know what your renter situation is going to be like, but I feel like I have to follow through on a bit at some point because right now they're all just bits. So you let me know, Mike Gorman.
Absolutely.
What the situation with the Fun Cup and GTU is, and we're going to have a chat.
Absolutely. I've got a phone call scheduled with the guy when we get back from Road America that should move this process forward.
Very
quite a
cool.
bit. So yeah, they've got you can get the cars with complete spares packages and all. You see why they're so popular over in Europe once you start kind of deep diving into the cost of running and all of that. So I think we might be able to come up with a lime green, extremely cost-effective option to get some people into a GTU car.
A couple of rounds. Sorry, JT. Just a couple of rounds of pit stops here. Brad is taking a peek at the monitor here. The number 10 into and out of the pit lane, having been up.
That's about right. We burn a ton of fuel here.
Go figure.
I mean, man, we're just on throttle so often.
Yeah.
But I think Mike and I should call the race. That would be fun. We have no experience calling
I have absolutely zero experience with the race broadcast. Well, if you look here, you'll see the open throttle cars in P1, 2, and 3 of their respective classes.
I mean, there's some cars coming down a part of the track side by side.
Freeze frame here. So
we do. Yeah, the lime green just kind of sets the cameras off.
Nice view
of
the track here. Nice view of the surface.
We got another round 3 car going down pit lane.
It's the
number one
1
car, the one that met the front end of our car there at Barber.
Have you guys been having any issues with your onboard cameras this weekend, like dying and tripping out on occasion? Any idea why? I mean, the kink to Canada corner is like what it is.
Yeah, the cell service is pretty bad.
Yeah,
there's a lot to be desired on that, and then the geography of the track doesn't really help out.
Sure, everything was fine for us on Friday, and then all of a sudden we got it Saturday morning, and everything's terrible. We've been fighting it all weekend. We come up here for the June sprints for SCCA in June, would you believe it? And everything tends to be pretty good, but this weekend we've been kind of up against it here.
So here we are on board with the Martini Hammond. This is the TLM car.
Absolutely.
This car is wicked fast in a straight line. Wicked fast. And as I heard you guys mention earlier, very aggressive on track. Very, very aggressive on track.
That's weird.
Yeah.
But, you see,
and that timing was perfect there.
Ambitious move on the Kingpin car.
Here we go on an outside pass. We're going to try to go 3 wide here through the carousel. Let's see if we can.
Please don't murder the nice Harrison car.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no.
All right, if we can get a view of them coming towards the kink here. Here they're coming towards the kink. We're probably going to see a little peek to the inside from. Nope, the TLM car stays in line.
Going to widen out the entry there as much as they can. Just dab the curb. They've been using more road than just about anybody on the exit of the kink there.
I think he's going to throw it up the inside going into Canada here. Let's see the BMW. Oh, he's going to go around the outside.
Nice.
Taps the grass a little bit. Let's see if we can get an inside move here.
You can't go around the outside of 13 shortly.
You can.
Yeah, we'll go on the outside here.
And he pinched him down a little, pinched the Kingpin car, so definitely the TLM is going to grab that position.
Look at that F30. God, that's a beautiful.
I think I see a middle finger from, it's a middle finger from the Supra.
It's the #1 salute.
Yep.
I didn't know Tommy Milner was with Kingpin this weekend.
Good reference.
This is fun.
Yeah, no kidding. I did not expect to see that TLM car turn up in BMW form this weekend.
Well, he
I
had
think
announced
they
it.
just got it.
Yeah,
I don't see announcements, man. Who announces things?
TLM.
Oh, on Facebook?
You don't follow Dave Twatty?
It's
He's
absolutely worth
I
it.
Yes.
follow David Twatty in that we also cover Faro weekends.
You got to follow him on Instagram and Facebook. He's
Oh.
super entertaining.
Okay.
He's just quite a character.
Yeah, sure.
Great
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
One of the nicest,
WRL's great showman.
second nicest guy in the paddock.
I get it from
Oh,
him.
sure, yeah.
When we started this, David has always been, for lack of better terms, like my professional idol. I mean, it's if you
Sure.
look at TLM and the operation that they run, it's a fantastic program. And David's such an open book with, hey, we're looking at doing this type of support. What should we be looking at for pricing? And he's such an open book with helping guide us through, because you can't really go on and Google how to run a successful race
sure.
business. There's not a lot of search results. So David's just been a really open book with helping us, through our growth, and he's a fantastic guy, great operation.
Yeah, we like David. We don't see the TLM cars as much as I think we would like here. And there was a time where they were bringing 2-3 entries.
Yeah.
I think the 888 won here last year. The blue TLM Mona entry.
Yeah.
Or one on the road.
We had a tangle with one of the TLM cars right at the end of the race in turn 5 in the damp, and they got a penalty. I can't remember which one it was, either the red one or the blue one. I think it was the blue one.
Yeah.
So I think they got penalized and moved back to third.
Uh-oh. Trouble for Harrison here. They pulled away from their pit stall and just ground to a halt in the fast lane.
That's not a good spot to stop.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, you got
Control Alt Delete.
Got it going.
Good to go.
Yep. Looks like you got Sergio in that car.
You know what cars are fast? Those Mustangs.
Yeah.
They're wicked fast in a
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
line.
Wait, I was going to say, where are they fast?
Straight
Because
line.
they haven't been on the pace overall this weekend. And I know the GTO pace is really quick. You were in the 19s earlier. Well, round 3 was in the 19s earlier this morning. Cole or Josh in the 70?
Cole.
Okay. Yeah, really, really quick this morning. Those Mustangs have been down towards the 22s, but like you said, if you're a rocket ship in a straight line, kind of doesn't matter because it's a little difficult to pass just about anywhere else.
Very fast in a straight line.
70 is in.
Stratus is in.
That's
70's
58.
in. Dude, we had a killer pit stop yesterday, the 4-tire stop. I don't know if you guys saw that in the 70 car.
I mean, we can kind of see that it's happening, but
Yeah.
we can't see it happening.
It was an awesome stop. Crew did a fantastic job, so that was definitely a team win.
Yeah?
Yeah, that was really cool.
Just Josh and Cole in the car this weekend?
Yes.
Yep, 2-driver lineup.
Yep. Cole will do the bulk of the racing. He'll do
Okay.
first and last.
Okay.
And then Josh will do the middle.
Got it.
Josh had his baby here yesterday, baby Cole.
So
And listen, Josh's wife had picked the name.
it's not for real baby
before
Cole, is it?
His name is Cole.
Oh, my gosh.
She picked the name before she realized that his teammate's name was Cole.
Oh, no.
So they stuck with it. So we have baby Cole.
no.
Who's absolutely adorable and was in Victory Circle yesterday, up on top of the car. It was awesome.
Nice.
So Josh's
Very
whole
cool.
family is here because he lives about an hour away from here.
I heard somebody whatever. I heard somebody yell yesterday, Cole, where's your baby? Because I heard baby Cole. I was like, oh, that's I'm pretty sure that's Josh's kid. I don't think it's Cole's kid. And then somebody yelled back somewhere in Brazil, which I thought was a nice reply.
That's actually really funny.
It was very good. It was very, very quick on somebody's feet. I don't know who it was,
So
but
Cole,
very, very
Cole
quick
does
down
a lot
there.
of racing in Brazil.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
He does have a girlfriend in Brazil.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know if we need to go too deep into the WRL personality
No, we probably
personal
don't.
hour.
We shouldn't do that.
I had no idea. Well, that'll be why he keeps going back to Taruma or whatever.
Well, he also has a killer ride there. He gets
Sure,
to drive
yeah.
LMP cars, Lamborghinis. He drives everything. He's in Brazil a lot.
Listen, he is a braver man than I. And it's not just the going to the parts of Brazil that sometimes you have to go to for racing down there, but some of those cars, man, do not look like they are built to handle much. And they are
And
quick.
some of the tracks are like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are quick.
how about we put up some guardrails in front of these trees?
Yeah.
You know?
One of my
That's
all-time
good.
Some
favorite
tires in front of this concrete wall here.
Right.
One of my all-time favorite pictures from a race at Interlagos, Formula One venue. So, ostensibly the best of the best, right, as far as Brazilian motorsports goes. And there's a great picture of cars coming up through. It's a climbing right-hander behind the paddock before you go into the sequence of hairpins, and a pothole or a sinkhole had developed to the outside of the track.
Oh, wonderful.
So rather than cancel the race or shut it all down and try and fill in the sinkhole or whatever, they put up 3 blocks of Tech Pro barriers in front of the sinkhole and a line that draws the edge of the track out in front of the Tech Pro. And basically
perfect.
just said, well, stay over here and you won't hit the sinkhole.
Perfect.
And just sent it. Truly remarkable.
Well, remember back in was it Columbus back in the day where they had like a bollard in the middle and you had to pick which side you wanted to go to?
Oh, the choose cone.
There was well, it was insane. It was totally insane. You had to split this thing in the middle of the track.
Unfortunately, that was before my time, but I am a huge fan of terrible street circuits.
By the way, Buzz is here. I want him to come up later
Yeah.
and tell you a couple stories because one of the best stories ever is from Road America, 1987. The greatest worst start ever.
The greatest, worst start ever.
Yep.
Did somebody end up in a pile up here at the top of the hill?
It was. I'll let him tell the story because it's really super entertaining. Has some big names in the story, and it was a lot of fun. I was over in Turn 5 watching it. Jack Baldwin and I were up there, and it was a spectacular start that wasn't.
Oh, well, now I want to know.
Yeah.
I think didn't somebody end up in the trees here in like 85, 86, 87?
I don't know.
Foyt?
No.
Somebody hung a
Hold on.
GTP in the trees at, I think, the top of turn 6.
Oh wow.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was just hearing this on Dinner with Racers.
John Paul, maybe? John Paul Jones? Or no. No, I don't remember. Somebody hung a GTP from the trees up there. at
Yes,
turn 6.
and
I know
it
that.
was hilarious because the car was lost for a while. If
Gone.
I recall
It was-
correctly.
That happened to Jack Baldwin at one of those tracks. I can't remember. He went off through the forest, landed out there. They
Yeah.
couldn't find him for a long.
Yeah.
He came walking
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
And they're like, "Where the hell are you?"
There's all kinds of stories like that.
And he got in a fight in the ambulance.
Crazy.
They used to do a 24-hour race down in your neck of the woods at Moroso.
Yeah.
And there were stories of people going off. Like, if you go off at night, you end up in a swamp.
Yeah.
Usually it's got, gators in it. And there's a good chance nobody's going to have any clue that you're there.
Sadly, there were drivers who died. They went off and went into the swamp upside down and drowned.
Yeah.
It happened.
Yeah, that place was maybe not the safest. I know it
was
became
crazy.
PBIR later, and it was never really like a
Back in
super
the day,
iconic track.
You
but
never want to lose a track, but of all the tracks to lose in Florida, I think I was most okay with PBIR
Me
being
too.
the one. It was, we raced in the last ever race there. The Champ Car did it on like a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, nice.
And we brought a couple of cars down there and podiumed in one of our Miatas. And after the race, it's like, you know what? It's okay. Yeah, we'll be fine with Daytona, Sebring, and Homestead. And now we've got all these other tracks that are popping up everywhere. Some of them are like the subscription only style.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Are you ready to announce the track that you're building in the Jacksonville area?
I thought we were going to wait for a little bit later on
Oh,
that.
oh.
Yeah, we're on the Jacksonville north side in the neighborhood called the Cape.
It's 7.2 miles.
It's I'll have to check and see what the geography of our
flat.
neighborhood is, but I think the neighbors were excited about our announcement with that. We're going to have it's the Diane Bishop Memorial 500 that we're going to be racing. Shout out to Diane Bishop.
What? Are you a big Diane Bish fan?
Diane Bishop is a neighbor that has caused so
Bishop.
many problems for us.
I bet you said Diane Bish, like the
No,
famous
no.
organist. The pipe organist.
she it's actually a funny story. So she called the city of Jacksonville where we live to report that we were planning on building a racetrack on our property in our neighborhood, which we're, I don't know, probably about 119 or so acres short of being able to put together
Yeah,
any type
sure.
of small track. So, not to be petty, but I wanted to put up a sign that said the future home of the Diane Bishop International Raceway. As a result, I have an acre in a neighborhood where we run our entire operation out of. No HOA. Shout out to neighborhoods that don't have HOAs.
Yeah.
And,
How about it?
Yeah, she called the city she called the EPA too for something, and everybody just kind of told her to pound sand. So
Nice.
if you're listening, Diane Bishop, hello, how are you?
She's probably tuned in.
There's no way she's listening.
She just listens for the Mike Gorman hour.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
I'll clip this and send it to her.
Yeah. I like the idea of a 7-mile track that's completely flat. I love that. That sounds awesome. Real into that.
How long's Utah?
4.5. They have some hills, man-made, but hills.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another track you can go off in the night and get lost, I think.
Yeah, PBIR, that was the first track I ever drove at night at a track day, at like some track night in America or something like that. And that was the first time I learned how much of a difference like street headlights make on trying to see where you're going.
Yeah,
around
sure.
The carousel at PBIR.
Yeah.
It's like you just have to kind of think that the track's in the same place as
I
it was.
I hear RJ is going to bring back an endurance race at Tamiami Park.
Oh, nice.
Or just going to wall the track off again like they did for IMSA and Kart back in the day. It's the hot rumor going around now.
Have you raced at Homestead?
I have.
Do you like it?
It's a fun track. Yeah, it's we ran the configuration where we did not do the banking all the way around in the back.
It's
We
the
went
better
back
co-
into it is the
that's
much
better.
much better configuration.
So what do
Oh
you
wait,
think
are you
about
saying the full road course is the better configuration?
when you come off of the backstretch and you go through
You
what
dive
turn
down,
around?
you
yeah.
dive in.
It's-
Real fun section
It's
there.
awesome because you go from banking to flat to off camber.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it is spectacular. It's much better. But that little jog, that little thing at the end,
Yeah.
that sucks.
Let's just move that wall for that weekend.
I agree.
Did
just
you
move that wall back?
Did you watch the Formula E event at Homestead?
That still exists?
At Homestead or Formula E?
Formula E.
Yeah.
Okay.
They raced at
absolutely.
Homestead like 3 weeks ago. So they squared off turn 1, so it was a proper braking zone. So like the opposite of turn 9, like or turn 10, like
Yeah.
you come off the banking down into the compression. They squared that off, so it was a braking zone. So that wasn't interesting anymore. They squared off turn 6, which is the hard right-hander on the infield. So that was a hard braking zone. And then they put a left-right chicane in, like a first gear type chicane on the backstretch, on the big paved area on the inside.
Ooh.
So there was every interesting part of the track was just gone.
I would
Unfortunately.
So, have you ever been? Well, I've been there during SCCA events where they run the banking.
Yeah.
Yep.
And my daughter was taking photographs, and we went on the outside of Speedway Turn 4 to get photos of the cars. Looking at the tires, what those tires are doing in that banking, because that's a really tight banking.
is.
Yeah.
You have a lot of force. I would be terrified of what these tires would do with some of these heavy cars
Yeah.
in that tight banking.
Yeah.
So if we ever go there,
It would have to be the.
I would vote.
Oh,
I would
100%.
rally the troops for
Yeah.
for the other course, the club course.
Yeah.
It's more fun, and I think it would be a lot less risky.
Oh, absolutely.
do you think people would tow down there?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I
don't
think it would
so
be
either.
awesome.
It's such a long
spectacular.
way.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's right up the street.
What people don't realize,
It's at
6 hours for you.
It's perfect. It's 6 hours.
Florida-
This was
Florida is
24
long.
hours. It is.
people
Yeah.
don't realize how long Florida is.
Yeah.
You get to the Florida-Georgia line, to get to Homestead is like another 6.5 or 7 hours.
Yeah, I used to live in Daytona Beach, and I would go down to flag races at Homestead, and it was 5
Yeah.
consistently from Daytona.
It's a long way.
Yeah.
It is definitely closer and warmer than Wisconsin, though.
It is. Listen, I'm down. I'm
Fair.
an hour and a half from Homestead. It's my home track.
Yeah.
Which I don't race at.
One of
But
my favorite fun facts about Homestead, they did a Toyota Atlantics race there in like 98 when Kart was just running the flat oval. And I don't know if the Atlantics couldn't handle the loads around the flat oval. So they ran, instead of doing the main infield road course and then oval 3 and 4, they reversed it. So they did oval 1 and 2 and then came ripping into that turn you were talking about coming off the banking into whatever would have been turn 10. So they were doing like 40, 42 second laps, ripping around the first half of the oval and then through that super quick corner just coming at top speed.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That's you
Not
can
an
go
approved layout anymore.
surprisingly
No.
fast
Yeah.
through that first section once you come off of the infield. It's a really good passing opportunity.
Do you think they would WRL would get more or fewer cars for a 24-hour at Homestead as compared to 24 at Sebring?
After the success of the Sebring 24, I think people would do it. Everybody was terrified of it. That race was awesome.
I had a
It was
blast.
very clean.
That race was so awesome.
After the first half hour.
That was our first WRL race.
Was it
as a
really?
team owner. Yeah, if
Wow.
you guys may remember, there was a little green Mazda Miata.
Yes.
And when we filled out our tech sheet, we told them we had like a sequential box, a quick change differential, all these like 6-piston brakes, all this shit that wasn't actually on the car because we didn't make the minimum power to weight for GP3.
Yeah.
So we had to take all of these penalties. To be able to be an 18-1 car because we were like 19.6 or something like that. And we wanted to do this race. And we thought the Miata, we actually bought the Miata specifically for that race because we figured we'd throw the car away at the end.
Yeah.
And it did really well. We ran the entire 24 without a single trip behind the wall. I drove in that race with a bunch of buddies, and it was an absolute riot. I would do another 24 in a absolute heartbeat, especially at Sebring.
All I remember is everybody being like, look, Mark Martin's going to win this thing. Like, go figure. Like, you know, everybody's going to come flying in here, and Mark's going to run 8 laps down, and all of a sudden we're all going to wake up on Sunday morning, and W2W is going to be out in front. And that's pretty much how it went, except for the fact that they were in the lead by, like, hour 4. And it just never looked back.
Why do you got to pump Mark's ego here?
Because he's not listening.
Of course he is.
You think
He's-
so?
Oh, yeah. He's
Oh, he
listening
still
for that
looks
one
vicarious.
instance
Oh,
where people
man.
mention his name. He's a great guy.
We,
Mark is a really good dude, and we miss him in the paddock.
Yeah.
For sure. But it looks like he's having fun on his ranch, you know?
Is he racing? Or is
No.
W2W still racing anymore?
You know what? He was at a race, but I think he was just helping
Oh,
there.
okay.
He was
Yeah.
there like car chief.
They don't have any, like, Sprint Challenge customers or anything left, right?
No.
Yeah, okay.
Sold all their stuff.
Yeah.
He's got a ranch. He's raising cattle. Yeah, he's a beef salesman.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Is that what he was before?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. This is what he is now. All right.
That was a good weekend. We need to do another 24.
I like the
We
24.
really need to do another
Pick a track
24.
that you think realistically would host a 24.
the best track for
Daytona
a
can do
24.
a 23 and
Daytona.
a half.
They won't do it.
I
They'll
know.
do it. I think
Yeah.
Something
they
shorter.
won't do a 24, but we could do it longer, maybe. Maybe they'll do a 39.
I think RJ has tried. 39.
No. How about
What
no?
are you guys worried about?
It's still 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., but it's 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. Saturday to 10 p.m. Sunday.
Daytona is the best track for a 24 hours.
So the way I think Champ Car did the 39 at, I think it was a PBIR actually.
Oh,
And
my
I think the way
God.
that they did it was they did a 24, and then you had the option to continue for another 15 to do the 39, or you had the option to stop after the 24, and they kind of did it like 2 separate races, if you will.
Oh, yeah. Was that the goofy thing they did where they did a 36 and then they added 1 hour for every year after?
I think that is what it is. And
They would do it at, like,
ultimately was-
Spokane
Yeah.
or something.
Oh, man.
So yeah, if there's anybody that wants to put together something longer than a 20, well, longer than a 25, we'd be all over.
Well,
it.
VIR is fun at night.
yeah,
I like
we,
VR at
we
night.
do 4 or
I
5.
don't, like that. I don't
entries.
see that happening
I know
either.
we're not going back there.
I had heard rumors that, well, the NASA 25 hours moved from Thunderhill to Ozarks,
Yep.
Yeah.
which is a decision, capital A, capital D. The 25 has apparently been taken over by the 24 Hours Lemons and is like a co-branded event with Thunderhill.
That should be interesting. Lemons, shit boxes, and LMP3 cars.
I think it's just the crap cans.
Got it.
I
I'm
think
sorry,
only
excuse
crap
language,
cans. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yes.
But it's the
I'm
same. It's a
assuming we're on
similar like.
delay, right? We got a delay.
Yes,
in the editing
absolutely.
booth.
Dustin
Okay.
is over there just hammering the
Perfect.
bleep button. Yeah.
It emphasizes the point. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I think there was maybe some interest in having WRL come out and promote a 25-hour event at Thunderhill because it was, you know, fairly popular back in the day and just needed maybe a better suited endurance racing sanctioning body. But obviously WRL doesn't really have a footprint in Glenn County, California.
Right.
Yeah, so.
How about
Chip Car used to do
I lost
Utah,
it.
right?
24 hours of the firm?
Oh, man. The world's longest autocross event.
R.I.P. left front tire. Will it be the before FAA configuration or the after FAA configuration?
The-
Actually, I think
my-
they're
my
back to the
homies.
full circuit right now.
Okay.
Yeah, they got some sort of temporary use, I think, to be able to run the full. Like, 'cause that's our, for lack of better terms, our test track. It's
Sure.
like an hour and 15 from us.
Yeah.
Go out, run some cars, be home by lunch. But there was an issue. I mean, they've been there forever, and then the FAA decided at the beginning of this year that the whole second half of the track was in their approach pattern.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep. So they shut it down basically, and instead of going all the way around to that whole back section, you just make a 180-degree turn and go back
Great.
onto the front straight right after the kink.
So, like, the world's most boring minute and 20
It's
seconds,
like
now the world's most boring 45 seconds.
Exactly. It's like a
Great.
45-second lap.
Yeah,
in a 996
fantastic.
car. It was still a good time. I mean, there's no bad racetrack,
Sure.
at the end of the day. But you took an already small track and made
Yeah.
it smaller. But I think they got some temporary use extension, so it's
Okay.
back to its regular
I
configuration.
would love to see Road Atlanta, but I don't think the locals will allow that. Even if you did like 10 a.m. to 10 a.m., I think
Yeah.
that would maybe not work.
I mean, VIR. We do the VIR 24 every year
Yeah.
with Chant, and we have 4 or 5 entries in each year, and that's always a good time. But a 24 is really my favorite format of race.
Sure.
I wish every race was either a 14 or a 24.
I do kind of wonder if it's just, hey, we were going to sell it out. Like WRL said, hey, we're going to sell it out, and then we.
What was
and-
the entry count for Sebring? Like 60-ish, if I
I
remember
think there
correctly?
were initially there were like 65 or 70 cars on the list, and then by the time we all showed up there were like 48 or 50.
Yeah.
We finished 23rd overall in our little meet.
Yeah, right.
And 11th in class
11th in class.
in
GP3?
GP3. Yeah, the number
Imagine 11
36
GP3
open
cars.
throttle.
Who won that GP3 race?
It was overnight motorsports. That was ME7.
Are we talking 24 hours?
Yeah,
Sebring?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the results now.
Wait, 11 in class in GP3?
I believe so. Yes.
I don't think so.
Nah, that doesn't sound right.
No, and I
I think we were
2021,
and
JT?
and we won that race.
Yes.
We won that race in GP3.
I don't know.
Well, because you were racing against a 103 horsepower Miata.
You know what's funny? We had. I think you're looking at the wrong results.
Possibly. I see the 701 finishing second in GP1.
701 was second.
Yeah.
The 601 was third in GP2. Or
No, I have you fourth.
What the hell happened here?
That
Revisionist
GP2
history
was won
here.
by Core.
You're right.
Ford Mustang over the Chill Out Systems MX-5. Third place,
you know
the
what?
Rancher Renstall
You know what?
Porsche.
That's. Yeah, you gotta click on the top one. So the bottom one is the 11-hour or 12-hour results.
Oh,
So-
what I'm doing is I recorded the results in a Google document
Yes.
throughout the race.
601 was second in GP2. Chill Out was way up. They won GP2. They actually finished ahead of the GP1 field, as we did too. Thunder Bunny won GP1. We won GP3. I know because I actually looked at the trophy the other day.
Yeah?
Yeah, so we won GP3.
You sure you didn't just like slap your team sticker on it and take it home with
No,
you?
I promise you. So I had the results he's looking at. So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one is the 24-hour result.
Oh, yeah.
There
There it is.
This is the, if you click on the bottom one,
okay.
that's only like 10 and a half.
10 and a
hours.
half.
Yeah.
Yeah, very normal time to
that
take
makes
results. Yeah.
So luckily I'm here to straighten out, make stuff up.
Heaven forbid,
Yeah,
heaven forbid
yeah.
Brad would let a class victory.
Right,
you
I'm
know.
like definitely win that race. Because our car didn't do any laps in qualifying. It didn't show up until the drivers' meeting. We still had to work on it.
That's right. I
Yeah.
think you were one of the only cars that started behind us.
Yeah, we started in the back
Because we qualified, but we were like 7 seconds off pace from the next slowest.
we did the
GP3
last
car.
2 laps of the HPDE. We got it out there and we did 2 laps in HPDE and it overheated. So we brought it in, fixed it, and started it, and it ran like a clock.
There you go, 24 hours.
So I'm gonna have to split here in a second.
Yeah.
I gotta go get in the car at some
Oh,
point.
all right.
But anything interesting happening in the race that we've missed?
Number 2 is past number
Yes.
70 for the
That was
GTO
super
class
pit
lead.
stops.
Yeah.
uh,
So
the-
why is this not matching
Well,
this?
Okay, so here's the problem. We're still running off the race monitor data,
Oh,
and
that's-
every now and then race monitor will throw bad data for some reason.
Every once in
and
a while.
it throws our timing
Shots fired.
aggregator into chaos.
Ah, gotcha.
Sometimes it's unrecoverable chaos. But we've been in discussions with Brian over at Big Mission to try and get some Red Mist integration, and he does have a developer integration there. So
Very good.
that is hopefully the next step here.
Man, that Porsche is fast.
Sounds good too.
Looks good. We
Did you hear Tuati's came in on Friday during HPDE?
Oh yeah,
It was louder than your Cup car.
God, that Cup car sounds so good.
sounds
And we're
so good.
positioned right at the end of pit
It
lane,
does sound
and we
so
get
awesome.
to hear it take off from that pit speed limiter every time. And
Well,
we just collectively want to thank you.
We got a warning yesterday when a huge
what?
line of cars went too fast through a safety zone. And the only car they could pick out was the loudest car in the whole pack, so they just picked the 70.
It's
I
a
mean,
blessing and a curse.
And we got the warning on a huge line of cars. I'm like, okay, that sucks.
Put yourself in a bad spot there, man.
Like, so I told him, I said, anytime there's a safety car, just like full on lift, push
Yeah.
the clutch in, shut the ignition off,
Yeah.
coast by him.
All
That's what
right.
we're doing. You know what else sounds good? Is that Black Cayman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those guys, they are wicked fast.
BSR, yeah.
That is, we can't, the GTU cars, that car passes us on the straights.
Oh,
I believe it.
It's so fast.
Yeah.
It looks so good, too. I love it.
The Roberts car?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, everything should be maroon. More maroon race
No,
cars,
not the
please.
maroon one. The Cayman.
Oh,
black-
the Cayman.
black-
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the
BSR,
Roberts car. Yeah.
BSI.
Yeah, BSR, yep. Yeah, I
So-
did the same thing all day Friday. All day Friday.
Any last minute announcements? Any stuff we can?
I'm just,
Throw the show in the chaos?
I think we're ready to rock and roll. When are you getting in the car?
Next.
Next, I'm going in checkers in the 65 GP2
Okay.
car.
I might have to adjust my drive time.
I
Then.
like it.
Yeah.
It'll be a driver's race out there with the GTU and GP2 car.
You're going to the 65.
I'm going in the 65. Yeah, I'll try
Which
to stay
one's
out of your
Ian
way.
in? 63.
He's in the 63. Yep.
63.
Yep.
My good buddy Ian Barberi is driving with him this
Oh,
weekend.
cool.
Yeah, great guy.
Great
Very
guy.
nice.
He's in the car right now.
Very
yeah,
nice.
we've got an awesome lineup. Drivers and crew this weekend is just awesome for us. So that's why I'm up here doing this, even
Nice.
with all the stuff that
Yeah.
we've got going on. Yeah, we're
So
ready to rock and roll.
which was the race that they signed us up to do the show by ourselves?
I think it was.
It's whatever his debut race with the Fun Cup is. Because we're going to be
I'll
short
in
a
the Fun
body
Cup,
up
yeah,
here.
Yeah.
So-
We'll get you a stint in the Fun Cup.
We're doing that Sunday at Sebring, right?
Perfect.
I think the two of us doing the show by
So
ourselves.
that's going to be a busy weekend for us because we're doing HSR the same weekend.
That's gonna
so
be
we're
great.
going to be shuttling drivers back and forth that
Are
are
you
running
really?
both events. Yeah,
Amazing.
we've got several drivers that are going to do the ultimate endurance race. So we have I think 3 or 4 cars running at HSR Daytona
Yeah.
for the Classic 24, and then 3 or 4 down at Sebring. And we've got I think 3 committed drivers to doing the double
Gotcha.
of running both. So we're going to start out with practice at Daytona on Thursday, then run them for the early practice on Friday at Sebring. Then they're going to be right back at Daytona for night practice with Classic 24, start the race at Sebring, then take checkers on Sunday and be at HSR in between. So it's a pretty crazy logistical nightmare.
Unbelievable.
But as soon as we've got a couple of heavily addicted people in our organization, and as soon as we brought up the proposition of being able to race at 2 awesome events like that
Yeah.
at once, it filled up pretty quick. So
Well, when we do the Sebring show, we'll throw up the Daytona onboard a
yeah,
couple
perfect.
of times.
Yeah, put
Check
it
in
down
with
in the corner.
open
yeah.
throttle.
We'll
Yeah,
have
picture
a
in
stream going
picture.
from the car.
You've
so.
got the team helicopter for that, right?
Oh, one of our drivers is actually a pilot, and we're working on some specialty logistics. But
Well, James Candelaria just got his pilot's license.
There you go.
Just
I'm not
sport
sure.
pilot,
I'm not
though.
sure how many people can fit in his plane, or is he even allowed to take passengers?
I actually don't know what the limitations for pilot are. I can fly around. You need somebody to fly around?
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So
Just going to need a commentator, that's all.
that would be great.
we'll cover.
Yeah, all right, cool. We got it. It's a
That'll be
plan.
good. Yeah. Awesome. Appreciate you guys having us.
Yeah, thanks.
and,
Mike Gorman, Brad McCall, we'll let you guys go and get back to your actual duties, but we
Yes,
appreciate
sounds
just
good.
coming up and spending time all the same.
We definitely look forward to this every
Yeah,
weekend,
yeah,
I think.
yeah,
We'll
yeah.
make this a regular
Having
thing.
fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys
All right,
for
we'll see you.
coming up. Yep, cheers.
All right, giving you guys a quick race update here. Leading overall and in GTU is the 58 from Stratus Racing. Just behind second overall, you have the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates. BMW with about a 1.8 second lead over the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cup, which had been your GTO leader earlier. Unfortunately, lost that lead during the round of pit stops. Just into the first hour of today's race. The 172 TLM USA, BMW third place in GTO at the moment. With a nice healthy gap to the 74 of AOA Racing. However, AOA Racing, that 74, is under threat from the 77 from Kingpin. Just a half second back last time across the line. Do you see coming through the shot here? BMW leading Porsche. That is your 1.2 second gap between the number 2 and the number 70. Down in GTU, like I said, leading overall, the 58 Stratus Racing has a nice healthy margin, about 30.5 seconds over the number 1 of Round 3 Racing, followed by the 58 of Stratus. GP1, it's still BSR Racing with about a 17-second gap to the 46 of Ginger Racing behind. And further back, the 392 from Harrison did get by TCS Motorsports. I believe TCS Motorsports initially beat them out of the pit stops. Flying for Motorsports during their recovery up to 5th, an additional 17 seconds behind them. GP2 still the Garage 66 BRZ with a healthy 52-second margin from the Northloop Motorsports BMW 3 Series, and the 83 from Palomar, an additional 18 seconds back. The 83 having been in that very good fight earlier with the 40-48 competition and the Hart Club Sport Honda Civic earlier. See a little bit of traffic separating our GTO leaders coming through the kink there. That was the 38 from Palomar. Unfortunately, the 38 from Palomar run into issues quite early on in today's race, I believe. They are think 4 laps out of the GP1 order at the moment. Number 2 flashing the lights, getting around the BRZ from Garage 66. Round 3 with a really good exit here as they climb up the hill. Half second across the line, but just a couple car lengths behind going through 1 here. As they come up on, I believe that is the open throttle 65. Yeah, last time through 21.9 for the 70. Taking about 7/10 out of that number 2 BMW. So we wait for them to come into turn 8 here. Here comes Ginger Racing. And 2 followed by 70 still as they come up on, I believe that is the Ignite Nissan 350Z.
All right, we made it back. Thanks, JT. Appreciate you carrying things.
Yep, it looks like the 70 still roughly the same gap behind. They will have traffic as they come through Canada Corner to turn 14.
And just to clue those, oh, this is a battle for first in GTO, huh?
Yes.
2 leading 70. Wonder what the impetus for that swap over was. Was it just a long stop for the? Yeah, it looks like it. 341.7 was the stop for the 70. 322.8 for the ACP Tangerine Associates car. So 22 seconds to the good there for that number 2 BMW.
Yeah,
And,
it came out with a bit of a margin.
Yeah.
I want to say 7 seconds after the pit stops were done.
I presume down in GTU we've got Carter Peace aboard the number 1 round 3 racing Sebeco NPO1, which he has the car presumably up into second place in GTU, splitting the Stratus 58 and 59. And actually, that time around lapping quicker than the class leading 58. Hour and a half gone in the Sunday 7-hour enduro, the Can-Am Endurance Cup. Appreciate everybody's company and for sticking with us through the Mike Gorman, Brad McCall Make Stuff Up hour. We always appreciate the visit from Mike and from Brad. A little shorter this time than it was back at Mid-Ohio, but boy, have we made progress. They did make something up. We're going to build a racetrack. The Diane. I'm gonna keep calling it the Diane Bish Memorial Track.
Dustin's reporting a safety truck in Canada Corner. The reason is the 36 Ignite Performance Nissan 350Z.
Yeah, we saw that car slow up at the kink a couple of minutes ago, didn't we?
Exactly, yeah. I'm wondering if they've ran into a terminal issue and have had to bring the car to a stop here. Unfortunately, can't really see with the onboard. Kinda. ESR, putting the 64 open throttle BMW a lap down.
All of a sudden, JT, the lead battle in GTO's ballooned out to 4.5 seconds.
A little bit of traffic.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically nose to tail there for a while.
Yeah, you can see the a 226 from the 70. Nice, easy.
I love this
pass.
shot when it actually works.
Yes.
I mean, it's just such. Not to get too deep into like shot selection and framing and stuff, but the way the cars come over that crest of the hill, it's a very sudden drop off into the braking zone there at turn number 5. You're downhill, the road's kind of falling away to the right and down, which means you're losing grip all the way through there, trying to swing the car out wide, but your line selection as you come up over that rise is basically to put the car in the middle of the road and try and straight line the braking zone out. It's a lot trickier than it looks even on paper. I remember having covered races here in years past where people say, oh, you look at Road America, and it's all just 90-degree corners and long straights, and all the 90-degree corners are the same. And I also used to feel the same way. I was not a big fan of the way Road America raced. And then, you get here, and you see not just the way the road moves around, but just how technical some of these corners of braking zones are. As we have a slow NPO1, that is the number 10.
Yeah.
That is the second of the 2 round 3 racing Sebeco NPO1s. Anyway, we recovered the 36 as well. It's also very narrow here, whereas a lot of racetracks you've got 3-4 car widths wide. Here you really are right at 3. And it moves around left to right so much that car placement is really, really important here. Turn 1, 90-degree corner, not the same as turn 3, which is actually a bit more than 90 degrees. Turn 1's much faster, much more open, more runoff on the exit. Turn 3 tightens up a lot at the apex. Downhill braking zone, the road flattens out as you get there. It really is a place that, if you haven't been, even if you're not a big fan of the way it looks on paper, it's a place you owe yourself to get to and come check out in person, because I promise you it really does look and race very different than what you typically see on TV.
Maybe
they call
next
it America's National Park of Speed for a reason, that's for sure. You want an all-expenses-paid trip to Road America, JT?
Yeah, possibly.
Would you come out for the 6-hour? The new IMSA event?
Maybe.
All right.
I'd be interested.
Yeah. I know you get around to the odd IMSA event here and there, but...
I'd try.
Yeah.
I'd also like to eventually try to come out as a driver.
Our producer, Dustin Ollis, cluing us into the what appears to be an autocross event on the kart track there in the background. Yesterday it was a mini moto event before the what I believe were rental karts kicked off later in the afternoon. Are they? Oh, okay. Are they streaming the event like production or just the onboard? Oh, okay. All right. Very cool. GP2 this morning has my interest a little bit more so than it did yesterday, and particularly because the North Loop car that kind of walked all over the field to the tune of 5 laps when we got to 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon is now almost a full minute behind the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. And it's not really what I would have expected. That BRZ 1.4 seconds quicker by the fastest lap is a pretty handy old margin here in what has been a completely green opening hour and 7 minutes to the final 7 hours here at the Can-Am Endurance Cup. Dustin, I don't know if we have the artwork left over from yesterday. We could pop that up on screen. We talked about this towards the end of the day a little bit, but we go out wide over the new exit curbing there at the kink. One of the cool things we've been able to do here at DriversEye Live in association with the World Racing League is to help to work with WRL and RJ Till to bring some branding back to the WRL events. There was a time where, so we got a slow Palomar number 38 here, headed up the hill out of 13. There was a time when it was just WRL at Daytona, WRL at Road America. The Can-Am Endurance Cup name has stuck around for a little while and was on the website here. We had chosen a couple of other names, but we decided to stick with Can-Am Endurance Cup, and as part of our expanded agreement in 2025 between DriversEye Live and the World Racing League, we worked with one of my personal favorite artists, 10/10 Creative, an Australia-based artist, to develop some artwork for this race and an event logo and things like that. And so we've got the first event poster for the WRL and the Can-Am Endurance Cup with some elements of the track. The Kettle Moraine Forest there in the background, the red and yellow curbing that's become kind of iconically associated with Road America since early 2000s, late 90s. The old teal Armco there in the background, and then obviously the Sebeco NPL1 there and an E46 in the background. This is step number one. Developments of this kind of concept to come over the next couple of events. We head to the Paul Revere 14-hour next summertime and nighttime sports car racing back at Daytona after our year away there in 2024. Excited to get down there for a full day of endurance racing action with the World Racing League. These posters are for sale, by the way. The first shipment was delivered to the track on Friday. You can pick them up at registration in the future. They'll be available at drivers' meetings as well. And just one of the really cool things that we've been able to do and been trusted with at DriversEye Live as part of our efforts with WRL over the last couple of seasons. So appreciate RJ Till kind of letting us have a little bit of fun with this, but also making WRL that much more visible, that much more identifiable, and giving what for my money, JT, is some of the best sports car and endurance racing in North America, that much more of a visual and attachable identity.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love it. It's definitely, it's kind of hard to describe, but it does give you that cool retro vibe in terms of like what you used to see for like the posters you would have for these major events and like the good IMSA GTP days and stuff like that. And so it's really cool to see it being used for WRL.
Our friend Patrick Skinner, who runs 10/10 Creative down there in Australia. We can pull the event logo down tonight, Dustin. Thank you for that. Runs 10/10 Creative there. Done a bunch of V8 supercar artwork, retro style artwork. Done some JGTC, Japan Grand Touring Championship, the predecessor to Super GT artwork down there as well. And it was really, really cool to get to work with Patrick this first time around, and looking forward to having posters throughout the rest of the season as well, with thanks to 10/10. So we'll press on here at Road America.
Should be noted, we did have a position this last lap through in GTU, the 59 from Stratus Racing, having got around the number 1 from round 3 racing.
Yeah, we should try and pick that battle up. I do wonder if that's been in traffic a little bit, because the round 3 car number 1 being down in the 224s and Stratus 59 being in the 24s as well is not the type of pace we'd expect out of those cars.
No, the issue was the last 3 laps, 28, a 28, and a 27 for that number 1.
That is the number 1. They're just leaving the shot, so I think we found it. Number 1 getting held up through the kink behind the... oh, boy. Is that 74? Or the 52? 52 is not out of track, so it's definitely the 74. There's Rapscallion and TLM. And then further back, there's the 59. And the number 1 hasn't gotten through any of these cars. Oh, that is the 52. They've just made it back out.
Yeah, so you had the 52 and the 144 in there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is brutal brutal for the number 1. 59 is running away out in front. Now the one's going to have to go 3 wide on the exit of the final corner here. Draws up alongside and past one of the open throttle racing BMWs. I think that's 64.
Yep, 64 with the red stripe and a little bit of bodywork damage in the back bumper.
If you're hearing music down at turn number 3, I think that's the Marshall. No, it's not the Marshalls. It's the spectator area there. The open spectator entry gate is outside of turn number 3, so that's kind of the first arrival point for the season pass holders this weekend. And I think they're tending to congregate down there. Also a sign over there in an area over there for the Catamaran Corvette Club. I wonder if they're getting a little rowdy down there. Hello to Erwin in the chat, and happy Koningsdag. Erwin, I believe today is the day for King's Day in the Netherlands. I know Layla's German tutor is also in the Netherlands celebrating Koningsdag today as well. If you've been following along with yours truly's personal interest this morning, speaking of the Netherlands and the rivers of Europe, the battle for promotion out of the second Bundesliga pressed on this morning. FC Köln highly engaged and embroiled in that battle after basically every team in the Zweite Bundesliga drew yesterday with a tremendous opportunity. The FC Köln decided to pick up a red card, played with 10 men for 45 minutes and lost 1-0. So it's all right there in front, and here we are. So if anybody else in the chat is a second Bundesliga fan, or for that matter, a Bundesliga fan, shouts out. It's a gripping battle, and one that has proceeded to rip my heart out more times than not over the course of 2024-25. I spent this morning, Layla got a great shot of me setting up a camera over at the Speedville Bridge, I think, which was brought to my attention over on the DriversEye Live Instagram. It was a wonderful shot. Appreciate the heads up. What you'll see is me framing the shot with my right hand and the phone open to the Discord, the FC Köln USA fans Discord, following along with the game in my left hand. So priorities were split this morning, and it didn't go well. Oh, Erwin's a HSV fan. Oh, my goodness. First and second in the... Actually, I think tied for first in the table now. Because Hamburg would have picked up... yeah, Hamburg picked up a point this morning, I think. Actually, they were down 2-1. Oh, no, they lost. So I think that leaves FC still top of the table. It is drama. High drama. Erwin, I didn't know you were a HSV fan. Tremendous. New best friend. We had the Mike Gorman, Brad McCall make stuff up hour on DriversEye Live. Now we have the Erwin Grave and Brendan Kazmarek fights a Bundesliga hour.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Sad Bundesliga fans. Unite. That's okay. We did lose a few viewers there, but that's all right. We'll get them back.
Looks like we have a fight in 9th in GP1 at the moment between the 112 TC Klein and the 24 Bruce Innovations. So, TC Klein, it's going to be hard to pick out because they're still running a green livery for their 235, correct?
Which car?
TC Klein.
It is. Yes, it's the bright green. It's open throttle green, but with a ginormous rear wing on the thing. Oh, that's the 52 in exactly the same spot as it went off earlier today.
Yeah, turn 14. This keeps it
This
going
time,
though,
yeah,
so
got out the other side.
we're good there.
Waiting for the arrival of what Dustin describes as a very green BMW. There it is.
That is a
at 64.
63. Yes, 64.
Yeah, missing the left rear tail light.
Yeah, so we're going to want to be on the lookout for a different one that is hopefully very close behind a metallic blue, also a 235, I believe. Yeah, 235i. Yep, this one right here, with another BMW separating them. Let's see, who's the orange BMW this weekend?
Orange is North Loop, the number 21. That was yesterday's GP2
that's right.
winner.
Yeah, so they're currently sitting in between the 24 Bruce Innovations and the 112 TC Climb. That is the battle for 9th in GP1. Coming through shot here. It's the 172 TLM Mona navigating these general production cars efficiently. And now working their way through them will be the, I believe that is the 58 from Stratus, your overall leader. Actually, no, that is the 59 I see. Oh, this is going to allow... Oh, wow, TC Klein gets through.
Yeah, it almost looked like no contest was pleaded there with the number 24.
Yeah.
The 24 maybe just into the pits? No.
I wonder if they might not have known that would have been a fight for position.
Yeah, that could be. Just saw the NPO ones coming up behind them and said, hey, I'm going to bail out of this, let them all go through. Now, that being said, I mean...
Not a bad thing.
No, and exactly. I would trust that, you know, drivers of that number 24 would say, hey, we don't need to scrap for this position right now. There's nothing that is this crucial, you know, under 2 hours into a 7-hour enduro, that would mean giving up this position is, you know, the end of the world. Now, that being said, it's not that the car looks uncomfortable under braking. It's the transition from the braking zone into the corner where it just seems like that 24 is on the brakes really, really early and letting the car roll as it comes off the brakes back towards the apex. On board the 669 Rapscallion Ligier JS2R. The inside of the 24 as well. Following behind the number 144 Forza Motorsport BMW M4. Duck up the outside of the DC Klein number 112. You know, I kind of meant to ask Mike Gorman this, but I got caught up in the moment. I'm kind of intrigued as to noticing the back of the number 112 there. They've made some very obvious improvements to that BMW M235, 240 IR to make it a little bit more efficient than it was in its initial form. This is obviously something you can do in the World Racing League. There, no cars are being required to run in any specific trim, any cup cars, things of that nature. You know, just because round 3, for example, is running a 991.2 Porsche Cup, they don't have to run it in the Cup spec. They very much don't, as a matter of fact. New rear wing, new aero on that car. Same thing for the TC Klein number 112. And I do kind of wonder if what the pathway is like for Mike Gorman's alleged VW Fun Cup there. Because I'm sure there are some things you can do to make that car more efficient, a little bit faster. I meant to ask if they had explored any of that or if we're still in exploratory phase here.
Ooh, we're gonna go 3 wide here. Briefly under the bridge.
Exiting the pits is the number 11 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra GT4. Also had the number 74 AOA Racing BMW into the pit lane. So we begin what I think is the second round of pit stops. Having been all clean and green so far this morning. Not the case yesterday. We had 2 really well-timed full-course yellows. If you were in need of a fuel stop, right around the 40 to 45-minute mark, and then again at the top of the following hour. Friend of DriversEye Live, Chris Picola says in the chat, cloud cover's cooling it off out here. We did see these high clouds sort of start to roll in a little bit earlier this morning. Great for our phones. Phones don't love the direct sunlight and the heat, but at 48.9 degrees Fahrenheit anyway, doesn't make such a huge difference. But the cloud cover keeps things nice and crisp. Nice spring day. I took a quick walk outside in just the t-shirt and jeans, and it was, I think the word is refreshing. Kind of helps wake you up a little bit, cool you down. Yeah, very nice day to be up at Road America and America's National Park of Speed. %0 chance of rain today, which we love as well. Unfortunately, JT, I think we're going to go from one end of the spectrum here to the other, where we're in the mid to high 40s at Road America here end of April, and in 5 weeks' time we go down to Daytona International Speedway. And highs regularly there in the high 80s, low 90s with absolute maximum humidity at every hour.
Yep.
We have seen some tremendous races down at Daytona International Speedway. 21, 22, 23 were actually the only races we got covered by DriversEye Live. 24, of course, they had to repave the inside of the backstretch. And it ended up canceling WRL's date, unfortunately. So it's our first time back to the Speedway in 2 years. 2021, from memory, we had a couple of lightning delays, but it never really full wet racing because the track dried up so quickly after the thunderstorms rolled through. And we got a really good fight between an automatic racing Aston Martin and I think a GTR BMW, also maybe Screaming Goat from memory. Back in 21. 2022, the race, it rained, I think, around dusk. And we got an absolutely amazing drive from, I believe, Cameron Lawrence in a W2W Porsche to, on pace, claw themselves back from a lap or two down in the lights on a wet but drying track to come back and win that race with the 2022 drama, JT, of the BMW M4 F82s and their electronics reset situation. I mean, it was one of my favorite races to watch in WRL. Just a mega stint by Cameron at the end of that one.
Yeah, that ended up being a all Porsche GT4 podium.
Did it really?
Yeah,
well,
the
yeah,
80,
because
the 983, the 421, and then the 986.
Right, because the F82s couldn't stop having to reset themselves. And then 2023, from memory, I think we had a thunderstorm that ended up shutting the race down about 7:30, and we actually just never got going again. The lightning in and around Daytona there was relentless. But such is life in the summer down in the Florida Peninsula. Pit stops for GT GTU wholesale here. 59 is in, the 1 is in, the 909 is in. So we're going to get to see Stratus kind of go head-to-head with round 3 here, and they are nose to tail in the pit lane as well.
Mm-hmm.
Flying Furs in from the the 946. That's out of 5th place in GP1.
And then away goes the 64 after its stop.
Yeah, with the 981 there just in behind it. That put the 64 lap down. We'll put it 2 laps down. Yeah. As a matter of fact. See the pit stops taking place off in the distance there. There goes the 59. The 1 flicks the lights back on and is released, I think, just in front of the Rapscallion number 669. Should have both cleared the 909 automatic Aston Martin here as well.
Yep, looks like it.
Actually, I don't see the automatic car. Did that car head back to the paddock?
It was hard to tell because the catch fencing. It either did or it has one of the very
right
first
at the end.
stalls.
Yeah.
Or last stalls, I guess.
You know what?
Either
It is
way you
there,
look
JT. I just see the little bubble greenhouse ahead of the rear wing of that car.
Curious not to see the 739 from Rapscallion running with us. I believe it was initially on the entry list, but unfortunately, I don't think I saw it in the results yesterday, and it's not out today.
It absolutely was on the entry list, JT. And it was on the entry list back at Mid-Ohio as well, but didn't run there either. We did get a comment from, now I don't remember who we had in the booth yesterday, but the comment was essentially like, hey, that car at a place like this that's a little bit more power dependent should be really competitive. You know, where the GTU cars are, or the GTU NP01 specifically, are very lightweight, 1,700 pounds, something like 190 horsepower. At a place like Daytona, a place like Road America, that Rapscallion Ligier JSP4 really should be very, very competitive. If they can get the car to be reliable and consistent over long stints, that car should have an advantage just by power and torque, even though it's a little bit heavier around the banking of Daytona, around these long straights at Road America, excuse me. So let's kind of wait and see on that car. I do wonder if they took what they learned at Barber and said, okay, we still have some development work to do here in WRL trim. We talked to Christian Mitcher on a limb about it back at Barber, and seemed to be all directions, or all eyes forward for that program. But having missed a few races here, let's hope we get that car back for the high banks here in about 5 weeks' time.
Yeah, it'd be good to see at Daytona or like Watkins Glen.
Yeah, I think you'd do well at Watkins Glen as well. Clear of the first 2 hours of racing here at the finale of the 2025 Can-Am Endurance Cup, World Racing League's 4th round in the championship season, 3rd round of the Midwest Championship. Appreciate y'all being with us. 267, a little bit higher than that this morning. We did, I think, oh, we got to hang up on the camera here over the Sargento Bridge. I think I'm right in saying yesterday was our busiest day of motor racing action on DriversEye Live we've ever had. I did a quick mental tally of view count, something like 19,000 total views. People watching amateur motorsports here in North America between our coverage here of the Can-Am Endurance Cup with the World Racing League, our DriversEye Live coverage of the SCCA Super Tour at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, which Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, and then Porsche Club of America. It's kind of some last-minute coverage we put together for a one-day show up at Lime Rock Park for the first time. DEL has never covered an event up there, but we had we had a really good day here. Hallett suffered from a 3-hour lightning delay, and Lime Rock Park suffered from like a 2.5-hour rain delay. They had to pump a lake out of the inside of the left-hander. But really good reception and a lot of really kind words from a lot of folks about all of our DEL motorsports coverage. Appreciate all of that and appreciate all of you tuning in, hanging out with us, with our team, Greg Ginsberg, Brian Belansky, Tomo Gorman, yes, that Tomo, down at Hallett, and Matt Wood, Brian Donati, Andreas Klauba up at Lime Rock Park. We're spread to the winds, but really good day yesterday. Lime Rock is done. Obviously, the race on Sundays up there, but we carry on both down in Jennings, Oklahoma, and here in Elkhart Lake. We jump on board the 172 BMW on BMW action here behind the 74 AOA Racing M4 GT4. This is not, no, it's not a battle for position. They're a lap apart, aren't they? TLM USA up in third place, the AOA car back in P5. Just making sure I'm reading this right here. Yes, the Kingpin 77 Cargo Shorts racing car should be in between them. The Harrison Motorsports 392 has stalled on the way out of the pit box again. Almost exactly as what it did last hour. Has gotten restarted and sent on its way, but directly in front of the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche. 172 clears the AOA car here at Bill Mitchell Bend. Driver change on the 70, I am told, so that'll be Cole Lofsgaard out. And Josh Balicki in.
And then reports of Dakota Dickerson into the 59.
Yes, I see that as well. Thank you, AstroPup 2001. If you've got information to feed us, by all means, please do there in the YouTube chat. We're making an increased effort to interact and engage there on over on the World Racing League YouTube page. Bring what our friend Brian Belansky calls our associate producers into the chat. I won't steal that from him long term, but I do like the idea. Number one, around the outside of a car that's already pretty much in the middle of the road there through the early part of the carousel. That was the 112 TC Klein Racing BMW. And they've switched back to the inside to clear the open throttle beamer. And for sure, we'll have the move done here on the way into the kink.
Love the sound from that 111 Bruce Innovations Mustang there.
You know, I've forgotten until now that having VMix call as our methodology means I should be able to hear the trackside sounds here at Road America. And I haven't bothered to do that yet this morning, so I have to fix that.
Oh, bummer.
There we go. Their volume's right. Don't need it too loud. There we go. I like that. And all of a sudden, I was going to say, it smoothed the camera out for us as well. By the way, the pit stop for the number 70 has cycled the TLM USA BMW through to the front in GTO. Even ahead of the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates M4, which is now ducked into the pit lane as well. So we'll see how the 2 and 70 cycle back around, bearing in mind that the round 3 Porsche did a driver change on the last stop. Didn't catch whether or not the 2 did one or not. So there comes the 70. The 52s come through as well. So I think, yeah, 12 seconds is the margin back from the 2 to the 70. Still awaiting a second stop for the TLM USA BMW. Probably another 2 laps or so before we see that car into the pit lane. Pit stop as well for the number 290. Now, GT, I don't know if you caught this earlier, but the 290 had slipped well down the order.
It did, unfortunately, right when we had, I believe, Brad and Mike hop in the booth. Yeah, no, the 290 had been running, I want to say, like 4th or 5th, and just suddenly just plummeted down the order.
Yeah, I looked for something in the race control log that would suggest what the problem might have been there, but I also just noticed as it rumbled through the pit lane that it's missing the right rear wing end plate. The left side is there, but the right is not. So potentially issues there for the number 290. Well, obvious issues. Are down in 15th in class, but yeah, I wonder if I'm putting 2 and 2 together and making 5 there, or what the issue might have been. We have been joined by another guest who, at this point, requires no invitation. Headsets waiting there for you.
Yeah.
Y'all are good.
Let's get used to this. At
Yeah,
this point.
right. Dennis Neal joins us out of the number
10.
10. Thank you.
You either get a 1 or a 10. Which, do you
I
want the
know.
0 or not the 0?
Listen. I initially would only have wanted the 10 because I thought the car looked a little goofy in the Porsche Penske Motorsport livery, but with blue. And I'm actually coming around to it.
I think it looks pretty nice.
It does. It
It's
looks
nice
very.
the way the lines follow the curve of the car.
So I love the livery and I like the red a lot, but in particular, it was the blue that was throwing me off. I just couldn't make heads or tails of it. But I've come around to it. You're in the number 10 this weekend, first time,
there
right?
it is. Yeah, this is my first time racing in the MPO1.
Yeah.
So I tested at COTA for like 20 minutes. I was like, okay, we can try this out. And yeah, so it came out this weekend.
Yeah.
Crammed. I didn't get to come on Thursday, so I only got the Friday practice. Crammed in as much track time as I could get before the rains came about 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And yeah, tried to get down to pace and then raced in it yesterday.
You and I caught up yesterday over at the podium, and you had said to me that a lot of the pace and the confidence was found actually during the race.
Yes.
Right.
Well, and that's the only time you can get into
sure.
traffic enough, and people aren't, there's no point buys. People are racing their own race.
Yeah.
And so you have to figure out how you get through the traffic, and so that was when you start to really learn the car, what it can do, what it can't do.
What can and can't it do in your
Well, you see Stratus on the outside of the carousel there. It can do that until the guy on the inside, on the exit of the carousel, doesn't realize that they need to lift a little bit longer, and they just drift all the way out to the edge of the track, and you have to go off into the grass.
Did you find yourself out there yesterday?
I did learn that the hard way.
Yeah.
I was fully alongside one of the GTO cars, going through the carousel, and he just keeps coming. And I'm like, this isn't going to work out. I'm going to need to bail, or we're going to have a problem. So, yeah.
We had actually heard yesterday the 908, I think, ended up out there. They had the bodywork fold under the car, and that's how they ended up in the wall of the Kank. But it sounds like a very similar sort of situation. It's all good out there, out in the weeds and the marbles, until it's not.
Yes,
Yeah.
and definitely later in the day, the carousel, there's a lot more marbles out there. There's a lot more dirt and things, so you have to be careful, especially on the exit. You'll get into that a little bit sooner.
So what is it like getting into a rhythm in the NPO1? Because it seems like you can be very comfortable behind the wheel of the car for a long stint, right?
Yeah.
If that's the way your driver rotation shakes out. But you were starting essentially from zero, getting yourself A, comfortable in the car, and then B, trying to settle in for presumably a longer run there.
Yeah, it's not that different than any other race car that you run. I would say it's more like a go-kart than maybe some of the other cars you would run. But once you're in a car, I'll say this as a driver, car's a car.
Yeah, sure.
You learn what it can do, you learn what it can't do, you learn what it likes, what it doesn't like. You just need to know. Like yesterday, I was sitting in the car as we went across scales at the end of the day, and I'm like, hey, I found the chill out screen. I didn't even know we had one of those. I thought it was just the chill out that's under my right arm that I just make sure it's on or off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no, we actually do have the remote panel over here on the left where I can actually see it. So I'm still learning things inside the car myself.
It sounds like a true prototype, right?
Yes.
You hear the stories of drivers getting behind the wheel of the current GTP cars or the LMP1 cars in the days of old as the 10 ducks into the pit lane here. in front of us,
Which
and
it shouldn't be here.
they get a
again.
35-page manual on how to operate the steering
Yes.
wheel, and then they get into race trim, and they can't figure out how to get into neutral or something.
They were asking me for things on the screen yesterday. I'm like, give me a minute, because I haven't gone to those pages just yet. I haven't had a reason to. I spent most of my time on Friday. Like, the first time I get in a car, there's so much you're taking in when you first get into a new car that you just need to settle down and just get into a rhythm, even though that rhythm might be my rhythm. I settled into the 230 lap, and so what we wanted to get me to was a 222, which I did the next time out.
Yeah.
But I got into the 230 and could just do that over and over again, so I could actually feel comfortable, so I could start looking outside of the car, like, okay, now I'm going to try this in this corner, now I'm going to try that in that corner.
Yeah.
Because what my way of breaking myself into this car was, I just took all the things that I know from the GTO and GP cars, take those break points, and start there. Yes, I know I can go a lot deeper. But if I start there and I step my way in, it got me a lot more comfortable, a lot faster. And so then I was like, okay, this is going to work. I figured this out. And so then I did flat through the kink, because we are the cars that can go flat through the kink, which is something that you get told over and over again in the general production side. You do not go flat through the kink. At least give it a little bit of a lift and then get back to it. So yeah, we got myself to put the flat, basically we found going to the 6th gear makes the car more stable, and so you can just flat foot it through the kink, and it's good to go.
I have never driven these race cars myself, but I have done a lot of sim racing. And obviously when you sim race, if you overstep the bounds of the car, you just press reset.
Yeah.
And I'm not going for like the bit here, like, oh, there's no reset in a race car. But for real, I mean, you're out there behind the wheel of a new car. It's a new program for round 3. You have all this other experience. Also, there really is no simulator prep to go run one of these NPO1s.
Yeah.
And you only know what you know, which, as you said, is the braking points, the markers, the turn-in points. I mean, is it that daunting to get behind the wheel of a new car and a new downforce car? It's just presumably something you don't have a lot of experience there either.
Yeah, I haven't done downforce cars since I was in Skip Barber.
Okay.
So it's been a while since I've done that. But I would say, as long as you have a process that you walk through getting in a new car, the same process is here. You just need to think about it a little differently. Like, one of the things that is hard to think through is, okay, I need to stay flat through, let's say, like turn 7. We should be flat through 7. When you lift, you pick the nose up, which brings the wing out of the air, and you actually make your understeer even worse. And so then you wash out further. If you would just keep your foot in it, car stays stable, you get through the corner better. But it's counterintuitive, because you just like, oh, I felt like I was going to wash out, so I lifted off. I'm like, yeah, and you screwed up all your aero.
Yeah.
Like, you got to think through that.
Is the car that sensitive?
At times it can be. And more of it's just making sure that you drive like you should drive the car. Like, you have to adjust to the car. You can't just be like, oh, well, I used to always do this, and so if I do this, it'll be fine. Maybe not.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not the car that's not handling it. It's you that's upsetting the handling of the car.
We had a chat with Mo yesterday, prior to our chat down there in the paddock, where we were up here in the booth. And, he talks about his GT racing experience, his experience coming up through the GP3, 2, 1, and GTO cars in the round 3 stables specifically, and then obviously with his friends over at Random Vandals as well. But round 3 has always had this kind of ladder.
Yeah.
Right? Starting in GP3, you get up progressively into progressively faster cars until you get into the GTO. Obviously, had the 997 Cup, now the 991, the BMWs, you name it. But that all made sense. Now you've kind of got this outlier program here with the GTU cars in a much expanded class. So like the level of competition is there, but also that sort of driver progression that round 3 became associated with for a long time and kind of made their name on, now just doesn't really exist.
Agree. And that is going to be one of the challenges, is now it's going to be, how do you grow the drivers different? Ooh, I think that looked like car-to-car contact.
It was close.
He was just encouraging the Porsche.
This TCS car has been really aggressive. Now looks up the inside of the 981. Got to be careful not to wash out there, but the 981 kind of chops the nose off there on the way back to the final apex at the carousel. This car's fresh out of the pits as well, that BSR car. And actually, this will be a battle for the GP1 class lead.
Okay. Yeah, that Porsche, I was following it yesterday. It does have a decent amount of, like, off-the-corner speed. You can see that. And then you see these guys have a little bit more top end.
Do you find yourself frustrated by the lack of power?
I go there.
That's really close.
I don't know. know that I would have done that. There was not enough room to the outside of Canada to make that good. If you dip a tire off in the grass, you're going straight.
So
Yeah.
this 981 punches off the corners, but we rode on board the 22 a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was
for a
watching
long
earlier this
time.
morning. You guys were he was having quite a battle with another BMW.
Yes,
I think it was
it's
earlier.
really good on the brakes.
Yeah.
You could tell he was having to stay in the brake a lot longer just to not hit the car in front of him.
Yeah, it gets in there pretty deep.
But unfortunately, the other cars you're racing just punch way better off the corners. And it made for some excellent, excellent racing. A lot of fun to watch. But here's the time to capitalize. Presumably a new driver on board the 981 kind of getting themselves up to speed. 22 is going to try and
He's gonna
use his
go.
braking power on the way into one.
Oh, it's gonna.
Something
stick
of
your nose
instant
in there.
replay here.
Stick your nose. Nope.
Nope, not quite.
Not enough.
Yeah, it's tough because even when if you go to the inside and the move is not really on, now you've handicapped your exit of the corner as
Yeah.
well, and your next braking zone is shot.
Well, and you got to hope the Porsche sees you and gives
Yeah.
you that extra 100 feet that you need before he turns in.
Yeah.
And, and then you meet.
So with this GTO car kind of being out, or the
so
GTU car
going
being
back
out
to
on
your
island,
question
yeah,
before
yeah.
I got distracted and
No,
distracted
this is
both
what
of
we're
us.
here to watch, to be clear.
But yeah, so now there isn't a ladder, so now you have to figure out a different way of bringing up drivers through the round 3 camp, and I think it's going to have to be a little bit of looking outside of some of the GP teams and seeing how those guys are going, and then giving some people some tries at the Max Track Time on a Thursday, coming out and trying that out. And things like that. So I think it's going to have to be Brad's going to have to evolve of how he goes and develops drivers and finds different things. And I think he's actually having to go through that learning curve right now, of trying to figure out how to put together seats. People that are interested in this, it's a different form of racing. Endurance racing is different than sprint. And then you get into the MPO ones, which is even different from that.
Yeah.
So it's it's a very different feel. My job yesterday, I was second driver yesterday. I'll be last driver today. But my job yesterday was just stay out the curbs.
Yeah.
So that was okay, I need to stay between the white lines and just try to make sure the car doesn't run into the curbs and get any more things break than we can basically make to the end of the race.
Sure.
Which sounds like, I think Brad was up here earlier talking about we had the actually something in the left rear. Actually,
That's what he said. Yeah.
We probably had another half an hour before that thing just snapped free. So yeah, we're trying to not have those types of things. And then the 10 car, actually, we just had the actuator pump for the gear shifting. It failed, so that's why we were off track for a little bit here. And
Earlier this morning.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we're a
okay.
little behind now. But yeah, we came in and the pump's just running. You're like, what in the world? Because it hadn't filled the canister, and so it was just sitting there and it wasn't
right.
pumping out any air. Its signal was, hey, you need to run. So something broke inside that pump.
Yeah, got it. Quick fix.
Quick-ish. We took it back to the garage because you got to take all the body work off to get to the pump.
Yeah.
That was the side pod had to come off, which is the side pod means you have to take off 4 other pieces to get it
Oh, interesting.
free. And
Okay.
then once we can get to it, it's an easy switch.
Yeah.
And then put it all back together.
Got it.
So
You guys, you specifically, we had a conversation, I think it was back at COTA, about, this is obviously the way that Brad was going to go with round 3 racing, go over to the GTU cars. We had found out back at High Plains, and you were a little bit unsure as to what your direction was going to be. You had spent a lot of time in the general production cars, mostly, and that this would be a big change. And also, every year's budget and planning is
Every year is
for
different.
everybody, right?
welcome to racing.
Right. So you end up deciding to pull the trigger here, at least on
so
an effort.
I'm in the car this weekend, and I'm in the car. 70 dipped a wheel off there. I'm in the car this weekend, and I'm in the car for Daytona.
Okay.
Is right now the plan, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Are you enjoying it?
There are parts that I enjoy. There are parts that I feel like I still need to go figure out. I don't have a seat port for me, so I'm using one of the other drivers, and so that is working and not working. So I need, for me, driver comfort. Once I can get myself comfortable, I can look outside the cockpit. So when I was running my own team, they gave me a hard time because we got a new car, and I came in with this laundry list of things that were all inside the car, and they're like, "Oh, everything must be fine if that's what you have for us." I said, "No, I haven't actually got to drive the car yet. I haven't left the cockpit of the car yet from mentally. Yes, I'm driving it, I'm doing the laps, but if I can't see, if I'm getting weird reflections from the dash, if this is happening, if I can't get to the gear shifter, all these things are preventing me from getting into a rhythm. We need to fix those, and then we can sit here and start talking about here's what the car's not handling. Here's because I don't know if it's me just doing something stupid because I'm not comfortable. So we still got to work on a little bit of that stuff. That's where I start any new car is inside out.
Yeah, sure. That makes a lot of sense.
Because once I learn the inside and I'm comfortable, it'll just naturally grows to, then your focus can be not where you are. There's quite a gaggle of cars with the 70 going through them.
They always say be one with the car, right?
Yeah.
And if you can't get yourself comfortable to kind of meld with the car, of course you're not ever going to figure out how to drive the thing, right? Or at least drive it exceptionally quickly.
Yeah, you're not going to go quickly.
Yeah.
GTO leaders got through that pretty well.
Yeah, both of them there together, 2 leading 70. Have you had a chance behind the backup, the Trimtex backup car?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay.
I got to ask Joe one of these weekends to take that out. Better on a Thursday than on Friday and Saturday.
I think so.
It's getting a little crazier.
I think so. Yeah. So, hey, look forward to seeing you back at Daytona. I know things were a little question marks up in the air as to what the schedule is going to look like, but we always appreciate you stopping by over here and spending some time with us.
It's always fun. You guys do a good job.
Thank you.
It's fun to see and fun to be able to have this for friends, family, and then I know your online viewership keeps growing, so more than that.
Yeah, to the moon, man.
You're getting WRL fans
You're
now.
right.
You like to have a fan base.
We do, and I mean, Road America is one of our best of the year. Super passionate fans up here in
70's
Wisconsin.
going to go for it?
Yep, dips a wheel onto that tiny little curb there
I don't
on the
think he's got
right-hand kink.
I think the BMW's got the horsepower down the straightaway.
For sure, we saw it all day yesterday,
Yeah,
and it's a narrow. But
Yeah, I was going to say, like the BMW yesterday all day had the ability to pull at the end of the straightaways, and it gets a little too narrow down into Canada to really want to do that.
yeah, it's exactly a very, very narrow braking zone there. It's always one of the things.
He got it.
Wow.
Though. He did. He must have outbroke him.
Was one of the things that surprised me about Road America is just how narrow the track is and how much it moves around for what looks to be very straightforward.
And one of the things you can do is make, sit in the mirrors of the BMW and make him move around for you.
Yeah.
And then he misses his brake point and you don't, and you go into Canada. And so that's
Fair
one
point,
of the things that you do, just move around so that way people have. What they should be doing is looking forward and then just do a quick mirror check before turn in. But what drivers typically do is they freak out by the thing behind you, and you sit there looking in your rear view, then you look in your side mirror, and then you realize, oh, I'm at the 200. I was supposed to brake at the 300. Whoops. And then that's what happens.
GTU cars, you don't have too much to worry about there, right? It's a lot more eyes forward than it would have been in GP3, GP2.
Anything's more eyes forward than GP3.
Right, fair. Yeah.
But I will say GP3 and GP2, you learn to drive the traffic.
Sure.
Because there are places where I can be fast still if I give the faster cars behind me opportunities to get through me.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to see the traffic coming, anticipate it, and then give them, like maybe you do lift 50 feet earlier for turn 5 so they clear off and you can get back to the gas because you don't have any power.
Yeah.
And so you can go up the hill to 6. You don't want to give that up. So they're going to get off the corner no matter what. They're a GTO car.
Yeah.
How do you make sure you can still get off the corner and don't sit there right on their outside the whole way through 5 and just compromise both of you?
I don't remember who we were talking to yesterday, but somebody said, it's Sadako Carlson, the GTO car, referring to the GTU cars. He's like, man, just get out of my way and go be fast, right? Because I don't want to say you guys are in the way, but obviously you don't have the power to pull the cars off the corners. So if you get through in a braking zone, inevitably you're going to be parked at corner exit where the GTU cars are pulling, 350, 400 horsepower.
Well, and I had that yesterday. I was behind a couple of GTO cars, and basically from 14 all the way to 6, I'm in the line ride.
Yeah.
From 6 all the way back to 13, I'm in the advantage and trying to get through that. And so it's just like, when I would pass them going into Canada, I'm like, they're just going to get me back on the front straight. This is going to suck. And they usually would. But if I could get them going into 8 or something like that, then I'm like, okay, I'm going to run carousel roll hard, start the gap, and then we'll go into Canada. We'll go through flat in the kink, which will give me more of a gap, and then I'll go hard into the Canada. And as I come out of there, we should be okay. Ooh, that got dicey.
Yeah, a couple of GTO cars there headed into the final corner. 70 sneaks through. The 2 does not.
The 2 was smart there, though. that did not look like it was going to end well, and so just staying out of that mess is sometimes a victory.
Yeah, and that Ligier hasn't quite been up to speed this week, or the ultimate pace this weekend.
No.
So sneak by on the front straightaway here and be clear by the time you get into turn 1. Last question I'll ask you, somebody new to the NPO ones. Are you... now that you've got kind of your toes wet here, there's been discussions about whether or not the GTU cars should just have a little bit more power and let them go be the fastest cars in the field, let them have it, and let the GTO cars fight as GTO cars, so you don't get that kind of awkward mixing of slow on the straights, fast in the corners. Do you find yourself wishing for a little bit more power in the NPO ones, specifically within the context of the world racing? Like, not necessarily like, oh, I'm a car driver and I want more power.
No, I think in the series it would actually be good to give the GTU cars a little bit more power.
Okay.
So that way we don't have this frustration point between the GTOs and GTUs.
Yeah.
Because right now we do. And so for half a lap I'm frustrated, for half a lap the GTOs are frustrated. And for drivers, as they get frustrated, they start making worse moves. And so from a GTU perspective, where are we making those risky moves? We're making them in those corners where you don't want to pressure a GTO. We're not making a risky move on the straightaway and trying to go in. No, we're trying to get by you in the kink, and that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
So let's not pressure drivers into making decisions on dicier parts of the track where we would like them to be safer anyway.
One of my favorite racing eras was the 2007, 2008 era of the American Le Mans series, where you had the LMP1 and LMP2 cars, Audis and Porsches, fighting against each other. And styles make fights.
Yep.
Right? You've got light but low power, heavy but high power. Made for some really, really awesome racing, but it was still across multiple classes. And while it was promoted in such a way via TV as to let those inter-class battles be the show, it doesn't seem like anybody in the World Racing League really has any interest in making that overall fight a thing.
And I don't want to mess up a GTO's day. That's not my goal being out there. I want to be able to go run my race and not have to worry about, this GTO, what position is he in his class? What are they doing? Do I need to be worried about things? I can't keep track of all of their races. Yeah. I'm trying to keep track of mine. And that's hard enough when you're sitting in the car because you only get what's radiated over to you. So, and the crew try to keep you up to date on like the leader and things at the end of the day, but they're not going to know every battle. Sure. And so I don't want to get in someone's, fifth place battle, or maybe they're fighting third and fourth. I just don't know it. Yeah. And I'm sitting here in the middle of it, and I don't need to be in the middle of it, but I don't have the power to get away. And so here we are. I'm going to hang out with you guys for the day.
Well, Dennis Neal, thank you for stopping by, spending some time with us here. We see you in the car again before the end?
Yeah, I'll be the last driver in the town.
Awesome.
So,
okay, we'll keep an eye out for you in the red, number 10, round 3 racing. Sebeco NPO1 down in GTU. Best of luck to you the rest of the way, and hopefully we'll see you down at Daytona next time out.
Look forward to it.
Very good. Dennis Neal, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Four and a half hours remaining. And today is 7 hours. The Sunday, the Can-Am Endurance Cup.
JT, how's it been?
It's been pretty good.
Excellent.
Plenty of fights up and down the categories here, as we welcome Ryan West to the booth.
Thank you. Thank you. Just looking through the order here, it looks like this round 3 and Team ACP battle from yesterday is still raging on. Have you seen who's had the upper hand in that most of the day, JT?
It's been going back and forth a bit. As of right now, it is round 3. Just a few laps ago, getting around the number 2 into Canada Corner, I believe. So yeah, they're relatively very closely matched. Round 3 might have just slightly more of an edge at the moment. We think due to the cooler conditions, but we'll see as the day goes on.
Ryan West has rejoined us.
I have.
How's it going, Doris?
I'm here, man. What do you think?
Happy to have your company.
6 hours bottle of throttle or 4? What was it? Either
you're
way,
fighting
I'm
against
good.
it.
I
You're-
just, you know,
yeah.
a calculation was made, Brendan, in that not only do I have to do this, but then I have to be meaningfully decent at homework after this until 10 p.m.
Sure.
So I had to make an executive decision there.
Well, I mean, look, if you've got some other thing, JT, are you with us all day, or you have racing duties?
I'm here all day.
All right. Well, Ryan, listen, you do what you got to do, man. You
No,
carried
I'm
us
here.
yesterday. All
I'm
right.
here, ready to rock. We're good to go.
All right. Well, grab a bottle of water and settle in.
No, we're fine.
All right.
Fully rocked up. GP2, North Loop Motorsport not dominating today.
No. And it's just been because they haven't been as fast as the Garage 66 car. I mean, it's literally all been on pace.
So
Pit
Garage
stop for
66 car had
now as well.
they had incredible pace at Eagles Canyon for it being not a GP2 car, and they ended up really convincingly winning the first race, and I
Yeah,
believe
they
the
were-
second one ran into some trouble.
They were rocket ship back at Mid Ohio as well.
Yeah. And then North Loop, like I had mentioned earlier in a text, that's two guys doing all the driving this weekend. It's not
Yeah,
three.
we did
it's-
mention
it's
that.
two. Yeah.
Chris
So-
Davis and CJ Hereda, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So they're tired, is my understanding of the situation. We're gonna keep that
Ryan,
car
you-
in one piece. Oh, go ahead.
You did miss Mike Gorman, Brad McCall podcast, Make Stuff Up Hour.
Excellent. Good. Did Brad tell me I was wrong about transmissions again?
No.
No? Oh, okay, that's good. I like that.
Mike did have a big reveal, though.
Ooh, what was that?
Brendan, you may.
He's gonna make me
choking
wait
up
for
a
it.
little bit. Yeah. So Mike has a contact with a budget that has been exploring the possibility of bringing a certain car into GTU.
Oh yeah, so I've seen
There's
there was,
progress here, like
There
legit
was
progress.
more specific discussion on that Facebook page after you mentioned it last time than I thought.
I didn't know that. I don't pay.
Oh
attention
yeah.
to things,
That was it was definitely discussed semi-publicly at the
right.
time. So that's still going on. I think it's a good sign.
This is, he said, so it started as a joke. Like, he's like, there's real progress here.
Excellent.
And then he said he wanted to come up to the booth. He and Brad wanted to come up to the booth. I said, well, whatever your debut race for the Fun Cup is, we're going to be short of commentators. So you let me know, and we'll get you up on the other side here.
Mike, I'm sure the same would extend to you. Mike has always offered me a very reasonable stint price to run a practice session.
I didn't ask specifics there, but I did make it very clear that I was interested because I think, if nothing else, I am obligated to follow through on this bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I
You can't not do it.
I couldn't really find a good segue in that conversation, but something I've been personally doing is I've been to the point where I want to actually do a WRL race next year.
Yep.
Mhm. Oh, there you go.
So, I've hopefully next month
Ah.
or June, going out to racing school to get my license. But no, it's it sounds like an excellent opportunity. Just not during the actual race, but during a practice session.
Yeah, absolutely.
Open
No,
throttle
that's
R
my-
for R.
Mike Gorman is your guy, JT.
I know.
You hit him up, he will get you into a car. It's
I know.
very approachable. I'm sure you passed the vibe test.
I've been watching. He had a really cool deal in a different series that was basically just a single stint in the race.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on. In the next year or so.
RJ encourages people to run that first, and they have a West Coast event, so maybe that's the move.
What is this?
Yep.
The champ car.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would love to drive that 5 Series, if we're being really honest. While we're talking about it, JT, I have inquired semi-seriously and then been on the fence about doing it for some time. When the team had those 2 Lexuses, I, at that time, had the money to do it and was wanting to pull the trigger, and it was the liability of having to pay for the stuff on the back end if something were to happen was kind of what held me up there. But I also know how reasonable Mike Gorman is about getting stuff repaired, not at full retail insane value. So that's something I considered as well. So if you enjoy it next year, then I will commit to, if you do it next year, I will do it the following year.
Yeah.
Done.
I mean, it's look, we've been covering WR for quite a while. We know how great of a series it is.
Yeah.
From our vantage points, and
Right.
just talking with these drivers, it sounds like an absolute blast. It's a lot of us from DriversEye Live are very endurance racing based,
Mhm.
in terms of our love for the sport, and so I think this is definitely something we all as an individual would like to do at some point, whether or not we have the financial means.
Right.
That's usually the more sticky point for any racer, but yeah, no, it's something we'll talk about, and I'm hoping to make a reality in the future, because it's something it's a bucket list sort of thing.
Right. I've also been snooping around a Lemons seat page, which the barrier to entry for that's much lower.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's plans. It sounds like there's plans all the way around. And maybe someday, when we're all making NBC money, we can buy a race car together, and we'll just take that to the weekends, and that'll be fun. Get out of the car, commentate, get back in the car, the whole nine.
Just swap.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe prior to us talking about race cars, Brendan requested an ad, so we should probably run that.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go say hi to our friends at Continental Tire.
Nice.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at the Can-Am Endurance Cup, Road America, here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, the Kettle Moraine Forest, the World Racing League's fourth round of the 2025 championship season rolls on. Ryan West, JT Tan. I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Dustin Ollis is on the ones and the twos, not following empty track.
No.
Around on the cameras. Gaggle of cars headed down there into turn number one. Leslie Kazmarek is with me up here in the booth at World Racing League and at DriversEye Live on Instagram this weekend. If you'd like to see the faces of our guests, the Mike Gorman, Brad McCall Make Me Famous Hour, Dennis Neal, up talking about his experience in the NPL1, was a friend of DriversEye Live as well as yesterday's guests. Yeah, by all means, give us a like and a follow over there on the gram. Joseph in the chat asks if the Bentleys are the ones with the big split front grills. No Bentleys here, although there's an idea. I think you're looking at the new M4 GT4s. I say new; it's current spec with the old Bill Caswell Memorial beaver teeth front grills.
Right.
Not a fan of those, but yeah, no, they're these are the current gen G82 BMW M4s.
Did you see? Oh,
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. No. I mean, mine is less relevant. So,
I'm certain what I was going to say is just
did you see there's a historic GT3 race going on at, I think, Silverstone today?
Oh, it's part of the Silverstone 500 weekend?
Yeah, it's 2012 to 2015 GT3 cars.
Oh, that's...
And it was just an incredible lineup to like read down. I was like, that's cool. I like that. Z4s, Gallardos, the original Audi R8s, you know.
I attended a 2012 GT3 race.
I believe that.
The 24 Hours of the Nürburgring.
Yep.
Back when
the 2012 GT3 race.
The only one.
I mean, the good one, anyway.
It was a really good race. It was I think it was Schnitzer ran the BMWs.
Yep.
Audi had 4 teams running their cars. The PlayStation Audi led for a long time. It was like a purple and almost like Thunder Bunny-esque type of color on the Audi R8 LMS. It was a really, really cool looking car. One of my favorites. There was a Schnitzel that weekend.
There was a really good video on Vimeo, because this was back when putting your stuff on Vimeo meant that you were like super artsy. And it was, I can't remember, it was like 24 hours in 16,000 frames or something like that. And it was like a filmmaker that had gone and just taken in the vibes of the Nürburgring 24. It's still probably one of my favorite pieces of medium form racing content. It's like really well done. No dialogue, just video.
Yeah, I'm into that. The grilled meat standard at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring is unmatched.
You say that, but we're here at the home of Johnsonville Brats here in central Wisconsin.
It's true.
In Elkhart Lake. Have you done your Elkhart Lake Minute yet today?
I haven't. I just speak from memory, mostly.
Sure.
We ended up back at Three Sheeps last night for dinner, so I don't have anything really new to add.
You go to the Paddock
regarding
Club?
it. No, we did not.
No.
I have been to exactly 2 institutions in Elkhart Lake proper. I just haven't done it. We tend to go out towards Sheboygan or towards Fond du Lac.
Rough. Very rough.
Chris Picola says we need to go back, presumably referring to the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. The problem is Chris and I didn't go at the same time. We went in alternating years, and it meant that I took his spot.
Oh. That's pretty good.
GP want to bring you guys' attention to a little bit ago, I believe, right towards the tail end of the interview we had. Ginger Racing did get past BSR Racing for the lead in the class. Currently having just a little bit quicker car at the moment. Safe gap of around almost 10 seconds. And then as we've been watching on screen here, the 392 from Harrison Motorsports has been quite closely followed by the 496, the 946 from Flying Forever Motorsports, the bright red E46 BMW going up the hill here. Separated just a little bit by traffic this time through, but that's been a very close fight these last couple laps here.
Just had to don the sweatshirt in here in the broadcast booth, a little on the chilly side. I assume, as I took my headset off there, that you were referring to the GP1 battle?
Yes. Yeah, we've
got
a couple.
First or the battle for third?
Battle for third. So first happened about 10-15 minutes ago, I believe. We also have a fight for 6th in GTO between the 11 Kingpin Racing and the 99 GTR.
Whichever one we see first, there's Flying Fur and Harrison. So
yep,
this will be the battle for third in GP1.
And then also a little bit further back in the GTO field, the Forza Motorsports BMW chasing the 111 Bruce Innovations Ford Mustang as well. They're also within a half tenth the last time across the line. Oh, they come across the line now, 1.3 seconds. There's Kingpin and GTR coming through the shot, and then now coming through the shot just behind them is Bruce Innovations and Forza. So both those GTO battles here close together on track.
Just been pointed out across the paddock here to me. The 36 Nissan has arrived in the paddock and has the hood up. Ooh, not sure what the story is there for Ignite Performance, but not unfortunately a stellar weekend for those folks. So we're excited about the Nissan. I talked to them at the drivers' meeting on Friday night. Big old fuel tank in that Nissan, something like 20 gallons. You're hoping to go well over an hour and a half. Unfortunately, I don't know that the car stayed very reliable through most of the day yesterday, and obviously back in the paddock today. There's the 11 and the 99 in arrears.
I'm trying to remember where we last saw that that Nissan.
I'm sure the running order will tell us that if I look for the number 36. 32 laps complete. Race time 1:27:05. That's a new feature on Red Mist.
You love to see it.
So if I do the math, it's about an hour and 21 minutes ago.
I wasn't thinking physically. I was thinking what last event.
Oh, I know the answer to that too. It was High Plains last year because I
gonna
asked
say,
them
yeah,
the same thing. Yeah.
I thought it was High Plains and.
Yeah. Layla just reminded me they are based in Colorado, so for them that was basically home race.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and they'll be back at Utah this year later.
Nice.
On this year.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There we
Looking
go.
forward to that.
Yeah, let's talk about the Utah race. I'm pretty jazzed about that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I am too. The Sun Chaser.
Yeah, the Sun Chaser. The Sun Chaser ski boat 600.
No.
No. Oh.
Nope. Just Sun Chaser. The Sun Chaser. The World Racing League Sun Chaser.
The
boat show.
The race of 1,000 Sun Chasers.
The race of 1,000 boat shows.
Gosh. I just know Ryan and I are looking forward to it just because it is a lot more time friendly for us.
Yes.
Oh, that's a big
Fair.
part of it for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
That'll be a fun weekend. That'll be no conflicts, no DriversEye Live conflicts, as things stand. Get out to the old UMC in the Tuella Valley. I think that's what they call it. I'm reaching from a 2006 to 2008 ALMS knowledge here. Just trying to remember what Brian Till and Calvin Fish said on the broadcast. I think it's called the Tuella Valley.
The good news is all of those are available.
Yes, they are. There's some guy is out here. There is somebody on YouTube who is doing the Lord's work in putting together 20-minute highlight videos of every ALMS race since 1999. It is tremendous, trying to fall asleep viewing.
That is how I watched the ALMS for a long time. Not live, but races from years prior. I did that forever. That's just what I did. All right.
The Palomar 83 did a 38.4, fastest lap of the race for them. Running 38 seconds back from the North Loop BMW.
Gentlemen.
Brendan.
Yo.
Yeah, as we were just doing a little bit of nostalgia and throwing back there. I'm happy to say we've been joined by two guests who can also indulge in maybe a little bit of nostalgia and a little bit of the past. Sean Sampson, Troy Lindstrom.
Yeah.
Back up in the DriversEye Live booth.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, welcome back.
Not where we want to be today, I can tell you that.
No, how about it? No number 180 BMW, unfortunately, today.
Not today.
No, it's a tough track for what we brought. That's for sure.
Yeah, so we'll start on the down note. We can work back from there. You guys did not start the race this morning, not on the grid.
No.
So what's the story there?
Head gasket.
I think it's a head gasket.
Okay.
Basically, we're pushing. We basically have we're doing a track tour. Is what we've been doing the last few races.
Yeah.
We're underpowered. We kind of just turn laps. Usually, we have a great. We have good reliability for the last 5 years in this car. Unfortunately, though, in WRL, we're pushing it a little too hard.
Sure.
So all of a sudden, our reliability, which was, the turtle, we're just going to hang out. We're going to do laps. We keep doing laps, good pit strategy, and generally we end up where we want to be. It started to come back. Race was coming back to us yesterday when we lost the head gasket for sure.
Yeah.
We're pushing that engine too hard on a track like this.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Is that car meant to be in GP2, or would that have been better suited to like a GP3?
Absolutely should be in GP2, not GP1 where we are.
Oh, got
Yes,
it. Okay,
they're
GP1.
GP1.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
It's a GP2 car for sure, but we really wanted to run with the GP1 car, see what it's all about, because this whole experience is for 2026.
Oh, okay.
So we got a new car. We're building it.
Nice.
We'll just leave it at that. We're not sure if it's going to be GTO or GP1. We're still making that decision.
Listen,
Do we have to leave it at that, or can we explore it a bit more?
I think we'd like to just leave it at that.
Got it.
Maybe
Okay. Fair enough.
We'll be around. We'll be around in Utah and Coda, and we'll have made a decision by then for sure.
Troy,
So
so here's the words super truck to me.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
That super truck is still alive, but it's strictly a stock car.
Yeah, sure.
I ran a few series with the gas Pacific Northwest stock car series.
Yeah.
I'm planning on doing. They're coming to Thunderhill this fall. I'm going to do Thunderhill and Willow Springs because
Very
it's
cool.
just a blast.
Yeah.
There's only a few guys in it, but it's fun.
Sure.
But it just, as fast as that thing is, it's only fast. Even in 300 horsepower trim for GTO or 350, it would still only be fast for 5 laps.
Yeah, sure.
And then the tires would be gone because the old school chassis just don't compete with the new school stuff. So unfortunately, those days are over. It'd be fun though.
Yeah.
It'd be fun for the qualifying in
Absolutely.
the first 5 laps.
Corner workers love it when you're sideways. They love that.
Absolutely.
I've owned that thing since 2000, and I've got a lot of laps, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. I can't part from it. It's got 700 horsepower LS7 in it now.
Unbelievable.
So it is fun. It is fun. But
700 horsepower on DOT tires. Let's make it happen.
Yeah. We'd have a entertaining conversation with the tire walls, I'm sure.
Yeah, sure. It's been a long time since. You guys have been at WRL paddock here now for a couple of events at least. Have you been up to the booth with Ryan here before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think this is my first time seeing you guys since the old Thunderhill days.
Yep. Yeah.
You enjoying your time in the WRL?
100%. Yeah. Great group of guys. Paddock's fun. Very, it's camaraderie oriented. Everybody's here having a good time. Everybody wants to be competitive. It's been a great experience.
Yeah, lots of people reaching out to try to help us both here and at Barber when we had our issues.
Yeah.
And so that's great. The rules package is good. Primarily, one of the reasons we did some of these races, we wanted to can read the rule book, but I want to get it out there and really see how the rules package is working for everybody, and just experience it before you go invest the big money in a car specifically for WRL.
Yeah. You guys ran WERC in years past?
Yeah, lots of years. 3 years. 3 years with the the truck was the champion in that series.
Yep.
And
then we
lots of races with the BMW.
Yeah. So we have lots of championships won in that car.
Sure, yeah.
So that black car has got a lot of history. She's tired. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
She's got thousands of race miles on her.
It was kind of like slipping back into an old pair of shoes. Everything just kind of fit and felt the same way when you got back into endurance competition?
Yeah, I mean, we never really left, but we just started new with WRL.
Got it.
But And we kind of stepped back and did some
Lucky Dog.
Lucky Dog.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Kathy does a great job. Yeah.
Wanted to, it's super fun to pass people, so go out and do some passing, and it's one of the reasons why we kind of want to be in GTO, because I want to pass cars. I don't want to just run laps. And passing and being passed is really, for me, after doing this for 34 years.
Yeah.
I want to pass and be passed. I surely want to get on the trophy on the podium. But that is not the end all. We're here for a race weekend, and racing is passing and being passed.
Yep.
And in GP2 and in slow car in GP1, it's just about being passed.
Yeah, sure.
Especially on this track. So we want to do some passing next year. It's why we enjoyed some of the economy endurance racing, but that got boring pretty fast.
Is it? I mean, for you guys, you're one of the few people to come up here and say, hey, actually, it's not about the results. We don't need to go spend a bunch of money to try and get the car in exactly the perfect trim to be competitive. We want to go.
That's because my helmet's not on.
I was just going to say, but how long does that last until you're actually out there and it's like, hey, actually, if we just do this a little bit better and do this a little bit more, we can go compete.
He's my partner choice the worst. Yeah, he's a squirrel. He's a squirrel, which is fine, and he can dictate what he wants when he's in the car, and thank God he's in the car and he can dictate, but nothing ever happens. So I'll be the first to say he's definitely super competitive. He loves the idea, but he's competitive, and I get my feelings hurt, and I'll get bent out of shape as well in the car about different things, and so I throw my temper tantrums when I'm driving the car as well. So we're all in the same boat. We all compete.
You're all racing drivers, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So we'll look forward to see whatever the future holds there for Samson Racing Communications, the number 180. Are you guys, as SRC, I mean, is SRC still active? Do you guys have customers here in the WRL paddock?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so we have, and we have lifetime customers. I mean, literally, I ran into a customer at registration on Friday, and he mentioned one of my former employees for years, hasn't worked for me for years. He goes, oh, my contact was Ben. And I'm like, oh, wow.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
So it's nice actually to meet hands and face and say hi to customers who have been with us for, decades. So, yeah.
Out of curiosity, I mean, we talk about the racing side of WRL, obviously, and you're all racing drivers, so like the drive is to just go do the racing thing, as you say, pass and be passed, right? Is there a presence for you as somebody who's involved in racing as a business owner here that makes some sense for SRC as a business?
From a business standpoint?
Yeah. The answer can be no. Advertising, presence, awareness,
yeah,
that sort of
100%.
thing.
I mean, all that's marketing. And at the end of the day, I'm a racer as well, so this is a couple years worth of us making this happen to come to the East Coast and run these tracks.
Sure.
I mean, I could tell you right now, both Troy and I, on Friday, we were here in practice, and this track is magical. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's a creme, and it's great. And everybody who you talk to about this track says, oh, yeah, when you get there, you're going to love it.
Yeah.
Especially as West Coast-based teams, we're used to high-speed, fast corners. This has them. There's no question about it.
Yeah. The walls are a little closer here than they are.
Yeah. There's no rocks.
Right.
But yeah, from a business standpoint, it makes absolute sense to come there as well. So yeah,
very cool.
Yeah,
I'm happy to hear that. We don't get to have that discussion too very often. Normally, the business is the team, right? It's a seat rental, it's the engagement, the driver coaching, that sort of thing. But you guys obviously have a vested interest in other ways.
Yes,
SRC's been around. I mean, my awareness started with Thunderhill, so at least that long.
Yeah,
I'm sure longer than that.
Been in business for 35 years.
Fantastic.
So long time.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys, taking some time to come over here and hang out and stop by here on DriversEye Live.
Yep.
Ryan, you've chatted with Sean and Troy before?
Just with Sean. I think Troy was actually in the car when Sean had come up. Yeah.
Sorry, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any follow-up questions?
No, I mean, you went through and answered them. That was my next question. Was like, well, if your car's not doing too great, why don't we roll the truck out of the hauler? But that's
I've gone down the rule book and done the math about 50 times, because I sit there and look at the truck when I'm working on the BMW and would love to do it. It's not a great car for drivers jumping in.
Yeah,
you really it's old school stock car, and while we can make it dependable, that's not the issue. But to get 3 drivers that are all equally fast, super hard, because it's really tougher than to be competitive speeds. It's tougher than really anything else that's out there right now.
We've had people run stock car chassis in WRL with limited success. I guess one of them which team is that runs at COTA, Brendan, that's doing the thing? It's is it Richard Childress that runs that?
Oh yeah, they run the late model or Cup thing.
Yeah. So they do really well
Austin
when there's
Dillon.
a NASCAR driver lineup. Yeah, it's Austin
Yeah.
Dillon and Kyle
Charles
Busch
Quay.
and then driving it.
Yeah,
But,
that makes sense. I mean, surely you can convert. I was just looking at it. You know, you're going to have a pretty big number just in testing to get the car to work on radial tires and chassis setup, and then you still have an analog car when it's done. So it just doesn't pay off. I can build another car, or I can buy a GT4 car. There's other ways to get there. The Jannetta with the LS is surely an appealing package because it's kind of at least technology-wise, it's stuff I can wrap my head around.
Yep.
A little easier than a modern GT4 car. So
you don't want to run a McLaren and have to call Zach Brown for software updates.
I got to call a tech to change the windshield wiper blade.
Yeah. Right.
So no, that's not going to happen.
So I do want to pivot a little bit. Since obviously we kind of touched on it a little bit. We do share a little bit of history out at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, what used to be the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill. The NASA 25 Hours has moved to Ozarks, attempt to revive the event.
Yep.
No longer a shared promotion with Thunderhill Raceway Park. For a long time, that was the premier amateur endurance racing event in the country, not just for the amateur drivers, but it brought in pros, pro teams, pro crew and drivers, and it was really a truly special event. We stopped going. Our first year away was 2017. It was our first year with the World Racing League down at Circuit of the Americas. We don't have to go into any of the background or politics or anything like that, but you take a 60-something car field at Thunderhill, mostly West Coast, but also national level participation.
Sure.
And now you have entire championships. World Racing League is kind of dual regional, Midwest and East Coast. Lucky Dog out on the West Coast, AER out on the in the Northeast, and you have a massive expansion of what Thunderhill kind of represented.
Sure, yeah, 100%.
But no more 25-hour of Thunderhill.
Yeah.
And I'm just interested to get your perspectives on the inside of how that all kind of happened. Again, not necessarily politically, but we got to this place where, hey, this whole thing is way more popular than it used to be, but that anchor event that represented the thing just is kind of not there anymore.
I can tell you from a business standpoint, the experience that I've seen from customers going from a sprint racing mentality to the endurance racing mentality is that the customer base really wants to come and have fun with family and friends.
Okay.
And so endurance offers that. It used to be a 3-hour. That was a big endurance race.
Sure,
An hour and a half SECA. Like, wow, you have one endurance race a weekend. Obviously, things rotated, and NASA did a good job in bringing the 25 in, got people excited, and that just kind of seemed to balloon. And then all these other organizations kind of sucked into it, and they were all pulling from it. I love it. I mean, I'm at this stage, I can't sprint race anymore.
Can't do it.
I'm not as good as I used to be. There's no question. But I can rip off lap after lap and be consistent. And so Troy and I both can. So we can do that. And that part is really appealing to us. And I think that's what most people are after. They want consistent drivers. As a team owner, you want a good, safe driver. You want a good competitive experience.
Yeah.
And you also want the team camaraderie. And then when you go to the event like this, not only do you have your team, but you have all the other teams. And if everybody's on the same page, and if you're not going to be in this organization for long. You got a group of people you see, and it just becomes a family.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of it. So
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And NASA's business model depended on HPDE and sprint racing, and there's no way to fit long endurance races in their race weekends that they had locked in. That I think that's kind of why they're not in this league. Of endurance racing running a series.
Yeah.
And it's too bad because NASA's a well-run organization.
Sure, yeah,
It would be awesome if they had an endurance program with long races like this.
Yeah. I mean, the WERC was kind of the prototypical Western Mountain region.
The problem I had with it, now that I'm going to be 63 years old, and both in the 25, those later years, and in WRC, was the speed differential. Never really cared. Obviously we tried to be as safe as we could, but when you got cars that are doing 170 and other cars that are doing 105, you try not to think about it, but it is at 2 a.m. It is pretty darn dangerous. And one of the reasons I really was attracted to WRL is the speed differentials are not nearly as high. I mean, the fastest car is 9-1, and 9-1. is not the same as 4-1 or 5-1 like we had in NASA, and even my truck was 5-1.
Sure.
And So even though it was a brick, it still got going. And so we're definitely a lot safer here. Where the primary, when the cars are going 20, 30 miles an hour different in speed, the accidents aren't going to be as difficult, hard. Drivers have more time to make a decision.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the 25 was cool because it was open formula, but also, as you say, you guys are, flat out doing 155s, 156s or something.
Passing a B spec.
Right. That's doing 212s, and a Wolf comes by you guys doing like 136s, right? Like, there's
all
no
night long.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's a
right?
lot. It's
Yep,
a lot.
and the radicals when they're not changing engines, and whatever. But here, like you say, everything's a little bit more tightly bunched. 9-1 is the minimum, and that 9-1 is pretty much the same kind of target performance as the next step, right? If you're going to leave GTO and you're going to go do some semi-professional series like SRO, I mean, we talk about this stuff all the time.
Right.
You're going from a GT4 car to a GT4 car.
Right.
Yes, you're going under racing slicks. Yes, you get a little bit more power back or a little bit less weight. But generally speaking, it's a pretty familiar environment to what the pros and the semi-pro guys are running in other series.
Yeah, definitely.
Long off there and a spin at turn 3. Is that the 936 that's out there in the?
So it looks like it is the 4048 that is turned around, and the 24 rejoining as well.
Down there at turn number 3. Looks like no harm, no foul, but it would be hard to imagine that all happening without some type of contact down there. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know if you guys have any interest in doing things beyond the amateur endurance racing series where you're comfortable. Oh,
I did SRO last year with Matt Millian.
Oh, yeah.
In Sonoma, we won. That was kind of cool.
Awesome. Yeah.
And then I did a couple of Trans Am races. The problem is you're spoiled by endurance racing, and you go there, you spend the big money, and you go home wanting more. It's not enough.
Interesting.
Winning the trophy is great, but it's still only 30 minutes a day in the car.
Yeah.
And it's just not enough seat time for what I'm looking for, and that is, to go home and have 3 weeks to recover because I got the racing out of me.
Yeah, sure.
And it's like when I once tried circle track, and that's even worse because you get you get so little seat time, and you get home and you're still just amped for 3 days. And here, there's Monday and Tuesday, you can't hardly think about racing, at least at my age. I'm wiped out.
I get home, I get back from the track about 6:30 or 7 o'clock to the Airbnb or the hotel or whatever, and I'm like, I need to not think about racing for like an hour.
Right.
Exactly.
Not do racing.
Yeah.
But no, I totally understand. I understand also that everybody has their own motivations, right? We talked to people yesterday who want to go do the SRO thing because it's better competition or more professional competition.
There's no doubt about that.
And this is a great feeder. I mean, come here and race and be productive. You're going to go there and you're going to do well.
Yeah, and we've seen that. Kingpin, I mean, Tyler Hoffman took the Supra that would run, top 8, top 10 in WRL last year, took it to the VP Challenge event down at Road Atlanta for IMSA, and just about won it. Or I think did end up winning the Sunday race, or the Saturday race. Anyway, the preparation is here. The competition level is obviously here.
Yeah.
And it's cool, too. I mean, you guys have been car builders and been at this for a long time. You've got the opportunity in GTO to go buy a GT4 car, detune it a little bit, put it on 200 treadwear tires and make it competitive, right?
Sure.
Or there's a pathway, as you guys have suggested, to go into GTO or into GP1 with a well-built, well-thought-out, new build of a car. Yeah. And so there's something for the car builders in there as well, which is pretty special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The tuners love it. I mean, there's a tuner aspect as well.
Yeah. No, it's very, very cool. When do we see Samson Racing Communications as a team next?
We would love to think Utah.
Okay.
That's kind of what our thought process could possibly be.
Okay.
That's and then after that, it'll be probably. I would assume after that it would be the beginning of the season.
No, we might, and maybe COTA. It might be Utah
sure,
or COTA, since those are easier for us to get to.
Would that be with the new car, or is that coming in 26?
That'll be the new car.
I think the new car probably is COTA as a test.
Yeah.
And if we show up at Utah with the old car, it'll be GP2.
Okay.
So we can maybe save the motor.
Yeah, sure. I got you. We're looking forward to Utah tremendously. I know it's a little bit more in your neck of the woods, but our first trip out there, I've never been to UMC.
It's a fun facility.
Yeah,
Super
looks like
nice.
it.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Won a national championship in the truck there.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
I think 2010 maybe.
Was that the NASA championship?
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Funny.
Very cool. Troy, Sean, thank you guys for coming up and spending some
You
time
guys,
with us
as
here.
always, thank you. Great job.
Yeah,
great commentary. Loved it.
Thank you. Yep. Hope for better luck next time. And we'll see you behind the wheel of the 180
We'll see you soon. Thanks,
Appreciate
Ryan.
it.
All right.
Thank you.
Of course,
Thanks,
yeah,
Ryan.
absolutely. Thank you, guys. JT, it's always nice catching up with people who knew us from when we were just mere children, just following the dream.
Yeah, definitely.
I am disappointed that they have now closed the door on running the truck. That is a bummer.
Well, things change.
Yeah.
Nothing is always the same, and they might come back to that if they continue to have issues with the current car. Because if you're going to have issues running a car anyways, you might as well have fun in them. I think the truck might offer just a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely.
But who knows? We'll see.
I think the Jannetta really does fit into that vein of having the tube frame car with the V8. Like, I can see how if you're coming from a super truck like that, or an ARCA car, or any of the other things. We're going to draw our attention back to the GTO battle. The 70 had pitted while we were speaking with those two gentlemen from Samson Racing Communication, and they are still in the lead, but that number 2 is right down the back.
Yeah, they both
of the
pit.
70. Oh, they both did pit. Okay, cool.
Yes.
I saw the one. It makes sense because they're still together on track.
And as we've seen several times today, it just seems like the 2, it just has quicker stops. I'm not entirely sure what that is. I'm sure somebody a lot more familiar with these cars would be able to tune in. Maybe there's a slightly different fuel tank size. Maybe the Porsche is a slightly larger tank, needs more fuel put in it, so it has a slightly longer stop. Not sure, but it just seems like the BMW has just been a bit quicker today. And so after that stop, that they're running nose to tail across the line here.
Right.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
I've been joined by somebody who has an opinion on. We won't go into the details of the opinion, but does have an opinion on the pit stops between the 70 and the 2.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm happy to say. So we've had Brad McCall in the booth in the Make Me Famous Hour with Mike Gorman, and Brad was kind enough to tease some stories from Buzz McCall, and apparently he managed to con Buzz into coming over and spending some time with us here on DriversEye Live. So Buzz McCall, thank you, and thank you for stopping by, and welcome to the booth.
Truth of the matter, I just wanted to get warm.
Yeah, I believe it. What I hear you can do is start up a roughly 700 horsepower stock car engine and just kind of warm your hands over it.
That's true.
I'm sure that'll work too.
We had a blast on Thursday. I brought my old Caterpillar 96 car.
Yeah.
That we built. We ran back in 1998, which is almost impossible to believe. And it's really fun to go out there and pass everybody.
Yeah.
We would turn like a 216, and it was the same tires we had on a Coda.
Okay.
Which didn't really make a difference.
That's right. You ran that car on the Thursday at Coda, too,
Yeah,
didn't
the
you?
Hoosiers on that car are just phenomenal. And I think we were doing about 165 down the front stretch, so
that's pretty good.
That's super fun. And the car, it has so much compliance, roll, takes a great bite. And you go through the corners, and it's about the most fun you can have. So other than the fact that I don't get to race much this year, the big deciding factor when we got the MP01s, there was an over and under bet. The odds were I could get in the car, but the odds were overwhelming that I couldn't get out of the car. So I'm relegated to test days, but that's fine.
Yeah, sure.
That's fine. We're going to do a couple of the HSR stock car things that Joe Nemechek is deeply involved. Joe rebuilt the car.
The 96.
Of the 96 car. Modern shocks, radiator, new brakes. I broke the transmission. There was an old Jericho I got on Thursday, but we're going to get a nice sequential box.
Oh, cool.
So I'm going to run it at VIR, and I'm going to run it at Sebring for sure.
Okay.
And let's see if we can get one more. I think we want to take our 997 Porsche from last year. We're going to run that there as well.
Oh, with HSR.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. We love HSR. They do a great job there with their events. The IMSA tie-in is obviously really special. Yeah. And the stock car series that they debuted last year seems to have been immensely popular.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. We went to the Charlotte race, the Roval, when Josh was running there. And it was a little bit frightening. Those cars, they were multiple seconds faster than the Cup cars in qualifying and in traffic. I mean, some of those cars are 900 plus horsepower, and it's just crazy. My car, actually is I think better. It's only about 700 horsepower,
Mm-hmm.
but it can apply that power to the wheels. The 900 horsepower cars, they spend half their time spinning their wheels.
Yeah.
So maybe less is better in that case. I'm not sure.
For the unfamiliar viewer, the 96 was Caterpillar sponsored NASCAR Cup car. Was that I'm going to take a guess here. Was that a David Green car?
Actually, no. We built that car in '98.
Okay.
It was a special, let's call it road race only car.
Okay.
That car cannot run an oval
Yeah,
because
sure.
it's too low. And Brad Francis, who worked for me, Brad was a very well-known engineer. He did Jacques Villeneuve in IndyCar.
Yeah.
And, he did our IMSA GTO car, the famous 861. Then when I had a NASCAR team, Brad was our, let's say, chief engineer. And he designed that car.
Okay.
And I only ran that car twice. Robbie Gordon drove it at Sonoma. And with 3 laps to go, we were leading. And I still remember Richard Childress came over and said, "You're going to win." And about 10 seconds later, Robbie went up turn 3, dropped the wheel, ripped the Panhard bar out of the car. And that was the end of that. Then Ron Fellows drove it at Watkins Glen. We sat on the front row with Jeff Gordon, which was really cool.
Yeah.
And again, the wicked finger of fate took us out. But that car, I only ran that car 2 times. Barry Cole on our team called me up and said, "Hey, I happen to be in Indianapolis. There's a Barrett Jackson auction, and one of your cat cars is being auctioned off."
Yeah.
So I had him do a little research, and lo and behold, it was that road race car.
That's cool.
And I said, "Okay, I'm going to buy that car." It's the only one I really wanted to keep, and fate had it that I could buy it again. And the whole auction event was a separate story. I don't think you have enough airtime for that. But when it was all over, I said, "Why do I think I just got hoodwinked?" Because they knew what my line of credit was.
Yeah, sure.
Which was basically what I was willing to pay for it. And in the auction, which took about 10 seconds, the guy, we went 25, 35, 45. I give bid 50. I think you can get it. Okay, you got it. And it was over that quick. I went,
Yeah, sure.
I think I just got ripped off. But anyway, I got it. I would have paid a lot more for it.
Yeah,
It
sure.
was real special cars. So anyway, that's the NASCAR, my Thursday story. So.
Did you run that car at all? I mean, when it was your team's car?
I never, ever drove one
man.
of the stock cars. And I was a little hesitant because the gear shifting is rather unusual with those dog boxes. You just muscle it in. You don't use the clutch. You use the clutch to get out of the pits.
Yep.
And you just first yank it and second. It's like driving a paddle shift car. I mean, it's really awesome.
Yeah.
But the downshifting is a little more tricky. You've got again, you don't use the clutch. You move it, say, from 4th to 3rd, and right when you think you're about in the middle, blip it about 20%, put it in. You hear NASCAR guys always talk about wheel hop. The wheel hop is when you don't match that downshift. And at Coda, I was like on a pogo stick. I was, hopping around so much. But Josh helped me a lot.
Yeah.
And I actually did pretty good.
Yeah.
Here, going down into 5. I mean, honestly, it felt like you're driving a cup car.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
just awesome. And the sound is really cool.
Of course.
Back
Yeah.
in the kink, I mean,
So that was my era of NASCAR. It was like late 90s, right? I grew up, I was born in 1990. So I got a couple of years there where, it wasn't just the sounds. I mean, the sounds of the cars were amazing. But even as a kid, number one, they looked great. They were all painted in incredibly bright colors. I mean, the Jeff Gordon DuPont car was iconic. The bright yellow, the bright green, blue, orange was amazing. Iconic liveries and sponsorship that stayed with the car throughout the whole season. So
As you
Caterpillar meant something.
As you say, they were painted. Those
Yeah,
cars
correct.
were
Yes.
painted.
Yeah. Yep. And there was so much that was so evocative about that era of NASCAR. Being able to see those cars kind of in the flesh again, it makes me almost a little bit, not nostalgic, but like wistful for a time where maybe we could have those era of cars, but with modern safety and with modern track technology and modern cameras, and that gives you a sense of just how special, the 1990s in racing in general were. that, and we have historics events now, which are great. The HSR work that HSR does is great as well. But it'd be really, really special to see that type of racing back at the forefront again.
The funny thing, because Josh has got blue car just going back out again. I think we broke an axle. And
oh, wow.
We were running third, I think, when it broke.
Yeah.
It just went by. We're going to go out again.
Yep.
You know, Josh Balicki, who drives with us, he's obviously current Xfinity and NASCAR driver.
Mm-hmm.
He actually was 3 or 4 seconds faster last year at COTA than he qualified in the Xfinity car.
Wild.
And he's faster. I think the Cup cars were doing 20s here, and we did 16. So the big difference is, the cars have, let's say, freedom from an engineering and design standpoint.
Yeah.
They're not all cookie cutters.
Mm-hmm.
The cars have a tremendous amount of roll and compliance in the corner, where today's NASCAR is flat, like a prototype car. And Josh says, frankly, those cars are no fun to drive. This car's a ball.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, he loved
wow.
it. He says he wish he could take it out and run. He'd probably win in a road course for sure.
So we've got the 195 Corvette there that's off to driver's right at the exit of turn 13. May have made it into the tire wall, rear first from the looks of things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4 off driver's right with an impact to the tire wall. So having to be recovered there for the, make sure I get the team name right here, the Auto Prep Club number 195. Ryan, I think from memory, didn't we have a discussion back at Mid-Ohio about the ideal car and course combination? Like if you got a stint or a 10-lap run, like what would be your choice of car and venue?
Yeah, for NASCAR stuff specifically.
NASCAR stuff specifically. Yeah. I don't remember. I only remember my answer, which was the Jeff Gordon T-Rex car, and just give me Charlotte. Right, the late '90s Charlotte it was bumpy, it was fast, it was ragged, and really super fun to watch on TV. But that was, like you said, a product of the open engineering, where you could be clever, you could be smarter than the next guy and more creative than the next guy. And it sounded like that's kind of what you were fortunate enough to have as a team owner.
Well, certainly as far as a road race car.
Yes.
The other stuff, we all had good cars.
Yeah.
I mean, the chassis were all typically built by the same, Ronnie Hopkins or BSR built the chassis, and motors was, how deep your pockets were. But basically we all had pretty much the same stuff, and it really got into drivers, guys like, all the great drivers from Earnhardt on, they were all great drivers, and it was a super period of time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, Brad had some stories. I might as well get into a couple.
Yeah, absolutely, please. Yeah.
So I have to go back to, I hate to say it, I saw a sign coming in here. There's some historic site about the Ice Age, right over here where the glaciers.
Oh, yeah, the Catamaran, yep.
So just after the Ice Age, I went to a YMCA summer camp just across the street.
It's all right.
And I was trying to get the exact year, but it was, I believe, 1957, if you can believe.
Okay.
And they had a day. You'd sign up with little things you want to do as a little kid. You want to ride a horse. You want to build a clay pot for your mother. You want to shoot bow and arrows. So you want to go to a racetrack. And I went, I'm going to go to the racetrack. Literally, it's right across the street. And so we came over to Road America. And I still remember hanging on a little snow fence out there by the last turn.
Yeah.
Watching the Ferraris and Maseratis and all of that of the 57 vintage go by. I said, I want to do that.
Yeah.
So here I am, however many, 50, 60 years later.
Yeah.
So that was the first time. So actually this track meant a lot to me.
Sure,
because
yeah.
Really the first sports car race I ever saw. And so yesterday we were unfortunate to have our red car help me with the
number 10. Yeah.
Number 10. I can't get the
I can't either.
right.
It's taking us 4 races.
Number 10, the MPO one, we were running third, and everybody's excited, and our driver, he just felt the pressure of Stratus coming down his neck, and he had unfortunately spun at 5, and we lost that position and ended up 4th, and I mean, he was beating himself up like a dirty rug, and I said, Christian, you want to talk about letting the crew down? Let me tell you what happened to me in 1988, I believe. We were here in the famous 861 Camaro that Jack Baldwin and I drove, and our shop was in Florida.
Sorry. great thing off of the exit of the carousel. I think it's been kept out of the wall. Is that GTR?
Yeah.
Oh, what
It
a
is.
save. That car looked like it was headed for the beach.
Yes.
The Mission Foods beach. Absolutely just cranked the steering input into it, got it back, kept the foot in the throttle, and kept it off the wall. Tremendous work from GTR 99. Sorry, Buzz. Didn't mean to interrupt.
He probably had the radio on listening to these stories.
Yeah, right.
It's probably Mike Gilbert. He got, he got confused. So anyway, our shop was in Florida, and here we drive all the way to Wisconsin. And this was when the IMSA, GTP, GTO, big group.
Yep.
And I think it was a 500-mile race or 500 kilometers, whatever they called it. And Jack had qualified fourth. And Jack always started the race. And I had a volunteer crew. I had one full-time employee. We were the famous Skull Bandit car that everybody loved. And the crew says, we want Buzz to start. Come on, you got to start. You always, let Jack start. We want you to start.
Yeah.
Because I've driven here a lot. So I'm thinking, what the heck am I going to do with this? So I was on the fourth row, starting next to Willie T. Ribbs in the Gurney's Toyota car. So I had the brilliant idea going down the back stretch. I said, when I can't read Goodyear anymore on Willie's car, on his tires, I'm going to stand on it. We came up under the Billy Mitchell Bridge, and I'm going, Goodyear, Goodyear, Goodyear. I couldn't read anymore, and I just pinned it. When I went across the start-finish line, I was about a third of the way up into the GTP field on the outside. And we went down into turn 5. Brad was down there with Jack and head of Ford's Racing. And I come whistling down the hill, basically leading GTO in the prototype. And Jack is, oh my God, look at that start. And Brad turned to him. Brad was about 13 years old. Brad turned to him and says, he's not going to come around again. So thanks for that confidence. I went through the kink, going down into Canada. In my mirror, I saw Wally Dallenbach coming in one of the Roush cars. And I knew what I did, so I felt a little guilty. So I said, I'm going to give him some room. And that car, historically, when you hit the brakes, the nose would just dart.
Okay.
And I was way over on the left side of the road. And I put on the brakes, and the front wheel got into the grass. I didn't hit anything. I didn't hit the guardrail, but I went whistling off the end into the gravel at the end of Canada. The whole field goes by. They had some truck down there with a pulley on it.
Yeah.
Pulled me out of the rocks, dust all in the car. And I'm sitting there driving up under the Billy Mitchell Bridge, knocking the dust out of the way, and I saw the red light on. A rock had kicked the belt off the oil pump. I toasted the motor. So I told this guy, our driver who felt down, I said, you think you felt down? We had to load this car up and drive all the way back to Florida. Here we only have to drive back to Joliet.
Yeah, sure.
So that's Brad's favorite story when somebody's down about his dad. Tell him about your start at Road America.
Yeah.
So that's the story.
Brad just likes to tell that story because it makes him look right.
Yes,
He said he's not coming around again, and sure enough, it makes a lot of sense.
We had a lot of great father-son outings back in those days because he basically went to all the races.
Yeah.
And I mean, from the time that I lost him at Mosport, I couldn't find him. He was a little kid.
You lost your son in Canada?
Yeah, I lost him.
Oh,
there.
okay.
And any parent that's lost sight of their child knows that first 10 minutes, I'll find him. Then about 20, 30 minutes and panic sets in.
Sure. Yeah.
Then you're mad. And then panic is really, so I went to race control. I said, look, I can't find Brad anywhere. So they had people out looking for him, and other teams were aware, and everybody's going around. And Mosport is kind of a sketchy place anyway.
Sure.
So I'm back at our tent area. I'm about ready to get sick. And with that, the cab of the hauler opens, and out he comes, rubbing his eyes. He'd been asleep in the back of the hauler. And then you go, you're mad, and then you're happy. And
yeah.
So those were the types of stories that we had. And every one of them, I know my wife is listening. So every one of our races together ended with, just don't tell your mother.
Yeah, sure. So for me, when I was a kid, my mother was arguably the purveyor of most of the opportunities I had to get to racetracks. My family was incredibly supportive in my racing hobby and my racing passion. First race I ever went to was kart at Nazareth in 1998.
Oh boy.
Favorite, it was home track. I lived 20 miles from the track. Now we live 8 minutes from the track, but it doesn't exist anymore. But you never forget your first time there and the experience that all of the sensory inputs you had that first time you walk up into the grandstands or first time in the paddock they just come flooding back. Race got rained out on the Sunday anyway. I was supposed to go to school on Monday. My mom said, absolutely not. We're going to the track. My dad had to fly to work down in Washington, D.C., but that was always the way. Friday for practice and qualifying. It was a day down in the paddock to get autographs and stuff as a kid. School, no question. Just, hey, we're going to lean into this. We're going to, celebrate this thing. And my parents didn't really understand it because they weren't race fans themselves, but they supported the heck out of it. And it became a family thing for us.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was very, very special. And, grateful always for the opportunities that we had as a family to come do some of this stuff. And certainly it's gotten me a job now. So, appreciate the ability to do this. Are there any other, did Brad tease any other stories? I don't really remember. We fly through conversation with him and Mike.
Yeah, I think that was about
Okay.
it. He wanted me to relay the crash in turn one story,
Yeah.
which for some odd reason he finds very funny.
I think he just likes being right. That's the sense I get here.
I did want to talk about what we're doing here today.
Yeah.
We're having a really fun time learning these MPO1s, and we have had some issues, and we're learning what cycle time there is on a bunch of the spares, and we've had some issues with the shifter, that little air pump, if you will, on the shifter, and a motor got stuck, and this got stuck. So we're learning, and I have to tell you, the partnership we have with Stratus and Automatic, this team Stratus, they are like Indy level, IndyCar level preparation. I mean, we have conference calls, there's debriefs, they have parts at the track. I mean, this GTU MPO1 car is a great opportunity for people to have fun racing, very technical. But I think anybody out there that let's say has a youngster, if you will, that wants to migrate into IMSA and the LMP and the prototype cars, next to go-karts, this is about the best training ground that you can have, because these guys are driving, I won't say on the edge, but they're driving at 10/10 concentration level every lap.
We had this discussion kind of with Dennis Neal a little bit earlier. For drivers that end up racing prototypes in the current day and age that want to get into sports car and endurance racing as a potential career, there was a long time where there was no entry-level prototype. There was like this IMSA Lights thing, but that didn't really stick around very long. LMP3 helped as far as the ladder system goes, but there was still a void underneath those LMP3 cars. There was this Ligier P4 thing, but that wasn't really a thing. Italians had this prototype series. But now, it's not an official ladder or part of an official ladder, but it does kind of feel like this NPO1 concept and other cars that run at the 9-to-1 power to weight number in a GTU category here in the World Racing League, like that kind of fills that void of entry-level prototype, vaguely kind of downforce-oriented ladder system for, as you said, young drivers to come in, get some seat time experience, and learn endurance racing as a prototype driver from the outset.
Absolutely. And the cars, basically, they're wherever you can go flat, they're flat.
Yeah, sure.
And for when you're driving a BMW or the Supra, the power makes up for a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
Not that any drivers make a mistake, but you can cover up a lot of shortcomings with horsepower. But these cars, you have to be very crafty of where you make your pass, where you commit to a pass, because they are hard to see. When you're in a big car, they're hard to see. And if you don't make the move and you get caught behind a slower car, that momentum is lost.
Yeah.
So I think a guy can really work on his, a girl can work on his racecraft. And I mean, that's about the most important thing that you can do.
For sure.
This year, later in this year, with Stratus, they're gonna do some development work with a Ford EcoBoost engine.
Yeah, I've heard.
And if that car had about 20, 30 more horsepower, then the guys don't have to drive it like their hair's on fire.
Yeah.
And they'll get out of the way. To me, it would be a better show as far as they're concerned. But you can't argue the fact here the 60 car was first overall, or 58 car was first overall yesterday. But that's because the guys have steel for nerves.
Yeah,
that they go through the kink and a DOT tire flat. So,
it'll be interesting to see which direction that goes. We've had a couple of discussions. Not that we encourage like lobbying or anything, but that does seem to be a generally common opinion that is gaining traction, not just in the GTU paddock, but in GTO as well. That maybe a couple extra horsepower here for the NPO ones would just let them, as one of the GTO drivers put it yesterday, like just go be fast somewhere else, right? Yeah. Get out of my way. Not because I don't want to be held up, but it does interrupt your race and your rhythm. You're in a different class. I'm not fighting you. If we get a little bit of stratification here, just go, right? Yeah. Give you the 20, 30, 40 horsepower, whatever it is, and get out there. Go on.
Well, I think yesterday proved at the start where they had the GTU cars start behind the GTO cars. The GTU cars were up in the last half of the GTO field pretty quickly, and that today they started out front, and really the 70 car and the 2 car were really about the only GTO cars that got up into the GTU field quickly. So I think it's a great thing. I think this class was probably on one leg last year with only 3 cars.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe 4, and we've brought 2. We bought a 3rd, so we'll have a 3rd car at COTA. I don't know if I'm, popping a secret too early, but we're going to have
that's exciting.
A great driver reunion with one of our Haggerty girl team drivers is going to join us.
Oh, fantastic!
So at risk of spoiling the secret,
we won't say names.
I'll let Brad say.
Sure,
but
that's very cool.
It's going to be really cool. So we'll run that 3rd car with her, and it's not Lonnie. We'll say it's not.
Yeah,
Lonnie.
Sure.
So and then our 70 car, which is having a great year, just as awesome, and it's really fun to win.
Sure.
But it's not a walk in the park. I mean, they have to really run, and that car. People say, "Well, you got this big unfair advantage." Well, number one, at Mid Ohio, we don't have traction control.
Yeah.
So you're out driving this car with big, the trailing throttle oversteer, where you lift and you snap around in no time on a Porsche rear engine drive car.
Yeah.
But it's a great car. We've got some great drivers in it, and Cole is probably one of the best gentleman drivers around.
Yeah.
And Josh is a NASCAR driver, but his road racing skills were primarily Spec Miatas.
Yeah.
And he's a great road racer, and he loves coming and certainly to his home track. And if we can cut down that big gap between the 2 car and our car on fueling stops. We were timing they're dumping a can in about 5 seconds.
Oh, wow.
We dump a can in about 12 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
It could be the venting situation in the Porsche. You have your filler and your vent right next to each other. And I would imagine there's a lot of turbulent action going on there, where the BMW, the vent's off, somewhere else.
Yeah, sure.
So I think that's probably one way that they're able to dump the cans faster. But yeah, that's they're about a full can ahead of us, which is about 12 seconds.
Yeah.
So pretty much every pit stop, we're going to lose about 12 seconds.
I mean, there are people that would prefer to just show up with a GT4 car or GT4 type car and just run it. But I know there's a lot of development work that went into the number 70 to get it up from a base 991.2 Cup car into something that's GTO ready. We've talked to Tyler Hoffman down at Kingpin before. and he's mentioned that to be competitive in GTO now, you kind of need to have a GTO car, which means not running, just throwing a restrictor or some weight at a GT4 car and making it good. There is effort that's got to be put in there, development, massaging, testing, practicing with pit stops and engineering of pit stops. And to some degree, I'm sure for you, that's your background is a little bit more on the open engineering side, and it's nice to have that open formula. But I know, as you said, it's not easy. It's not like the 70 was plug and play. Let's go run around GTO and pick up race wins. There's a lot of work there.
You're 10,000% correct. I would say there's virtually no one that could bring a 991.2 out and put a sticker on it and go run.
Yeah.
It's virtually impossible. I mean, we're basically taking an engine and cutting it in half, in effect, horsepower-wise. And we have to deal with WRL's rules with respect to torque curves and all of that business. And believe me, that killed a lot of brain cells of our engineer to be able to, because Porsche's not going to help.
Of course not. No.
Porsche's not going to help.
Immediately voided warranty.
So he had to work around a very complex electronic system. To do what we've done. That every dyno, we have frequent flyer miles on WRL's dyno, and every result, we should just basically, we give them our data. Come look at whatever you want. I mean, that car there can't be a more legit car than that car. We've got added weight, which is fine. That's the fun part of winning. And, but it wasn't just the ECU. I mean, you take a guy in IMSA running a cup car, a Porsche GT3 cup car. He's got 50 hours that he can run on that engine, and he's got a $50,000 rebuild. We haven't touched this engine now in 2 years.
Oh wow!
Because I mean, we're running it basically
half the power.
Half the power. And so we've got the formula down. There's a couple little things we could tweak. If there's a way we could figure out how to vent the fuel, that would probably be a huge benefit for us. But I think right now we're having fun driving the car. A lot of the competitor cars, the GT4s, I mean, the BMW, you think back 4 years ago, we sat on the front row here with our BMW M4. Last year, we were last in the GTO field with the same drivers. The technical leap that they made in the BMWs with some of this, let's call it power adjustment on the fly, is, I mean, it's a game changer. And if you don't have the latest and greatest in that type of car, you're in the back of the grid. So you have guys like the 2 car that's got the latest version, M4. I mean, they're running up front, and there's people with a 3-year-old vintage M4, they're running in the back. So Tyler's right that racing doesn't stop for anybody. If you're not developing, you're not advancing. So it's fun. It's been a great engineering exercise, and it's all paying off in the form of good runs and good wins. So
it is part of what we love about the World Racing League is sports car racing, particularly at the top, has become not sterile because it's very exciting, but the engineering aspect beyond your initial homologation of the car has kind of been taken out of it. And that development process, that open ability to say, hey, we found a way to make the car better, so we're going to make the car better. Right? That's kind of been taken away. And they just use a balance of performance to keep everything on kind of a level playing field. Whereas here, it's fun to watch, it's neat to see a car show up with a different rear wing or a different splitter, or, hey, we decided to go with more power, more weight, whatever the case might be. You kind of get to follow those storylines. And for us, who spent a lot of time watching and talking about WRL racing, certainly really enjoy that this is one of the last few places where you can let intelligent engineering and hard work make a difference.
No, you're 100% right. Everybody's got great ideas for RJ and the series, and, some are good, some are bad. And I went up to him yesterday after the podium with, I think, a great idea. I'm going to send him a picture of the United States and a weather map. And I'm going to show him where I'm going to show him where the temperature band is.
That is a stopped open throttle BMW.
Oh no, that's their GP2 entry.
It is on the way up into turn 13.
Yeah, that car had been running fourth, or I should say is running fourth. I think they might be due for a pit stop.
So it's a 65 that stopped down there. Yeah, you're
Yes.
absolutely right,
Yeah.
JT. They haven't been in since lap 53. They're working 80. It's 27 laps on a GP2 tank of fuel is a long way to go. Anyway.
So I sent him a picture. I'm going to send him a picture of a weather map, and I'm going to try to encourage somehow or other to race in places that don't have snow in April and May. My Florida blood.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in my car every time I get a chance with the heat on.
Yeah.
But no, we love coming here, and the series is great. We have a lot of fun. I mean, there's highs and lows like in every sport.
Yeah.
And but by and large, everybody that wants to come and find a place to go racing, I would always convince them to come and WRL. There's nowhere you're going to get the seat time. There's nowhere you're going to find, let's say, clean racing. There's a huge effort to not hit people.
Yeah.
But stuff happens. I mean, we're racing cars, and it's going to happen. And when it happens, I think they do their best to determine what's avoidable.
Yeah.
What's unavoidable, what's a racing incident. And we've been on the positive and negative side of both. So I'll leave my stories at that.
Buzz McCall, you've been entirely too generous with your time. Appreciate you taking some time up from out of the Round 3 racing pits and chatting with us here at DriversEye Live. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And do come see us again sometime soon.
Thanks.
Buzz McCall out of the Round 3 racing camp.
A cool feature of the WRL is as long as drivers behave and obey caution in yellow flag zones, we can do hot pulls on certain tracks, keep the race going while recovering a vehicle in a safe manner. So that's what we're doing here. I believe exit of turn 12 approaching 13 for that 65 open throttle BMW. While we were having that great interview with Buzz, you may have seen on shot here a good fight in a GTO between Kingpin Racing and AOA Racing. The 74 of AOA Racing had been leading, running third. Kingpin finally managed to get around, and that Supra just starting to take off now. We also briefly saw a good fight between the 60 of Stratus Racing and the 109 from Roberts Motorsports, fighting for third in GTU. That had been Roberts taking that third place position. Since then, past 2 minutes here, we are going full course yellow. I believe let's see here. This may be to recover the open throttle BMW.
I think it is.
Yeah, it might be just too risky in terms of the positioning here. So it's going to be a much safer recovery here.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that being that we're coming off a blind corner,
yeah,
and accelerating up a hill, if you don't know what you're looking for there, and embroiled in a battle, because that turn 12 Canada corner is a really good passing opportunity. Maybe a little distracted there, and best here just to get that car recovered. The other possibility is it needs to go on a tilt bed rather than a flat toe. And they will they're going to need to wait to get the tilt bed over. Alternatively, The other challenge is getting across the track. That car is stopped on driver's left. The back door is open on driver's right to come off at turn 13 or in pit entry. So all kinds of reasons to throw the FCY there. It does mean we've made it through more than half of the Sunday 7-hour enduro at the Can-Am Endurance Cup without a full course yellow, which is most impressive. There are bodies in and out of this place like you would not believe. Our friends over at Road America are here getting their broadcast system set up for the 2025 season. The fine folks from definitely not Montgomery Motorsports, but definitely from Bruce Innovations now, have just joined me up here in the booth. You guys have arrived at a full course yellow, so yeah, open throttle. If you guys want to grab some headsets and chill for a little while, yeah. Clear out some of the space here. Can I have you join over on this side? Yeah, sorry.
I'd say real quick before we do this interview, just real quick. Leading overall, I believe, the 70 round 3 racing over the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates, and rounding out the podium in GTO's 77 Kingpin. GTO, it's Stratus 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, and 60, all in a nice numerical order for us. GP1 still being led by Ginger Racing over BSR Racing. Gap was about 16 seconds or so. And then the 392 from Harrison Motorsports rounding out the podium there. And GP2 still Garage 66 over North Loop Motorsports with a 31-second gap. And then rounding out the podium is the 83 from Palomar with a relatively good stint, closing that gap 2 second to about 21 seconds.
That GP2 gap has come down by about a minute. They were at like a minute 21 gap before.
They've had a very good stint, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to open up the other mics here and welcome our next round of guests into the booth. I think having a reasonably good weekend with primarily the number 24, Bruce Innovations BMW 235i. Jay Tompkins, Kevin Hosier, join us up here in the booth on DriversEye Live. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Kevin's said he's going to be a little quiet for
That's
whatever
okay.
reason.
All right. He is looking very longingly out the window.
I'm trying to watch our pit box.
Oh, I got you. Yep, it is that time, I suppose. We'll keep this interview a little bit, or this time a little bit more laid back. We just had Buzz McCall. It's a tough act to follow, like real tough. But we'll have fun with it anyway. Number 24. Let's start there. Right now, 10th in GP1. Saw it earlier with part of the left front fender hanging off the car. I heard a little bit of contact there. Kevin shrugs his shoulders like, I don't know anything
According
about it.
to the driver, there was no contact
Uh-huh.
at all. He goes,
Uh-huh.
I think I would have known since it was literally right there at my foot. Just came loose.
Oh, fascinating.
Apparently.
Weird, huh? That's crazy. Car running well this weekend, all things considered?
Car's running well.
All right.
You know, it's burning a little bit more fuel,
Sure.
but it's Road America, so you know, fairly consistent drivers. I wouldn't call any of them hot shoes or pros or anything like that, but nice, good guys that've run with us for many years.
Mm-hmm.
So out there just being consistent and clean. That's sort of the name of the game to an extent.
Of course. We love having the 235i back and all the work and development that's gone into making that car A, reliable, and B, now competitive in GP1 as well. The game has been raised in GP1 over the last couple of years, and I mean, you guys kind of started at a time where the builders were mostly up in GTO and going very, very fast, and then everybody realized, well, we could be way more reliable if we just run them in GP1 with all the other builders, and you guys kind of had to figure it out pretty quickly in order to stay up at the front.
And also, we built the car as a clone to an IR before they allowed
the
IRs.
Yeah.
And now they do, and we've got, I think, 2 IRs and an M2CS
Yes.
here in GP1. So we were the forefront of this existence, and honestly, in many cases, our car is actually faster than theirs.
Yeah.
Probably because of a little bit of weight and or the modifiers they have to take for their bigger brakes and stuff like that they have. So Yeah, I mean, I think that's where, like we thought a couple years ago, GP1 was going to go.
Yeah.
Like those the newer generations. So all the Mustangs are in pit lane now. So
Well,
that's fun.
that's where I was going to go next. You've got the 91 and the 92 from FPRS here. The number 111 has arrived as well. That is the generation prior to the 91 and the 92.
That is correct.
GT4 car. Also had the 555 here this weekend, which is unfortunately a bit of a downer. That car did not make the start this morning. Everybody okay there?
Everybody's okay.
Good.
The driver was going a little slow. He was having trouble getting the car into third, apparently.
Okay.
And honestly, crashed himself in the carousel.
Wow. Okay.
He went wide. There was other cars around him, and a lot happening with a couple GTO cars, and got the car sideways, and the 52 Team ACP car came across his nose. And then also the Janetta was somehow hit him also. There was a big melee. That's what happened early in the race yesterday.
Yeah, that's what we saw.
Front frame horns are bent.
Yeah.
So it's repairable. But, oh, look, they have the same problem we do. That's fun.
Is that a clutch? Or what's the issue there?
So on our car, at least, it's the starter. The starter gets too hot and won't spin over.
Okay.
We've gone through many starters. We'll see how ours looks when we take off here. Looks like they're doing tires.
Yeah. They do left sides already? Yeah.
We were having an issue with the air jacks yesterday. They were, for some reason, bleeding as they were up, and the car was slowly lowering itself
interesting,
down.
yeah.
So they may have given up on it at this point, but probably tires at this point.
Yep. There we go. Got it here on the 91.
Mustangs are having all kinds of problems in pit lane right now. So
they're known to kill people. So.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Here we are off. That's a really, really cool car. It really.
Yeah?
Yeah, because it really, while it's a GT4 car, it's more GT3 car than any other GT4 cars.
Oh, interesting.
Because, like, the M4s, for example, are a little bit more street car-ish with the way the transmission works and everything like this, whereas all these Mustangs are air-shifted sequentials.
Okay.
And just the way they're built, from what I'm told, is they're a little bit more GT3 heavy than a traditional GT4, which is really just a production car beefed up.
Okay.
As I understand it.
That makes sense. I'm a little bit intrigued. The BMW is kind of the BMW and the Supra, let's say, were kind of the easy buttons to go GTO racing, right? You can get them pretty easily down to GTO performance levels and restrictor levels. Certainly the electronic suite was second to none, particularly in the BMW. And, if PRS shows up, I think it rode Atlanta maybe last year with the current Gen GT4 Mustang.
They had them here, too.
Oh, it was at Road America they came for the first time, and then we saw them later. I saw them later at Road America, Road Atlanta, because I wasn't here. But those cars really haven't been right at the pointy end like I thought they might be right off the bat, to the point that, you guys in the older gen are pretty much right there. In the 111.
The way they're tuned and the way they run is very different.
Okay.
Than call it a Super and M4 because they're non-turbo.
Sure.
So how you can tune and change the car is very different, and call it even similar to what's happening in GP1.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you have these now cars with turbos and the tunability and boost by gear and all of these things that exist. Well, you can't do that in E92.
Yeah, sure.
In our white Ford Mustang that we're actually detuning down to GP1, which is actually more difficult than you would think because it's a big motor. So the tuning of it is different, and how they make speed, and even our drivers are telling us in the Mustang, they can go basically flat through the kink, and they eat everybody else up. For whatever reason, how the car's set up.
Yeah.
But then on the straightaways, they don't have quite as much.
Got it.
But they're a little bit better under braking. And that's maybe the little differences between, let's call it the M4 GT4s and the way they're tuned. And actually, as of yesterday, even, and we made some changes last night, the new gen GT4 was pulling on us in the straight.
Oh, okay.
Just a little bit, and then we'd suck them up again.
Yeah,
just a little bit. So part of it is, no one's run this car ever before in this series and at this many hours. This car in particular was originally Core Motorsports and then owned by a couple of individuals who ran a few races in IMSA. So it hasn't really been put to the test. And COTA was its first race last year, and of course it was wet and the radiator formed a leak. And so this is our really first full weekend, of which I think we're doing We're doing okay.
I would say so, yeah.
We're doing okay. We do have a really good set of drivers this weekend, so they're keeping up with the consistency. So.
Do you guys have your hands in the, let's say, the development of that car? I know Cora has run it before, so I'm sure it's a little bit of WRL background. But do you guys have your hands in the development of that car, or have you turned that pretty much over to Bruce Innovations?
No, so basically Kevin and I are owners.
Got it.
And we show up and maybe we're going to drive. Neither one of us are going to actually drive this weekend. We're just here hanging out.
Not even in the 24?
No, because
Oh, wow.
24's got 3 renters in it.
Cool.
So they're doing their thing.
Yeah.
I was supposed to drive the white Mustang yesterday, but of course that didn't happen
Yeah.
because it's in the trailer. And then I was maybe going to drive the black Mustang today, but I've turned it over to them because they were been as high as 7th, and I said, you guys just, I'm not going to mess up your mojo. I don't know how good I'm actually going to be in it. I have we tested it at Watkins Glen, and I had 2 laps at Coda before it dumped oil on the rear tire, and I spun around at the end of the race, if anybody remembers that. But that was me in the car. So that was fun.
But definitely the oil that caused it, though.
Oh, it was 100%.
Yeah.
It was the oil catch
I
can.
gotcha.
Threw it, and I was in it for 2 laps.
Yeah.
Kevin just can stay quiet over there.
Well, quiet, but he's saying a lot. I think, really.
I don't know what to do with my hand.
But a lot of it is figuring out what the car does, how to change it for endurance racing or not. And,
Yeah.
And this is really its second full-ish weekend, so we've done some things, and it's going good.
Yeah, I mean, it's... First off, you guys are the only Bruce Innovation squad here this weekend, right? All 3 cars, the 111, the 24, and the 555, are all your
They're all
cars.
ours. The other 2 cars they have, which are theirs,
Yep.
is the previous generation M4
Correct.
and the E46 M3
Yeah.
that they had at Mid-Ohio.
333, 444, which, you know, I'm sure is keeping the Bruce Innovations, Devin and his team, busy as well. You guys also, I mean, to your point, you're Houston-based, I think I'm right in saying, right? As a team is Montgomery Motorsports. Devin and his squad are based up in the Charlotte area.
That's
I think,
right.
right? Yeah. So, yeah, I could understand maybe not having your hands dirty there. Do you provide, direction on how, hey, we think the car needs to be faster down the straight. We want to put a little bit more weight in it, get a little bit more power out of it. Is there a good back and forth there?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
So, we lean on each other. Really, it's more Devin from a race engineer, what do we do scenario, and then sometimes we won't talk for weeks, and other times we'll talk every day for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right on whatever's happening at that exact moment. So, it's an easy working relationship. Honestly, they bring a good crew. They run a good weekend. They've got a big trailer that you can see from space, probably.
Yes, you can. The bright yellow.
Yeah.
I have
The
a
bright
hard
green.
time not wanting to micromanage, though.
Yes.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, because
We're so
build
used to doing
turn
it.
wrenches on the whole thing,
Yeah.
and it's like, that's not how I would do it, but
Sure. Do you miss the building aspect of it, the engineering aspect of it yourselves?
A little bit,
Yeah.
yeah. And sometimes we miss between me and Sean's not here, but us doing our little road trips to races and stuff.
Sure.
But so we miss that stuff, and it is hard to step back and just go, all right, just let them do it.
Yeah.
But when I'm at dinner at 7 o'clock and they're working, changing brakes and all that,
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
It's give and take, give and take.
I'll save
Pros
you a
and
beer,
cons.
buddy. Don't worry about
Right,
it.
yeah, you guys are gonna miss a good dinner.
Or how we live 24 hours from here drive time.
Yeah.
And we'll be home tonight.
Yeah. That's cool.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So it's pros and cons.
So, Layla and I were talking last night about a couple of things, but one of the things we pointed out is that, from a longevity standpoint in the World Racing League, RJ as a person has been around for a long time, since at least 2017 when we got involved in the series, when it was still owned by Joey. We have been around since 2017, obviously, then as well. And I said, I think we're just about the only 2 left. Most of the teams have turned over. And I don't know that there's a whole lot of continuity between the early WRL days and the current WRL days. And I completely, managed to forget the OGs from the earliest days of the WRL. I mean, you guys have been around for, is it over a decade now?
12 years.
12 years, yep.
It was the year after WRL started.
Okay.
We started racing.
Yeah.
With our first, that old E36, which is still around, and I think is going to be at Daytona and Road Atlanta.
Racing?
Yeah, so Cody Grissom's the guy who bought it from us.
Yeah.
It was at Road Atlanta last year, and I think he did 2 races last year. I don't remember.
You go to Coda.
Yes, he probably went to Coda. So he has now put an S54 in it.
Okay.
And I believe it'll be out at Daytona.
Awesome. Where I was kind of going with that is, you guys have, it would be easy to keep doing the same thing, right? To go from, hey, we built this E36 and it ran great. Now we built this 235 and we figured that out. Let's do the next thing as a team, right? You guys as a kind of a core group. And instead what you guys did was you bought the 111 and the 555. You built up the 24 and you turned all of that over to somebody else and said, hey, actually, you guys aren't racing this weekend. We're going to take a step out of the seat and just turn it over to renters. Why would you do that? And I'm sure there are legitimate motivations there, but it seems odd for a core group of like buddies who like building and racing cars to just say, hey, we're going to turn this over to a prep shop and rent the seats out.
Where it first started was Sean, who's not here, basically said, I can't race as much as you guys can.
Mm-hmm. The Sean Moffitt.
Yes.
Yep.
So essentially the team was changing to where we used to always sit down as soon as the schedule came out and go, here's the 3 races we're going to do.
Yeah.
Right? That was the sort of the goal. And now that was changing. So what do we do? Well, do we sell the car that we had just built, which was the M235i?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't really make sense. So what do we do? Well, Kevin and I want to race. I might want to race a little bit more. So that's where it started with the big mission pool that then transitioned into Bruce.
Yep.
And then Bruce talked me into, well, we want to do more cars. And then I found the white Mustang. And then it came with so many spare parts that it must have 2 Mustangs. So then I found that. It was a real fast roll down the hill. Okay.
I got it.
And Jay's an eternal optimist. So
Yeah.
he thinks numbers-wise.
Going green.
Get back to green. Yep.
Yeah, that's going to work. Go ahead. Get a couple more.
So that's where it went. And really my goal this year now is to find more drivers.
Yeah.
And so I'd rather take a back seat and not race to allow more people in seats that we hope, because that's what happened with the M2.
Yeah.
Was we had a couple guys, we had a few more guys, and now they've signed up for 5 to 7 races for the year because they love the car.
Sure.
And so, okay, great. Well, now we got to do that with the Mustang. So same thing. I'm going to take less seat time to allow others to enjoy it and go, I want to come back, and then I'll fill in the gaps.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm sure time is shorter than it's ever been for a lot of people. Never mind your core group. But giving
the core group,
X-core. But giving that kind of a more consistent opportunity, let's say, for people to be involved and to get some seat time. And I mean, Bruce Innovations as a team has developed a pretty rapid reputation for themselves, with first the 333, then the 333, 444, and now down through your order of cars as well. If you guys are looking for extra drivers, number one, I can tell you that there is one surefire way to get yourself a giant pool of drivers who will be interested in driving cars all the time, and that's to buy a VW Fun Cup and run it in GTU.
I've only heard that like.
So listen, we listen to your broadcasting when we're not here because we're junkies. And so one of the drivers in the 111 car has actually
Kevin's
raced.
at it, man.
Has actually
He's so
raced
over
the
it.
Fun Cup.
Oh, is he really?
Yes, in overseas. And so we were talking about dinner Thursday night, and he's like, "Wait, time out. They want to bring a Fun Cup here?"
Yeah.
And of course, he's in a GTO, and of course, Fun Cup a GTU, but. Even still, so he was like,
It would not be competitive. The idea was that it would just do laps forever. And even if it was 8 seconds off the pace, it doesn't matter. Like, well, in a previous era of GTU, you could pick up a podium. The problem is now there's like
anymore.
8 NPO1s that are all within 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
So that gets real hard.
3 of them together.
Yeah,
right there.
exactly. Right. Go ahead, JT.
I was just going to say that is actually a fight for the lead right there in GTU. The 58 and the 59 separated by a half second, and I believe the 60 separating those.
60 says, oh no, that's a round 3 cut, it's a little bit further back. There's a Porsche off in the distance, 3rd place overall and leading in GTO. So I don't have the budget to go racing myself, but if I did, and I were to want to get involved in being a part of Montgomery Motorsports, Bruce Innovations, with this fleet of Ford Mustangs and also the 235, is there a process to go about that? Somebody to get in touch with?
It's me, basically.
Okay.
Me or Devin.
Yep.
So realistically, if you're interested in one of my cars, Devin's going to put you over to me. We charge the same price because you're either GP1 or you're GTO, right? Between the M4 or the Mustang or the BMW White Mustang or the E46. And so essentially you can contact him or you can contact me. You can get me on Facebook, whatever. I post in various things all the time to see what the interest is on whatever track. Prices can vary by track or what race we're going to and or what class you're in. And so just reach out. Because some of it also, what WRL wants us to do is we have to vet drivers.
Of course.
We have to make sure they have proper licenses and experience and all that stuff even before we're going to put them in the car. So just reach out and have a conversation on what you're interested in.
Very cool. Jay Tompkins, Kevin Hosier, thank you guys for stopping by. Kevin, your just blank stare out the window as I was rattling off the VW Fun Cup bit for the 100th time with the shake of the head and the mumbling into the mic. It's going to stay with me for a long time. I really appreciated that. It was really a lot of fun.
I'm glad to contribute to this 9 hours of Fun Cup.
That's correct. No, well, they run 25s, man. We can do this for a lot longer than this. Go over to Spa and do 25 hours with 100 Fun Cups. You're missing out, man. Let me tell you.
It's the reverse of a slippery slope. You start with the Fun Cup, and then where do you end up? 2CV racing. You know,
Yes.
it just gets worse.
That'll be GP5. When we revive GP3 and GP4, we'll have a GP5 class for the 2 CVs.
Man, we could get into that, but I'm pretty confident GP3 is all but dead.
I think so.
Except for maybe at some of the smaller tracks or high plains or something like that. You might see some, but I don't see it happening much anymore. It's just the evolution of the league.
Rolling chicane class.
I mean, we've been back from GP4 when it was basically, upper level lemons is what WRL was. And now you have lemons, champ car, WRL is sort of the progression.
Well, people want to go fast. Go figure, right?
Yeah.
Fast is a thing, but honestly, a lot of these cars are pretty fast. Like you take North Loop out here in a GP2 car, they can drive the more out of it than you think. So fast is relative in some terms, but yes.
I appreciate you guys stopping by. Best of luck to you the rest of the way with both the 24, the 111 today as well. And we will see you next at...
I will be at Road Atlanta.
Awesome. Well, that'll give Kevin enough time maybe to get rid of the PTSD from the Fun Cup bit. Come see us again in 3 months' time down at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And, best of luck to you guys the rest of the way.
Thank you, sir.
Jay, Kevin, thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
So as an aside on that North Loop discussion, the yellow came out at a pretty opportune time for them. Allowed them to catch right up to the back of the Garage 66 car, and they have now taken the lead back in GP2, 3 seconds over the Garage 66. I believe that one is a Subaru?
Yes.
Technically speaking, even though they're all the same?
Subaru badging.
Yep, Subaru badging. There we go.
What this full course yellow has done, it has definitely compressed a lot of these battles. So you did see the GP2 fight all get shrunk down. You have all 3 cars now within 13 seconds of each other in that class. GTO, unfortunately, the 2 really got unlucky here. They lost almost a full lap to the 70 round 3 racing, so it's a roughly 2 minute 14-second gap. But a little bit further behind, you have plenty of fights all within GTO at the moment. GP1, same thing. You have Harrison, half second behind BSR Racing. Ginger Racing, got very lucky with the full course yellow, so they have a substantial gap as well. But all the way throughout the field, you have all these fights occurring at the moment.
I think we have the BSR on board, and so if it's only 0.6 of a second, I'm guessing that Harrison car is really working the Porsche on the straights here. So if we could pull that up, that would be great. That'd be the 981 camera. There we go, perfect. And it does not look like the Harrison car is ahead, so we're in a little bit
Harrison's directly behind.
Directly behind still, excellent.
Yes.
Oh, we can't see because it's the towers in the way.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
By BSR.
That's another example of the GP1 cars, especially in the corners, having the ability to stay with the faster class cars. A little bit tough there, especially this GP1 car. A little bit better handling at the mid-engined Cayman.
Yeah, I believe Harrison's pulling alongside, and
yep, there they are.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate for BSR because the it looked like the TCS BMW in front kind of balked the 909, and then in turn the 111 Mustang as well. And so BSR had to either, stay behind and risk leaving the door open on the inside for the 392 to come in, or themselves try to take that inside and pass the Mustang, just trying to keep some momentum up. And unfortunately, either way, it seemed to have cost them. They get a really good exit here out of 3.
392 to commit to the outside there. They've made their move. And yeah, you see here in the straights, nothing really the Porsche can do to keep up with the mighty V8 BMW. It's going to brake a little bit later, get a little bit deeper into the corner, but not have any space. There's not a ton you can do here, and this is the part of the lap where the Porsche is going to have an advantage in the handling department, enough that you'd think they could get around the Harrison car, but with the way the traffic is stacked here, it's going to be rather difficult to make that move happen. So they're going to back off a bit here, and I think try to get a run. But unless you can clear somebody in the carousel, even then, I think if they cleared him in the carousel, it would be the BMW coming back at it by the time he gets to Canada Corner.
Yeah,
has a little look there, not close enough.
They're really going to have to rely on the 909 here. The 909 is struggling to get around the, I believe, the 22 BMW here. And so what that's doing is that's having the 392 check up as well. So it's basically just putting a reverse on what we had in turn 14 the previous lap, with BSR unfortunately being balked a bit, and so now it's their opportunity to try to take advantage of this situation.
We saw yesterday, JT, the difficulty that some of the GTO and GP1 cars had in dealing with the GTU traffic, and Scott was keeping tabs on that pretty closely. The GTU cars had a really hard time trying to get around some of the GTO cars just because there's not enough straight line speed, and they really had to wait for a mistake to be made to squeeze by and still have enough gap made so they could stay ahead on the straights.
Yeah,
very close here. They had to back off a little bit. I think that 392 checked up harder than the BSR Racing Porsche was expecting. And we'll see here, especially when we get to the hill, that BMW is going to continue to walk away. It's got so much more torque. And you can see him just now stretching the distance. You can kind of measure it with the lines on the windshield there for the defroster.
Yeah, and the issue is the 909 is just unfortunately not able to get through here.
Yeah. And you see BSR eats all of that gap in one braking zone, able to come right back down to him. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough. North Loop now 5 seconds ahead of Garage 66. We just saw them in the tail of that last shot, the bright orange BMW. There they are right there. And it's not the car behind that they're racing, but it's the car a little bit further back that they are ahead of. That's the Garage 66, the silver Subaru BRZ, which you can just see third in line right there of that second group. So that is the gap for your lead in GP2. And it looks like this Supra, the 246, has gone around the BSR racing car. The Harrison car is going to try the automatic from down the inside. Is able to make it stick just barely. I think automatic was being friendly there and giving some room. The BSR car able to outbrake the Supra through turn 6 there. And head down into turn 8. The BSR car now, yeah, absolutely. Desperately needs to get around this automatic NP01, or I think the Harrison car is going to drive off into the sunset. They're all sticking to their line right on the inside. We were seeing a little bit, some limited success yesterday. Ooh, the 22 runs wide. The 909 does not have to check up for that, unfortunately, but it is going to give the BSR car the opportunity to get around the 22 cleanly. The 99 is now going to attempt to clear the Harrison Racing BMW on the brakes into Canada Corner. I don't think they're going to be alongside for the entry. We'll have to see how they come back out. Canada Corner, of course, a complete cellular dead zone for us most weekends, and this one is no exception. So we'll see them coming out of Canada Corner here. Yeah, Harrison stays ahead of the 909. BSR car, I think, reluctantly lets that Supra back through.
And stalking just behind them, Ginger Racing going on the inside of that TCS car. So that's That's Ginger trying to put these cars a lap down.
Absolutely. And if they, well, unfortunately, right now they're not exactly battling. The BSR and Harrison cars are separated by enough that I think they're running the lap times they need to run. Maybe being a little bit defensive, trying to keep that GTU car behind. But if they were battling right up next to each other, it just makes it that much easier for Ginger Racing to catch that battle and put them a lap down. And it's not so much the lap down that's the problem. We've still got, the better part of 4 hours remaining here. The real problem would be if they pin them a lap down and get a yellow. That'll then, depending on how you time that, then you could be, game over for the rest of the race, barring any penalties or anything crazy like that. The Supra finally clears the Harrison Motorsports BMW there. And here comes the Palomar BMW. Palomar, of course, we were talking with Sean and Troy earlier at the Samson Racing Communications car. Ran that NASA West Coast race. Palomar also, I believe, ran that work in NASA Enduro Series. That was several years ago. They decided to come make the switch. They took WRL instead. And they were initially very excited with how much better the competition was in WRL. It seemed a lot more stout. They've put a lot of time and effort into those cars to get them competitive here. A car I think that was always going to be compromised from day one. And so while this battle has stabilized for a moment, I think this is another good opportunity to take the brake here. So Justin, if you could get the brake machine up and run, keep it nice and cool on the lever. Oh, good. That's good. Great. Okay, nothing has changed. I've touched nothing. If you could get the brake machine up and running, the ad brake machine going, that would be lovely. All right, let's do it. So we're going to head to break right now. We'll be back with the Can-Am Dermster Cup here for World Racing League. It's Sunday. Only a few hours remain. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Sunday, the Can-Am Cup here at Road America. Just over 2.5 hours remaining of our 7-hour race today. Leading overall is the 70 round 3 racing by a healthy margin of a bit over 2 minutes, thanks to a safety car. Over the number 2, ACP Tangerine Associates. GTU, we did have a swap for a position in the lead. The 59 getting around the 58. Still about a 4-second gap between those two cars. On board, we see BSR getting a good run here onto the inside, coming in the Canada corner on the 392 of Harrison. This is the continued fight for second in GP1, gets the position done. We'll see Harrison try to get a good run out of turn 14, the final corner here, and try to take that position back down the front straight into 1. Unfortunately, both cars just were struggling just a little bit with traffic, but should be good now. A little bit further behind them there in the shot, TCS Motorsports and Flying Fur Motorsports will be fighting for 4th in GP1. The TCS BMW is this white stripe BMW coming into turn 1 here, and then next car in shot is a red and black E46 BMW. Currently a gap of about 5 seconds now. And then down 8th place in GP1, the 85 AOA BMW will be fighting the 112 TC Klein, as you see coming through shot here. About 1 to 2 second gap there for their fight. The GP2 fight is relatively evened out at the moment. North Loop Motorsports leads with about a 14.5 second gap over the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. And an additional 14 seconds back is the 83 from Palomar Racing. We saw just as we were going to commercial break, that 83 unfortunately got a little wide into the braking zone for turn 14 and had a slight off there. No worries, they did continue. Unfortunately losing just a little bit of time, but they carried on.
Well, I've tried to make microphone changes, and the microphone on my headset is now fully dead. So, this is it. This is where we're at. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll take it. In attenuation settings, just for funsies.
All right.
Brendan has, of course, departed. He is gone. He's driven back to Pennsylvania.
I hope he took Layla.
I hope so, too. Layla's a strong, independent woman. She can get her own plane ticket. You know, it's all right.
Yeah, TC Klein getting real close here to the AOA BMW. Pops out of line. Ooh, Harrison did get around BSR. Coming on the front straight here into 1.
Yeah, how has this become the battle for 3rd in GP1?
Full course yellow, unfortunately, really hurt BSR. So they actually came out in 3rd just behind Harrison. And so they've been having a good scrap since.
Oh, because the Ginger Racing car is actually just in the back of the last shot.
Yes.
And that'll be, most of a lap. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so same thing with GTO with Round 3 Racing and the number 2.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. The overall running order's kind of done that in.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bummer.
So while it gave us closer fights for the lead in GP2 and GTU, which have both seen different leaders, unfortunately it did really solidify GP1 and GTO for the moment, as we hit the 2.5 hours remaining.
Yeah, 4.5 hours down. Headed towards 3:30 this afternoon at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. The Road America IT team and production team has arrived in the broadcast booth to get things ready for the 2025 season.
Nice. Are we on the trackside PA now?
We are not. No, I did see Dan Stuckero floating around a little bit earlier. Actually bumped into him over at one of the TV platforms. He was headed through one of the gates and said hello. Nice to see Dan. I've not seen John Everett, communications director here at Road America.
Yeah.
Heard rumors he might be floating around, but
lots of people are saying it.
They are.
Can we start a rumor that he's going to put a cell tower in Canada Corner?
I every time I come back, I remain vaguely hopeful that maybe they'll install some Wi-Fi down there, and I can just throw a camera on Wi-Fi. But that doesn't seem to be in the works. I know they've got fiber down there, but
well, if they have fiber down there, can't we hook up our own router?
I mean, if it's just dark fiber, there's nothing being pushed through it unless you plug into it. I'm not a fiber guy, I'll be honest with you.
I'm a big fiber guy. Isn't Dustin Allis a fiber guy?
Dietary fiber, I am.
Is Dustin Allis a fiber guy? I feel like he would know how to elite hacksaw his way into that.
I haven't heard the phrase elite hacksaw in eons. Man.
Dustin says he knows how to plug two things into a fiber, which makes sense. That is what I tell my older relatives when they're like, "Will you help me hook up the?" And I go, "Yeah, you know those little cubes that you give to babies, where there's like a star shape and then you put a star thing in it. That's how you hook this up. You just match the shapes, and then it works."
It was like the old composite video and audio cables. The yellow, red, and white.
Right, yeah, it's color match.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I couldn't
in.
figure out which one was which, and then you realize, like, oh no, you just match colors. And
Yeah.
then it's all okay. That was back before the HDMI days, obviously.
Right.
Dustin just said that's how kids learned they were colorblind. Fair.
Did you ever have, Brendan, a TV that only had the yellow and white, but not the red? And you plug the red in?
Audio channel.
And then, but you could plug the wrong channel in, and it would sound all goofy. And it was like, ooh.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Layla nods her head yes.
Yeah.
I only remember the two. I had a couple of devices that were not just the composite, but they were the component.
Right.
The video component, the red, green, and blue, I guess.
Yep. Well, that was like a 720p sort of 1080i era.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the early HD days.
Yeah.
The earliest HD days.
Yeah, I think we're about due for a new type of video cable. Or I guess we have DVI now, so never mind.
There's DVI.
That's already happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean DisplayPort for, yeah.
Yeah. Runs a little bit wide there on the exit of turn 11. Just saw that in the multi-view. Okay, so I've had this bad idea knocking around in my head, Brendan.
Yep.
This entire weekend. I think I'm finally going to do it. And what I want is like a drip irrigation system placed on that concrete runoff. To make
on
it
the concrete what?
On the concrete runoff at turn 11.
Okay.
I want drip irrigation out there so it's like just a little bit wet. So like you really don't want to be over there.
I think the idea with the... Ooh, man, that's a squeeze. Was that necessary? Oh, that's a slow 52 headed down the hill. Is that crabbing?
It is.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
that definitely looks like it's crabbing. Man, these two GP cars are obviously embroiled in this battle, and I get that the Stratus GTU car wants to get a wiggle on here, but sure felt like we could have waited till after turn 1. Everybody pulls to the right-hand side here. The 2 will sneak through. I think it's the 50...
It's the rear tire, I think. Yeah.
Left rear, it looks like. Yep.
It did have a an off track in 14.
In the last corner. Now the question is, was that cause or effect?
They've struggled there today, it seems.
Yeah, I was just going to say, JT, that 52's been off a couple of times there at the last corner, and I wouldn't have expected that car to, make it all the way to the tire wall on the outside, creating the damage there to the left rear. But it is possible. It's also possible that if they had a tire go down or some kind of other problem on the way in, that it would have skated the car right out through the grass and gravel on the outside as well. Anyway, it's happened in the worst possible spot because it's got a full 4 miles to go to get back home with a flat left rear or other left rear problem.
Well, that is my go, no-go on EAWRC. Is it less than 4 miles with my flat? And if it is, I just keep going. If it's more, I put the tire on.
Is it really?
Yes.
We have a report of a recovery vehicle at turn 8. Do we have that, Dustin? There is a report of debris over at turn 8, so I guess it's possible that it was just recovering a piece of debris while we stay under green here.
Well, the AOA MX-5 was reported 10 minutes ago to have a possible impact there.
Yeah.
So here's another question for you, Brendan.
Yeah.
What do we feel the opportunity is going to be as far as hooking up a webcam in the booth? Like, because Layla's all in on the social media part of, like, we're just going to video some of these interviews, which is, like, to be clear, really good content that we probably should have been doing the whole time. But let's take it that extra step and just have a video in the booth, and then that can be the podcast.
See, I'm a big proponent of a camera in the booth for, like, interviews and stuff like that. It adds a bit more to our production.
The flip side is I remember using a laptop webcam, and I remember, like, the chin view of Brendan and Joseph with
it wasn't
banner.
That bad.
No, but, like, that's not what I'm going for here. Like,
No,
like a reasonable.
Well, we did have the old WRL banner. We got the whole, yeah. Just commandeer the step and repeat from down there in the podium.
Yeah.
I could be into it. Well, there's a couple of things. Number one, I'm not sure every guest is going to want to be on camera.
Okay.
Number two, I guess now that we're doing vMix Call, we, technically speaking, can pull the video in. It's not really such a big deal. But there for a while, there wasn't really an obvious way to return the video remotely synced with the audio.
Right.
Which is kind of an issue. And actually, now that I think about it, I'm not still sure it'll be synced.
No, I mean more just like internally so that we can, provide those as clips, etc.
I understand. Right. Yeah. That does make sense.
Like, I have a T5i that I will happily donate to the cause.
That feels excessive.
I mean, it's a $60 camera at this point.
Maybe. We got to find a way to capture it, right?
You captured on the card.
Oh, and then
there's also record it.
Oh, okay. I see what
you can also capture it. There is firmware now or software now that Canon put out during the pandemic. During the pandemic, Canon put out their own software to use Canon cameras as webcams. So, like, that's a thing that you can do now.
Yeah. Well, we can explore.
We'll figure that out. Do something with it. Put it on, look in the mirror, see if we like it. Maybe take it to the dealer. Get it adjusted. Wear it once, return it. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. The inside goes to TLM USA number 172. So,
hey, there we go.
Yeah, and now clears the BSR. Car very late on the brakes and rockets past the apex in doing so.
Is this the Full Send Sims Farah TLM car?
It is. Well, there's no Full Send Sims logo, but yeah, I mean those two things are things.
Those are related.
Full Send Sims and our friends over down at Farah.
Fixie Wheels.
And all those great wheels they make.
Garage Living.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. See, we don't even need Greg Creamer, man. Ryan West got it.
I'm telling you, that was an incredible experience of Jordan and I looking at each other and just realizing that all he was doing was waiting for the banner to cycle on the timing board.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. Listen, I mean, we have our friends over at Continental Tires. Continental Tire. Here we go. But I mean, as sponsorship goes, they are just kind of in a spec or a single provider agreement with WRL, and then they just kind of tossed us the 30-second ad. It was a please and thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I'll take this opportunity on RJ's behalf. If you or a loved one is a business owner and or director of marketing and you would like to put your ad on the broadcast, attractive rates are available. Like that is a thing that can be arranged. Literally contact any of us at any of your normal channels if you would like an ad, and we will pump your product indefinitely. For example, we occasionally pump a product that no longer exists. It sponsored us about 10 years ago.
8 years. Oh man, we should have talked with Troy and Sean about that.
Oh no!
What a missed opportunity.
Dang it.
Or rip race fuels. Man.
Race fuels.
I think about the phrase mild effervescence at least weekly.
Mild evanescence.
Correct. Wake me up inside. I genuinely, it's at least weekly.
I remember
my life has been permanently altered because of race fuels.
When I was in the car podcast space in like 2018, I made that joke on the air, and the guy that did the podcast with me tagged it, and homie messaged us and was like, "Yes, I'll send you stuff. Keep talking about it." We were like, "Wow, he's still around. Excellent." Not since COVID, I think. I think COVID was the end of that business,
sure.
Unfortunately.
Layla just pulled up. Wait. Let me see. December 6th, 2015, with a bottle of Nestle Pure Life water and a stick of powdered Race Fuels energy drink mix.
No, the money one was when he brought us the cans, and you could just crack them open.
The
and
cans
was like,
were
yeah.
The orange mango was really, really good. I like that one.
Oh, see, I couldn't have that one because it was a mango.
Mango, yep. Allergic to mango. It's incomprehensible.
Yeah. Fried mango. Sounds like a tasty snack too, and you can get them at Costco for a reasonable price. I always look at them. I'm like,
black cherry.
Black cherry, that's right.
Yeah, and lemon lime is the other
and
one.
Lino Espresso.
USA.
Lino Espresso
USA.
USA.
Courtesy of Duncan Endy's wife.
I gave that machine away to a friend of mine. And then he was annoyed. He said, "But where's the milk frother?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "Well, that's the whole point." I'm like, "Okay, well, don't know what to tell you."
And
what about David?
Kenneth?
Oh, you're just looking at
yeah, Layla's got old
pictures.
photos pulled up. Yeah,
nice.
We could have remembered some stuff here with Sean and Troy. I feel a little bit bad.
Is this the "Let's Remember Some Guys" segment?
It's very similar, and then we get to the memes of the children singing with "Wake Me Up Inside" and the Race Fuels logo. Man, we used to. Listen, if you're new to the World Racing League coverage and DriversEye Live coverage, first off, I'm terribly sorry. Thank you for joining us.
I was gonna say,
if you're not familiar with what DriversEye Live started as, it was wasn't even a company. It was never like incorporated or anything. It was called Endurance Radio. And JT and I and Scott Michaels, and he wasn't involved in Thunderhill at the time, but we used to sim race together. And I decided I wanted to go do coverage of the 25 Hours of Thunderhill one year. So I went out solo for the first 2 years and then started building a team. Ryan met us out there one year.
And to be clear, I want to put in my bit in this story that people laugh at, which is I saw Brendan the first year that he did this. I remember walking into the clubhouse because he was in the bottom floor of the clubhouse at Thunderhill with like registration and stuff. And people were coming in and out all the time. It was hilarious. And I remember looking and thinking, who is this dork talking into his laptop as we go full course yellow? And I actually had to ask someone on
Canada
Radio Le Mans who that was and how to get in touch with him. And that was how I got involved.
How to get in touch with him?
I did. I asked. And Eve Hewitt gave me your contact information.
You could have just walked up.
Brendan, I was like 16. I wasn't going to do that at the time. Are you kidding me?
I was 21, maybe 22.
Clearly on all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
that's
85 is in the tire wall down at Canada Corner. Well, we assume tire wall at Canada Corner. That is the BMW M2 Club Sport from AOA Racing. That is the reason for the double yellow here. Anyway, we slowly built the team up, including Ryan. And when NASA decided to go a different direction at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill, we came down to Circuit of the Americas to speak to like 75 concurrent viewers at the first, our first U.S. Endurance Championship at COTA, which is the season ender for WRL under its previous owners. But Thunderhill, in particular, was like our little Le Mans. Like, we would pump this thing up. We self-funded a lot of it. chase down sponsors. Because there were pro drivers involved, we were able to get some sponsorship there. We had Bimmer World and Redline Oil sponsor us one year. Like, I mean, we really tried to do the thing vaguely correctly. And I say vaguely because none of us really knew what we were doing. And it really was, I mean, when I think back on it, I think it was some of our best race coverage because there was so much depth and so much happened on a regular basis. But we were doing sponsorship. We did giveaway. We used to give away cases of oil on an hourly basis.
Yep.
We did the race fuels thing. I mean, we really covered it like it was our little Le Mans. And a whole season's worth of effort went into building up the coverage. And there were some. I'll never forget the first time we did remote pit radio coverage.
Yeah.
We had a Skype call set up to the booth that we could barely hear in the booth because we couldn't figure out a way to get it plugged into the mixer because we're a bunch of idiots. But we would just take turns taking the lightning cable. No, it was the aux cable handheld mic down into the pit lane.
Yeah.
And doing like an hour and a half of coverage. Man, it was fun. There was also a lot of just talking pure nonsense.
Yes.
I mean, way worse than this. Trying to get ourselves through the midnight 2 a.m. hours. It was a good time. Now we do less of that, obviously. We're not quite we're not at all self-funded anymore. And we're reliant on the series to provide us the advertising direction. The races are shorter, but do still provide continued opportunities for podcast mode where appropriate.
Yep.
And we do a pretty good job, I think.
Indeed.
I do, and much like the conversation we had with Buzz earlier, it would be nice if we could get that event back and that event status back with the platform that we have now, that we've built on DriversEye Live.
Yeah, I agree. I still think there's a potential opportunity there because a different series has taken over sort of the running of that event, kind of, but not really. I think that's an opportunity that exists. I think we just have to communicate with the right people. But yeah, no, I missed that. That was it was a really fun event. But we've had other really, really fun events that we've covered in the past as well. All these WRL events I love going to. I think it's a fantastic weekend to have. You get that little bit more chill vibe of like, oh, good, it's not Saturday night. I can go have dinner, and we don't have to be at the track, exhausted for the whole 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. The idea of like being able to walk away and go get dinner, or to actually say to yourself like, hey, I need to not do racing for like the next 90 minutes. I just need to do something else. Is actually quite nice when you remember the falling asleep mid-sentence days at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Indeed.
Yeah, tough.
Or you remember
sleeping on the floor of the third floor,
deliriously grabbing a bag and not realizing that JT's camera lens is next to it and breaking JT's expensive lens.
Oh, did that happen?
That he still won't let me pay him for. I've asked him a bunch of times how much that costs so that I can pay him back, and he won't tell me.
Good guy JT Tammy. Yeah. That's why he's my favorite ginger.
I mainly miss the camaraderie we had that we got to do in person. Together. That was fantastic. We got to do it a little bit at COTA with WRL. That was a lot of fun.
May present themselves in the future with regards to
WRL at COTA. Have you touched base on that? Or?
I did. Not likely to happen in the format we thought it might.
Okay.
But COTA's back. It'll be the season ender, the national championship weekend. The U.S. Endurance Championship is back, as a matter of fact. Leaning into the earliest days of the World Racing League down there at Circuit of the Americas. But we'll see what the
Winter Wonderland
event looks like. Yeah. Well, no, Peppermint Parkway is what you're thinking.
Peppermint Parkway. Sorry, you're right.
That's it. With giant wire frame and Christmas light Bevo. Forget that guy, man.
I think we should.
Nobody even likes Bevo.
This is a content bit that I want to do, and this is assuming I get to go to COTA, which I hope. RJ, please help me get to COTA. I want to do a van with like Brad and like whoever else we can find, basically, that's funny. And I want to do a video of us driving through the Peppermint Parkway and like memeing about it and making fun of it and laughing and having a good time.
No. We need a Jordan Worth track tour.
Oh, yes.
Of the Peppermint Parkway.
Yes.
This is what we need.
Okay, that's...
Like the Homestead track tour video?
Right.
Yep,
We're going to do that.
Yeah,
he could be standing out the roof of the sunroof. We could have him up in the sunroof and like going from there, doing it.
Yeah.
Driving through the Peppermint.
Absolutely.
We're going to make that into content. Like, I am determined that that's going to be a thing that happens.
So I do genuinely think, like, obviously we have our standard Driver's Eye Live coverage, which is mostly remote. And as JT said, we do miss, like, the days of being able to bring multiple people on site and have that camaraderie and that vibe, so to speak, in person. And because it does generate a genuinely different type of coverage than what we're able to do on a budget limited basis, which is basically send one person to the track and make it work. And I do wonder if there's an opportunity maybe to pick out one or two events a year and say, okay, for Daytona and for COTA, we're going to send the house, right, and go do as much as we can in person. We're going to do the pit lane reporting. We're going to maybe do a manned camera down in the pit lane. That would obviously take budget support to be able to do, but I think there is interest in doing something like that. So if you are ever interested in kind of being involved in that way, or with our coverage here in the World Racing League, get in touch with RJ and just say, hey, if we were to pay to beef up the coverage or be a part of beefing up the coverage here, what does that look like? And we could all have a conversation and a chat about it.
Absolutely. I sent out a survey last year that indicated there are people who are interested. Like, I have the data from last year. There's people who want to do that. So if you're out there and you know the survey I'm talking about, please get in touch with somebody, because we can make this a banger. I really think that would be the next step of getting the viewership to where I would prefer that it was. And I think it would be the next step in making sure we're all, like, vibing and having, like, a really good time. I think
Dustin Hollis sends a word-for-word quote of Zach Johnson, which is, yes, please fly me to Daytona.
Yes,
which is also a word-for-word quote of Ryan West, and also a word-for-word quote of JT Tammy.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, hello to Rob Walker, who I think has just joined us. Sent us an email saying, hey, I didn't catch our onboard camera on the feed. I sent the feed over to Dustin, and poof, we now have a number 77 Kingpin Rob Walker Racing onboard camera. This is asking you shall receive coverage on Driver's Eye Live.
Yes.
If you've got onboard cameras, suggestions, thoughts, concerns, questions, by all means, send them our way. We're always happy to incorporate whatever resources we have access to here.
And can people please, on their Sentinel system, mark their stream as public so we can just pull it in?
Yeah.
Like, I don't even want to, like, talk about the stream link and this and that, and I can't do the YouTube. Can you just mark it as public, please? And then we can just do it for you, and, like, it's not a big deal. Like, we'll just make it happen. We'll make you famous. You'll be on the broadcast, I swear.
David Hodge Jr. in the chat says, gang.
Gang, yes.
Yep. Hello, David. Nice to have you along. It's down in the, oh boy, 77 pits. I think I got it right. Kingpin Cargo Shorts. Rob Walker?
Cargo Shorts Racing, presented by Kingpin, powered by Rob Walker Racing.
We should do a Cargo Shorts knockoff Lemons team called Cargo Fast Racing.
Nice. You know, there is a Lemons... I didn't think about this. JT, there is a Lemons chassis with a frame, or with a roll cage sitting at my grandmother's house. If you want to make a Lemons car, I will give it to you for free.
Oh, God.
Just needs a motor. Just needs motor.
This is how it begins, JT.
Oh, no.
Yes, I'll take another project car.
Right.
So you know the yard is littered with them.
Brenton, why aren't you taking your BMW to the Northeast rounds and running on the practice day?
Because I don't want to run a broadcast setup and teardown situation out of the back of E46.
Fair enough.
All right, fine.
Also, he likes not abusing his front tires.
Hey, I've gotten better about that, JT. I'll have you know.
Words. They're just words, sir.
No, I had to be better. I mean, the iRacing tire model got to a point where it was so sensitive to front tire temperature that, like, yeah, my old driving style was just absolutely not going to work. And I'm still, like, not very good at iRacing, but at least I can be consistent, like, vaguely consistent in the surreal side. Oh, thank you. What is happening? How did we become the Rob Walker Racing Hour? Although we are basically DEL RWR because we've done, like, every race Rob Walker has entered since Michelin Pilot Challenge. Apparently.
That's
More
us.
to come on that front.
Yes.
If you're a fan of the Porsche Owners Club.
Indeed. If you're a fan of West Coast tracks.
I am.
If you're on the West Coast and you're thinking, wow, I need some of this DEL vibe, good news.
You know what event I think could really use a DEL vibe? And I do say this unironically.
The Targa Newfoundland.
Yes, 100%. I'm in. Without any questions being asked. I would love to go to Targa Newfoundland. VW Fun Cup Targa Newfoundland. No, the Rose Cup races at Portland International Raceway. I hear people talk about that event with, like, genuine excitement for what it represents in the Pacific Northwest as, I mean, let's put the NASCAR event now there to one side and the IndyCar event to one side. There was a time there where PIR had very, very little in the way of well-promoted motorsports. And the Rose Cup kind of took the mantle there for a while. And it is still a very cool event. It's not, like, jam-packed with racing, but for 6 or 7 hours a day, like, you do get to see some pretty cool cars on track. They've got a big bore feature race. They've got a big Spec Racer Ford group. Yeah, I'd love to get out to Rose Cup if you're involved with the Rose Cup in any way.
Yeah. If only we knew somebody that has been a contractor for PIR before to get us.
Well, volunteer might be a better word.
Contractor. Yeah. Brendan, have you ever made a resume before?
He had
one of contractor.
I think JT had the most iconic photo of the first Xfinity race at Portland. What?
Yeah, I'd say one of them, definitely.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, good guy JT. Oh, I don't know. Who's one of them?
I saw it come up on Twitter, but it was posted by Green Savory, and it had your name attached to it. And I was like, that is unbelievable. The moment that, was it Ty Gibbs took out...
or got taken out? Yeah, it's something like that, under full course yellow in the one, just purposely doors.
at the chicane, the Festival Curves.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable. And a buddy of mine posted it on Twitter. That's what it was. And said, this is an amazing shot. I was like, oh, that's my guy. That's my favorite ginger right there. I'm going to go look. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, not quite a contractor. But does good work up there anyway.
Did he have a contract?
No.
Yep.
You didn't have to sign a release? Don't they own your photos?
I'm not sure on that.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, I think the only thing I've ever actually signed is, waivers for, like, hard card, but that's it. Yeah, no, I've had a driver who we actually at DriversEye Live know. I forget how to pronounce his name, but Carl
Edwards.
No, Lundqvist.
Ripquist.
Yes. Raced in the GTM.
Yeah.
He was there at Portland one of the years. Yeah. And wanted to buy pictures, and I didn't know the rules.
Oh yeah.
On what I could do, so I just made no more for free.
Nice. That's the Larry Chen school of thought, where you provide all the pictures online for free in any res, but if you want prints, they're expensive.
And it's the honor system that you're just not going to go print them yourself, right?
I don't think he has any that are, like, big enough that you could make them into a giant print, like the good one.
Got it.
I missed out at WRL. Jumping in on that. We have way too many talented photographers in the WRL paddock these days now.
The rear bumper has come off the number 111 Ford Mustang, which is interesting.
Ford Mustangs and losing rear bodywork in endurance races. Name a more iconic duo.
That's fair, although less iconic than it used to be, since they seem to have solve that problem. So the funniest thing to me was that they solved that problem on the GT3s. And
Right.
like, oh yeah, everything seems fine. We got it all figured out. And then I think it happened here at maybe like Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
In the GT4 cars, and you're like, oh.
Well,
Well,
you didn't really
course,
fix it.
It's the same car, yeah.
Right.
Or they fixed it on all the GT3s, figured it wouldn't be a problem on the GT4s, but didn't apply the same solution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite racing stories, and I think it's one of the McLaren F1s that went to Le Mans, was about how the ECU failed, and they had one of the mechanics like solder the board back to how it was meant to be, and that's how that ECU continues to exist in that car today. That they fix it once and they're like, okay, cool, it's fixed, and then they never have to touch it again. It strikes me as that kind of vibe.
Yes. Your GP1 field, by the way, just because I'm looking at it here, Ginger Racing now is the lap in hand over BSR Racing 981, and then Harrison 392, Flying for Motorsports number 946 there in fourth, with TCS just directly behind them. So have we split GP1 even further?
Yes.
In this case.
I mean, Harrison's right behind BSR, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. Right, but... Well, so that's what I'm saying. We had the top two that were out kind of separate, and then 3 and 4 were together, and now instead we've got 1, Ginger Racing, who's out there on their own, and then 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 are together.
Yeah, since the last safety car, you had 1 by itself, you had 2 and 3 together, and then you had 4 being chased by 5. And so now that 4 against 5 are neck and neck now.
Yeah, for some reason I thought the top 2 were out in GP1. JT, your sim racing team, well, your old sim racing teammate has joined us up here.
Oh, nice.
Not quite in the booth. He's just down the other end. Doesn't want to come in here for some reason.
Well, tell him to get in there. Throw something at him.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the time that JT raced on cable television during the pandemic?
The JT lore here. We are overflowing with JT lore.
Way too much.
When formerly Nissan's Brian Heitcotter ran away with it, and then JT Tammy was like the one guy driving a Lexus and just trying to wheel it.
Yeah, that was a thing.
I was just gonna say, have we seen whether or not we've recovered the number 85 here? That's not even the number 85. That's the front end loader with the forklift on it.
Yeah, because it did sound like it.
Yeah, I think there's some rearranging to be done down there. The question is, does this mean we're going back to green this time around?
Hopefully the driver was okay. It sounded like that was a relatively heavy impact into the tire barriers there.
I'm going to step away just briefly here. Let you guys handle this.
So unfortunately, it looks like North Loop has been on the wrong end of the safety car this time. So whereas the yellow gaveth the last time, it taketh away this time.
Yeah.
So they're now back into third. Now they had the pace over both of the cars ahead, but if they're that level and they are going to lead, or not going to lead, but they're going to be second in line here. And I believe that is the Palomar car that they are chasing. Basically a whole lap down, or is that the GP1
that's
car?
The third. Yeah, the GP1, the 38 is going to lead us to the green here. The 83 has inherited the GP2 lead with a 2.5 second gap over the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ.
Yep. So North Loop having gone from the lead to the better part of the lap down now, they're going to have to fight back to get back to the front of the class, but they had the pace to do it earlier. Let's see if they can continue it here. We're on board with the TLM Racing BMW, not an Aston Martin.
A lot of traffic.
And they're going to see if they can follow through on the Stratus 58 here. They can, ooh, it's a little closer, I think, than either of them would have liked. And that TLM BMW is going to go to the front of the pack here relatively quickly, also with the 74 of AOA.
I see BSR ahead of Harrison through there.
Mm-hmm.
TCS ahead of Flying First, so that's a pass for position there. They are nose to tail in that pack, though.
Yeah, BSR well ahead of Harrison here, so they've done well to get through the
Palomar is being passed by Bruce Innovations, and just behind you do have that Subaru BRZ.
On board with BSR here, and so to the left there, you've got the GTR 99. To the right, you've got the North Loop Motorsports BMW, of course, the class below this car. So easy money on the straight as you see the GTR 99 really trying to stay with and or past that Mustang ahead of it. They've had a less than stellar weekend. They're 2 laps off the lead, but still up in 5th position. Kind of in the space that they were yesterday, that they were creeping towards the top 5, top 10, but several laps down. So I think still trying to come to grips with the new car, having come out of the Supra last season. That Supra, of course, now belongs to AE Victory Racing, who had engine trouble this weekend. So they're excited to be back out at Daytona.
Mixed in these GTOs here, so you do have the battle for second between the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW and the 77 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra. A little bit further back, you have the 99 GTR 5 seconds behind the 74 of AOA Racing. You have the 87 Stoic Racing, second behind the 11 from Kingpin Racing. 5 seconds back from them, the 91 FPR Motorsports, and then 2 seconds from them, the 111 Bruce Innovations Ford Mustang as well. And then the fight for 11th between the 92 FPRS Motorsports Ford Mustang and the 246 TCB Toyota Supra as well. So a lot of these GTOs packed together here are fighting for position. So you see AOA and TLM get quite close going into one here. Good idea to watch GTU as well, as you see the quite a few Stratus cars coming through shot here. The 60 is going to be trying to stay ahead of the 109 Roberts Motorsports MP01. That's going to be a fight for third. Currently at around a 4-second gap last time across the line. Traffic really hurting that Harrison 392. BSR's got about maybe 10 car lengths down the straight now, and quite a few cars in between. On board, I believe the 77 from Kingpin. Just ahead, you
Kingpin
can
with
see
Cargo
the
Shorts Racing, presented by Ron Walker. And that is the Stoic Racing 87 ahead, right? I have that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. This might be a good time now that the restart has settled down to try to catch up on ads here. We'll just cram in another quick one. We've only got one ad right now, which again, if you would like to place your ads, either as an ad or as like a graphic even, we could do that as well. Maybe you could become the title sponsor for one of the events. There's lots of sponsorship options available, so we'll be right back from saying hi to our friends at Continental Tire.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
We're back here live at the 12 hours of Sebring commercials presented by NBC Sports. Actually, we're not. This is the Can-Am Endurance Cup for World Racing. I'm Ryan. We got JT Tammy with us. Brendan Kazmarek has stepped away. Dustin Allis on the ones and twos. We are crushing it right now with an hour and 49 minutes remaining. We had just come back from a yellow flag. We've had some great guests today. Some great racing as well as we wrap up our time here in the upper Midwest. Of course, the next time out we'll be going to Daytona for the traditional World Racing League Daytona 14 hour. And then following that, I believe we'll be going to Road Hotlanta. Another stalwart WRL event. The Road Atlanta one always well turned out. Dustin, do we have the schedule graphic hidden somewhere? Is that something we could talk about? Throw up? Put it up. There it is. Beautiful. Road America. Yep, Daytona International Speedway in June 6th, about a month away, give or take. And then a little bit of a break, about a 7 or so week break until Road Atlanta in July. And at the end of August, we take our Mountain West swing with High Plains Raceway as well as Utah Motorsports Campus. And again, we've mentioned this a few times. If you're a team and you want to run this High Plains or the Utah Motorsports Campus, you want to combine them, High Plains Raceway is going to allow teams to leave their haulers in Colorado so that you can fly home. And then when it's time to head up to Utah, you can simply fly back into Colorado and drive it from Colorado to Utah, which is much better than towing from a lot of you guys I know are in the Southeast or you're in the upper Midwest. It's a little bit shorter tow to go from Colorado to Utah. So they're going to provide that to you, I believe, free of charge. Is that right, Brendan? I thought I heard him. He's not back. I believe it's free. I'm happy to be corrected on that. But a good service provided by Glenn Concert there at High Plains Raceway, really trying to push forward motorsports in that part of the country, and we're excited to be a part of that too. After Utah Motorsports Campus, we return to the Northeast, Watkins Glen International, the home of one of the older endurance racing events in North America. November 7th through 9th, we got Sebring International Raceway, of course, another traditional World Racing League venue. And then December 5th and 7th, the Circuit of the Americas for the U.S. Endurance Championship. Is that what they call it? USEC. Yeah. Anyway, we'll be there at Circuit of the Americas. The Peppermint Parkway. We're back with the 70 here. The two cars ahead are a lap down, or the better part of a lap down. A little bit tight, trying to get through here with the NPO1 traffic. It's been a huge addition having the NPO1 class expand here at GTU this past season, having a little bit more competition for Stratus Racing, who've been running those cars repeatedly for the last 5 or so years. And occasionally they would get a team here or there that would pop up locally to kind of give them a run for their money. But with the amount of experience that Stratus has had in those cars, it was typically no competition unless something odd happened, like a major mechanical fault or a collision even. But now that we've had multiple full-time runners, this GTU class continues to be enthralling. Today we've got the Stratus top 3, of course, and then the 109 of Roberts Motorsports. They're about a lap off the leader, but very, very close here. The 59, who had a dreadful day yesterday, they are currently in the lead, followed by the 58 and then the 60. GTO, of course, Round 3 Racing still holds down the lead in that class, the number 70 Porsche. You see it in your frame there. Followed by the number 2 of Team ACP with Tangerine Associates. They're in the BMW M4 in second position, followed by the 77 of Kingpin Racing and the 74 of AOA Racing, another BMW M4. And then finally rounding out the top 5, the number 99, GTR 99. Rounds out your top 5 in GTO there. GP2, of course, you have Palomar Racing currently leading 0.6 over the Garage 66 entry. That is BMW over Subaru. If we can find that battle on track, that's probably the closest one we've got right now. And then Northwood Motorsports, yesterday's winner by a substantial margin, currently running on third place. They're also the better part of a lap down. after that full course yellow. GP1, you've got Ginger Racing out in front, a ways ahead of the BSR number 981 Porsche. Then the 392, the mighty V8 BMW M3 Harrison Motorsports. They're about 12 seconds behind the BSR car. Those two cars have been going at it for some time. The GP1 battle has ebbed and flowed all weekend. Flying Fur was chasing those cars down at one point. You've had Palomar's been in the mix. TC Fly ends up getting up there from time to time. So the GP1 class has been pretty exciting all weekend through. We're going to see what Harrison can do in these last an hour and 45 minutes. That's a little rundown of the running order that you got going. Excellent. And we are just about to pick up that Subaru with the battle for first place in GP2.
52 rejoins the race.
So there is the North Loop car, the better part of a lap down, in third position in class. And then we're about to see the Palomar Racing BMW, followed very closely. There it is right there, the yellow and blue BMW, followed by that silver Subaru. So that is your battle for the lead in GP1. And as you can see, they're not that far from putting a lap on the number 21 of North Loop Motorsports. Now, the good news here for Palomar, their car, typically a handling car with a little bit less power, a little bit lighter. That is the same formula you have going on in a Subaru BRZ. So both of those cars, I would imagine, evenly matched. If anything, that BMW probably has the legs on the Subaru. That Subaru had a smaller frontal area. Probably works out to be roughly the same around here at Road America. Indeed, the Garage 66, their ultimate lap pace at 2:36, about 2 seconds clear of what Palomar can do. But Palomar has been very consistent today. It's both the 2:14 and the 21 capable of much, much faster times than the 83. And that gap is going to be a little bit wider this time by closer to about a second and a half. We'll see that update. Yep, 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like a slight edge to Palomar, at least for the time being. Looks like Ginger putting a lap down for the TCS entry. So they are now officially 2 laps down from Ginger. Ooh, the 63 runs quite wide at the
really
exit of the
wide
kink.
there. They get up over the dirt there and kick up a little bit of cloud of dust, but really not nearly as bad as it used to be. That is the reason for that concrete being laid down there at the edge of the track.
I believe that 63 moved into 9th position just a few laps ago, getting around the 24 from Roos Innovations, who will see a little bit out of shot behind the Subaru BRZ, the bright metallic blue BMW.
Unfortunately, it looks like that Palomar car is inching further and further away from the Garage 66 Subaru. I think we're going to be closer to a 2 or 3 second.
Well, previous lap they did set their fastest time of the race.
Yeah, 2:37.
Where Garage 66, unfortunately, is just slightly behind.
Yeah, they respond, setting 2:37.8. It's one of their faster laps in a while, but that's still not enough to stop the bleeding here. North Loop currently doing a 2:38.9, so that is not enough to be moving in the right direction as far as catching. They are being caught.
Yeah. Speaking of being caught, oh no, that gap just expanded again.
Kingpin Racing still 8.8 seconds behind the number 2 of Tangerine Associates for second position in GTO. Harrison Motorsports now back out to 17 seconds behind BSR, so that gap has stabilized as well. So everything kind of in a holding pattern right now. FPRS, the number 91 Mustang, currently catching the number 111 Bruce Innovations Mustang. 3.5 seconds the gap there.
Bit of traffic for Palomar. 63 just had a slightly slower entry there into 8.
Yep. And the Garage 66 car is
up.
right there, ready to pounce. Very pleased to have a GP2 battle for the lead after yesterday's just absolute dominance by, I think, 5 laps. The eventual gap at the end of the race from first to second. That Subaru is going to look awfully hard at making a move into Canada Corner there, but I think they're going to struggle to get by with the traffic they've got ahead. Just even as they come up out of Canada Corner, yes, they have not been able to make the move, but they've drawn really close to the rear bumper of that Palomar car. I think they'll be back in the draft somewhat, kind of the front stretch, but both of them are going to have to clear that GP1 BMW. Garage 66 runs a little bit wider, trying to get all of the momentum they can get to go up the hill and down the straight here. They have closed really, really closely. I think they're going to have a look as they go into turn 1 here. And they're not able to draw alongside, so just not enough power coming from that 2-liter engine to draw next to the 2.8-liter BMW. Even after having the draft the whole way down the straight, the other problem is that 3 Series is drafting the M3 ahead, so it's kind of a draft train you have going here. And that 3 Series, of course, the mighty V8 in the open throttle E90. Kind of keeps everything status quo on the straights at this time. They're going to be heading down to the tricky turn 5. Got this downhill left-hander, hard on the brakes. 66 closes up a little bit, but again, it doesn't have enough of a run to shoot past the Palomar car on the entry to the corner like that. They're going to head up towards turn 6, then back to the right, and we'll see them coming through turn 8. So again, here is the North Loop Motorsports BMW trying desperately to stay on the lead lap. Still being held up, I think, a little bit by the upper class BMW here. The Garage 66 car, I think, not really in a spot where they can make a move, because the places they would make a move, I think the open throttle car is going to be in the way. That's the bright green BMW ahead.
Yeah, the issue is the open throttle BMW is definitely quick on the straights, thanks to that V8 engine, but unfortunately as we get towards the Sector 2 area of the track, it's really, unfortunately, starting to hold up Palomar. Palomar's opened the door by trying to go wide and make a pass, but that's going to get the BRZ alongside. And looks like the BRZ's through. Oh, a little bit of chaos here.
Wow, I don't. That is an aggressive move in traffic.
Yeah, the 172's been like that all day.
Yeah, they really don't want the 70 to come around and put another lap on them. Is going to be part of the problem here, which you're entitled to defend from to some extent. But that was a tricky move in traffic. You see how much time they saved over staying behind that crew. The 70 now has a little bit more work to do to catch back up to the rear bumper of the 172.
Oh, and Open Throttle gets back around again on the front straight. That's going to have to cause Garage 66 to check up just a bit.
Yep. That'll give the Palomar car another opening here to take the initiative. I don't think they will have the opportunity. There's more traffic behind them trying to get by.
That's the 52 coming through. Yeah, unfortunately, also working through is the Stratus NP01s. All three of them here. That's relevant because the 59 is leading the 58 by only 2 seconds.
We've returned.
He's back.
Yeah, we are.
I don't know what's wrong with my mic. I'm about to give up.
Is this is a new mic, right?
Yeah, this is a brand new out of the box Blue Yeti.
Interesting.
Plugged in, everything is correct. It's sitting on my table. I'm not even touching it.
Jordan Worth led you down the pathway, man.
I suppose so. His
tough.
works great. I don't know what the deal is.
User error.
It
almost.
How am I using it wrong? It's on the desk.
we don't think it's the mic.
But nothing else bitrate wise is changing on my computer. Like I'm not losing frames or anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it just sounds like the auto quality immediately starts cutting out. You start to get quiet. It's kind of like a fishbowl effect.
That's so bizarre. But the headset mic I used on these headphones has given up. It does not work anymore.
Ah.
So that's why I tried to switch back to that earlier and it won't send any sound.
So we've got a GTO car back in the overall lead at this point, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Stratus 1, 2, and 3 in GTO with the Roberts Motorsports car, top 5 overall. Good stuff.
Yeah, we've got the fight in GTU for the lead.
Yep.
We've been watching the GP2 fight here change hands, and unfortunately, looks like it's gonna keep fighting as Palomar has gone back around the Garage 66, who's gonna look inside but back out for one.
This is really good stuff.
Yeah, they've unfortunately been held up just a bit by the 63 from Open Throttle here. It does look like the Open Throttle is going to get away a bit, but it's going to have to check up for traffic. And as we get back towards, the turn 5, 6, complex as we enter Sector 2, that's where we're going to see those GP2 cars really close the door again. And unfortunately, it's going to get close again.
So everything that we kind of lost in GP1 because of the full course yellows earlier and the way they split the field, we kind of got back here in GP2. I'm also kind of surprised it's favored Palomar number 83 here and not the number 21, because there was a time where the 83 wasn't really in contention this morning.
Not during the opening stints, maybe necessarily as much, but they had a very strong middle stint. Ryan and I had talked about it earlier, how they had closed down the gap from, I think, over a minute. Mm-hmm. Down to 17 seconds at the time, or something like that.
I think the 981 from BSR is on something of a furious charge here to try and claw back the slightly less than a lap margin up to the 46 of Ginger Racing. I know they were right together on track a little bit earlier on. There's the Harrison car, 25 seconds in arrears.
Yeah.
Wait for the arrival of the 46 of Ginger Racing. There it is. All right, so I mean the margin there is what? Right about 2 minutes, maybe a minute 50 from Ginger Racing back to. Oh no, it's 2 minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Palomar's not
Sorry, it went
able to
away.
do it.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to defend here.
You'll see it's
Oh,
the
there
open
we
throttle
go.
BMW.
But here's the problem. We're just going to get on the front straight and open throttle is going to come through again, just like they did earlier. We should also try to keep an eye on, I believe, a little bit further back, the 91 FPRS Motorsports.
There it is.
Think I saw has caught up to the 111 from Boost Innovations. I believe that is a
yes. It's
fight
3 Ford Mustangs in a row. Well, 3 out of 4 are 3 Ford Mustangs. So you'll see them crest the hill here underneath the TireRack.com gantry at start finish. 111 to the inside, 91 to the outside. They'll go side by side into one.
Yeah, that is a fight for 8th and GTO.
Bruce defending here from the number 91. The 92 is also back there. That car is a lap further down. 4 laps off the class leaders, which is 3. And they're about to catch the Palomar and Garage 66 battle here as well. Turn 5 camera is stabilized nicely. Oh.
Yeah, had to say it.
Jerk.
Yeah, had to say it out loud.
Jerks. A contact reported, by the way, between the 214 and the 63. So put a little asterisk over that Garage 66 BRZ. That was the 63 was the open throttle BMW that they were working through, and they got passed again by down the front straightaway. There it is, back a shot.
Yep.
111 draws away from the 91 again. We've got an onboard camera mixed in there as well. Number 77, Rob Walker Racing Toyota Supra is out just a little wide at the exit of the carousel. There it is. Just has to breathe the throttle there on corner exit a little bit. Floats the car into the kink, back into the throttle. And as we said, this is 91 Ford Mustang from FPRS Motorsports up in front. And then the number 111 is clear there by, I don't know, 10, 12 car lengths. If you were to look out the back of the Rob Walker Racing Toyota Supra, you would see the 92 Ford Mustang. It's Kingpin number 77 after a really good run yesterday to come in right in behind the sister car, number 11. Is actually on the GTO podium at the moment. 3rd place in class, the lead of the Kingpin cars, with some thanks to a penalty for the 74 of AOA Racing.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, Ryan.
Have I fixed it? Does it sound better?
It sounds 10 times worse.
What?
Like you're speaking.
Joking.
No, like you're running your audio into a Campbell soup can and then a string and then the microphone.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding.
I just used the playback thing to listen to it and record it, and it sounded great.
It sounds abysmal.
I wouldn't say
Maybe not abysmal.
But it does sound like the mic might be a little too close as well. Ooh, good news for Palomar and Garage 66. It looks like they managed to stay ahead going into 5.
Yeah.
So that should hopefully give them enough room to kind of get away here by the time they get back onto the
Where's
back
the 92
straight.
gone? Oh, slow at turn 5 is what we're told.
Also, I'm not going to lie, I'm curious if we've been getting the 91 and the 92 mixed up.
You might be right. Yeah, now it says 91 is slow. I thought the 91 was the black and blue. Yeah. No,
Yeah. So
right.
I was being thrown off because they both have black and blue, but one has light blue.
Yeah. Nope, you're absolutely right. That is a slow number 91 now. So 92.
That's a shame.
Yeah. And now the 111 is kind of clear here. Very little to worry about.
Yeah, they've their lap times have been pretty good. Looking over it, haven't been outside of a 2:25 basically since just after we went back to green.
Every now and then we get a slow lap from the Stratus number 60. We had a 2:25.2 earlier, 25.6. Oh, sorry, no, that's Robert's car. 2:26.3, 26.5, 23.9. This is all since we went back to green. The Roberts Motorsports car, number 109, is only 15 seconds in arrears. Not quick on a lap, as quick on a lap-by-lap basis, but if we keep getting long laps from the number 60, we could end up with a battle for the third step on the GTU podium before too long is up here.
Yeah. It initially once we went back to green, that gap was like 4 seconds.
Oh, okay.
It had been ballooning out. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is possible Stratus, I don't think they've run into a problem. I think that was a lap based a bit more on traffic. Unfortunately, some of the traffic for these GTUs can be quite painful. Just because you don't necessarily have the power to get around, you have to use the momentum. And if you can't use the momentum, you don't go anywhere fast.
Got a safety vehicle heading out at turn 9.
That would probably be for the 91.
Yeah, ground to a halt.
Not to do this bit too often, but is this better?
It's yeah.
Okay.
It's a little on the loud side, but better.
Well, can you tune that on your end so I don't have to undo everything again? So, thank you. I appreciate that. I have the gain on the microphone right down, so I don't know what else to do on that.
Yeah. There's your safety vehicle headed out to go recover the 91. Stop down at Canada Corner. Can-Am Corner. Since this is the Can-Am Endurance Cup. Hour and 21 minutes left on the clock at the Can-Am Endurance Cup, fourth round of the 2025 World Racing League season. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West on the microphones, Dustin Ollis on the ones and the twos. Layla Kazmarek is up with us here in the booth as well at DriversEye Live, on the ats, whether on the ats, local on the ats, at DriversEye Live, at World Racing League. Stay tuned over there for podium coverage, footage, photos later on this afternoon. Special guest Chris Picola with us in the booth as well. Little Champion Racing reunion up here with JT. Not that Champion Racing, different Champion Racing. Champion Motorsports? I don't know, JT, you got to correct me here. Oh, JT BRB, of course. Yeah, great. Fantastic.
JT has departed. He has left the building.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I don't know. We had another champion racing driver yesterday in the chat. Nick Woodbury. Yeah, I haven't seen Nick in. I've talked to Nick in eons.
So he was here. He
No, it was in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Yeah. Yeah.
I actually found the waiver that we had to sign for VOR back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Some old CDs and stuff.
Oh, man. That was sim racing links last forever, apparently. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 Yeah, this is our. Chris makes a great point. One of the sim racing links lasts forever. This is the opportunity to say we used to race against Jimmy Broadbent.
I mean, you raced against and with people who were more interesting than Jimmy Broadbent.
No, apparently in this world, nobody is more interesting than Jimmy Broadbent. I don't understand it, but that's what I've been told.
I like him.
He's fine.
He's more important than Parker Kligerman?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, our former R4R driver Parker Clearman. I didn't do that race with Parker. So
Got it.
Yeah, but we used to beat Jimmy Broadbent on a pretty regular basis.
I mean,
only
I think
guy
then,
we couldn't ever beat was this guy Chris Picola.
I was just say the guy back then mostly beating Jimmy Broadbent was Jimmy Broadbent.
It's also fair. To be fair, the guys beating R4R Motorsport were mostly R4R Motorsport as well. the VLMS LMP2 field versus one Croatian's internet connection. Who would win? One Croatian CRT monitor. Dustin Ollis says he beat Scotty T. McLaughlin in IndyCar at Michigan before he swapped over. IRL.
They don't call it that anymore.
IRL?
Yes.
I will say, Ryan, the one thing we can hear is the click and unclick of you muting and unmuting the mic.
This is brutal because the only way to fix it was to have it on continuous broadcast because it wasn't picking up timely enough.
Yeah, sure.
With the auto trigger thing.
Yeah.
So I don't want it to just be on all the time, but yeah. Ooh, Justin brings up a good point using the thumb button on my mouse. I've never thought of that before. That's a great idea. I'm going to fix that.
No, these are real race car stuff. Yeah, I got you. Telestream.
I now have it mapped to the DriversEye Live button on my keyboard.
You have a DEL button, huh?
I do.
Yeah. I've never thought of it like that. I like that. Mine is the delete button. It's not the DEL button.
It says DEL, but it's also where the decimal is on the key.
Sure, yep. Around the outside of the carousel, the Stratus and the number 70. Stratus is at 59? I think so. Oh, this is the battle for the overall lead, yeah. So it's just changed hands with... let's change the sort again here on live timing. Yep, 59 around the outside of the 70. Actually, it looks like it had gone the way of the number 2, at least briefly. I'm sorry of that. Jeez. Back the way of the 70, at least briefly. Let's see if we can get a good run out of here to the final corner, but I don't think it's close enough. And the 59 will have the toe of the TLM USA BMW up the front straightaway.
The battle for the lead in GP2 was within a tenth a moment ago.
They're going to be side by side on the front straightaway here again, guys. Way off in the distance. First the Porsche, then the NP01. So back and forth we go.
Oh. Will you check the log?
I already did.
Yeah.
It was for passenger yellow.
Oh no! So Garage 66, I think, just got a 1-lap penalty. That's going to move them down into third and North Loop up into second. But that's going to put that to be a battle that's on the same lap, basically.
And they have
pending.
a pending contact investigation from 156 also up at turn 11.
So what this has actually done is, at least according to timing, it's moved Garage 66 to second with a 5-second gap over North Loop.
Yeah, so that'll be the new on-track battle, is the BRZ, silver BRZ up ahead of the orange and blue BMW. The Endurance Radio orange BMW. There's the BRZ. There's the BMW. Charging hard. The Garage 66 car appears to be a little bit quicker at the moment. Long lap for North Loop, a couple of laps. 244.5, 249.1.
Mm-hmm.
North Loop does not have their hot shoe driver in the car right now because their hot shoe driver is texting me.
Oh. Stratus picks up a spot again on the number 70. I wonder if the 172 is kind of keeping this back and forth going by holding up the 59 where it's quickest. There goes the BRZ. There's the 21 out in the distance. There's the 172. They're going to catch the North Loop car at the exit of Bill Mitchell. Billy Mitchell? Billy Mitchell, thank you. I was going to get it wrong.
William Mitchell.
No, it's very specifically one and not the other. 59 gets held up definitely there by the 172 and the 21, so this will give the 70 the run up the hill again. And with something like double the horsepower, through goes the Trimtex Porsche. So back and forth we go for the overall race lead with 72 plus minutes now on the clock. Likely just one more pit stop left for each of these. Close to 70. They were in at 117 and we're out to 137. So probably due in here within the next 2 or 3 laps, which is going to be really close on getting them to the finish. Fortunately, they're not being really pushed by anybody in the overall at the moment. Boy, this camera's smoothed out nicely. Just celebrate the little victories, guys. It's important. GP2 lead or second place battle, excuse me, did come down a little bit last time through, down to 4.7 from 5.0. Held up here again a little bit by the Palomar car. So let's watch the 59 and we'll just ring around the outside of the number 38, but not as close to the 70 as it was the last couple of laps. Normally by this point it would be back in the overall race lead, but I think in this case 70 will probably have to dab or release the throttle just a bit here at the kink, whereas the 59 should be flat. And now, yeah, this kind of runs into or being bit by the power differential there by the end of Canada Corner. Maybe better on the brakes here, headed towards turn 12. Be enough? No, it's not. A fascinating dynamic here between these cars. This is really the fastest we've seen the 70 head-to-head against the NPO1s. Kind of at the same time, and watching this back and forth dynamic here is really actually very interesting. I think by this point yesterday the Stratus cars were pretty well clear in the overall. Yeah, really gaps the NP1 there at the end of the straightaway. It's also probably worth noting here that the 70 is running light because it's low on fuel. So that's aiding the 70's case here as well. And if you're wondering why we're sticking with this at the moment, it's really all we've got. That second place battle in GP2 is keeping us on our toes a little bit. Comes down again from 4.7 to 4.3. So just a couple of tenths here and there, but owing to that penalty, it is trending in the direction of North Loop. The other thing that's worth noting here is that this really isn't holding up the Stratus 59 all that much. The margin back to the team car number 58 is 13.2 seconds. And the lap times are pretty consistently in the 2:23s and 2:24s for both cars. There we go. Clean run out of turn 8 for the black and gold number 59. 70 will breathe the throttle here at the carousel. The 59, just about a half a car width off of the white light into the inside. Should probably be flat or just about flat through the carousel. He'll have a whole lot of steam, or a whole head of steam coming off of the 100-plus degree right-hander. And again, flat through the kink. Follows through, ducks to the right, looks to the right, and then we'll lose about 2 or 3 car lengths here at top end before they make the jump on the brakes into turn number 12. Yep, still nothing there. They're going to come up on the TCB Toyota Supra GT4 here in just a moment. I think the Flying Fur car just ahead of them, and the number 946. Car running top 5 in GP1 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is really remarkable just how much the 70 gaps the 59 here on the long straights, especially that climb up the hill.
Yeah.
Point that the 70 is going to clear that GT4 Supra from TCP. This might hold up the 70 here. Oh, we're going to throw it up the inside. I think, yeah, I was going to say, it's a really late move. And the car you're defending from got held up behind you anyway. Yeah, the 59 is going to lose out here even more because it just does not have the legs to clear that number 246 underneath the Sargento Bridge. We'll probably be able to get, yeah, definitely able to get the Flying Fur 946 on the brakes at turn number 5. Yeah, it's Billy Mitchell. Yeah, confirmed. Chris had it right. It's not Billiam Mitchell. No, that is incorrect.
Yeah, but shout out to Justin Ford, though.
Yeah, Justin Ford in the chat. I think I saw the Chattanooga car on the entry list for Daytona.
Amen. Bless.
This is exciting. That is where we head next on the World Racing League circus.
Sorry, I already did that bit.
Oh, man. Darn.
I know.
Did you call it the Paul Revere 14-hour?
I did not, no.
Ryan.
You gotta put the names on the graphic, man.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's a Jordan Worth graphic, so we got to get that. Edited.
Currently looking at a 24-car field in GP1.
That is remarkable.
That includes Chattanooga Tierwagen Mesh version 3.69.
JT versus the German language. Iconic. A lot of Germans up there in Seattle, JT.
Wouldn't know.
Yeah, right.
Ooh.
You're missing out on the schnitzel, man. So 70 goes up to the inside of the team car, the number 10. I wonder here if the 59 has realized, hey, this is really not important. It was fun. The back and forth was fun, but they lost a fair bit in traffic, and I do just wonder if the 70 being light on fuel towards the end of a fuel run here is happy to just kind of let everybody everybody is happy to just let this be at the moment. I also think the 59, if I look at their pit stop history here, They were last in under the full course yellow at 116. And I do kind of wonder if the Stratus cars are saving or trying to save some fuel here at the moment. Hour and 4 minutes left on the clock. If they can get it inside of about 55, they think they should be able to make it to the end without a splash. Same goes for the 70, but that'll be right on an hour.
Do we have a turn 7 camera?
No.
There's a report of an impact, 65.
That's an open throttle car. Do we have an onboard? Maybe we could try and pick that up. I don't know. Let's see where the... if it says driver's right, that would be probably on the exit of the right-hander up at the top of the hill. Easy to do there. You drop a wheel on corner exit out over the curbs. We'll ride with this for a moment. We are still green around the full course, just that local yellow up there at turn 7. Easy to do there. You get on the curb, the exit curb there, and you can, even if you try and straighten the wheel out and keep the car centered over the curbs, it can bottom out and spit the car out to driver's right. So this is where we're looking. Come through the right-hander with safety vehicles.
Yeah, so there was a safety vehicle on the right before 7. So
yeah, so it's actually not at 7. It's just before the turn 7 corner station there. It's like waved yellow, which is interesting. But it's if the impact happened, it's happened on the exit of 6. I think it would be a better way to describe it. Fighting the Asian lady beetle fight up here. Layla's had just about enough, I think. And it's not the bugs, it's just the fact that there are many of them. We're not quite at Watkins Glen 2024 levels of bugs. That was extreme, but it's still a fair handful. Round 3 racing number 10 into the pit lane. And that's still outside of an hour, so I don't know if that car's going to be able to get through to the end of the race without an additional splash. On board the 172. That's an odd place for a car to end up. Almost like maybe it ran wide on the exit of turn 6, tried to keep the wheel straight and get the car back on track, but it spun in the grass and kind of shot out to driver's right.
Yeah, maybe it got loose on entry, carrying a bit too much speed, correction, and just vaulted off the track.
Yeah, exactly. And this is all happening, as we said, under a full course green, as it were, with, full course green with the local yellow up there at 6 and 7. Peak speeds here in the braking zone at turn 5, 149. We will get our highest speed of the calendar next time out at Daytona International Speedway. GTO cars 160 plus in the straight line at the end of the tri-oval.
Yeah, I've been. Ooh, yeah, that car's
very odd.
Inclined. Sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the entry list for Daytona, and there's some cool entries that we'll be having.
What piques your interest?
Team Low Country Motorsports is back.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
With the Camaro.
Yep.
That's gonna be quite interesting. We already talked earlier. We'll be seeing hopefully those two Moorhead Janettas. We'll also see a Janetta G55 from Camber back.
Oh yeah.
Not sure that's necessarily the best track for it, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. El Monte Motorsports is back. Haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah.
In GP1, bringing back 3036.
Last time I saw them was at Daytona.
Yeah. Team Jorts Motorsports will be bringing a Corvette in GP1.
That's got to be like a champ car team with the name like Jorts Motorsports.
Maybe.
Motor Jorts.
We're looking at 11 entries in GTU at the moment. All Stratus cars, 2 cars from round 3, 2 cars from automatic. Then we'll have Dom Motorsports, Polecat Racing, Hera Flight, and the 739 from Rapscallion.
You know what I didn't hear on that? Okay.
Soon. Currently 1 GP3 entry.
Dustin rightly points out we've swapped the overall lead again. This time the 59 is out in front and has a little bit of a margin there, but I think it's going to get held up by the 172 BMW at Canada Corner one more time. Yep, and there's the 70 on the throttle out of Canada Corner. Ooh, awkward there. 909 is to really jump on the brakes, locks up the fronts behind the number 1, who, of course, ducks right into the pit lane. 172 ducks into the pit lane. 59 is in as well. So they've got that car down to 58 minutes. 59 minutes left on the clock. We think an NPO1 can go about 57 minutes on fuel here? Is roughly where it'll be when it leaves the pit lane?
Maybe with some help.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's not under obvious threat at the moment. Sister car number 58 hasn't been in yet, does assume the overall race lead. And if the 58 is able to go another lap or 2 here, that might put it into a window where it can do the rest of the race on a tank. Rob Henretta says HQ Autosport is bringing our E46 BMW 330 chassis to Daytona out from SoCal. Just look forward to seeing them. I was actually going back through some old Daytona footage recently from like 2021, and I don't remember what the specific reason was, but we had, I think, a long period where we rode on board with HQ Autosport back at our first visit to Daytona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll be in GP1.
Yep.
We'll see Screaming Goat back. We'll see All-Star, Zipa back. Grissom Autosports will be back. Split 5. Harrison, Choice.
Yeah, Grissom, that Grissom car we heard earlier is the old Montgomery Motorsports E36. Which would be cool to see back. Justin Ford adds they've been busy at Chattanooga Tornwagen. Helping El Presidente go racing, which of course references RJ Till's Grid Life Touring Cup debut back at Carolina Motorsports Park a few weeks ago. And also helping prep the Palomar cars between events. I don't think I realized Palomar cars were being kept in Chattanooga between races. It's very cool.
I think that's been a thing for
a while.
I'm sure it has. This is not something I think I had processed. Oh, speaking of...
The 38 being a bit lively there. Approaching a yellow
really
flag
good.
zone is...
Rob Henretta says 2021 was a great race. 3 cars on the same lap for 13 hours in GP2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have very, very fond memories of the 2021 race. It was one of my favorites. 70 is in, so both of the overall race leaders over the last couple of, well, let's say the last 20 minutes or so. 59's already been released, obviously. 70 will come to the attention of the round 3 racing crew. They're off in the distance. And the number 2 is in as well. So that'll be your second place car in GTO. Full lap off of the race leader at the moment, unfortunately. So GTR 99 has been in, as has AOA Racing. And the gap is 1:08.1. The AOA car has been quick. I'm not sure if GTR is going to have the legs here to be able to make up any kind of margin there. But if we get a full course yellow, just keep an eye on that. Hope things split the right way. We may find ourselves a little battle there. Also waiting on a pit stop from the number 77 Kingpin Racing. Toyota Supra GT4 out of third place in GTO. .981 from BSR Racing into the pits. That is your GP1 class leader.
After, the Ginger Racing pit.
Yeah, the gap there was only 40 seconds, so I'm sure the Ginger car has already come through or is about to. Yeah, it just came through. So we'll wait the arrival of the Harrison car, the 392 E92. Pulled the 65 open throttle BMW out of the runoff to driver's right at turns 6 and 7. And in the back door there at the apex of turn 9, or turn 8, excuse me. 70 is released here. Let's see where that overall lead battle shakes out. I would anticipate the 59 being pretty well clear by virtue of having a shorter pit stop, less fuel to put in the car, and that is exactly the case. Not a lot, maybe 6-7 seconds, but that's enough to give it the overall race lead. And the 77 pits. So we get our answer on the 6th place car overall and the 3rd place car on the GTO podium. Kingpin Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing, Rob Walker Racing. Who's got more team names than the 77? Anybody? Actually inherited 2nd? How does that happen? Oh, because that was the 2's outlap.
Yes.
That makes sense. Yep, okay. So the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW briefly back down into 3rd and then immediately back up into 2nd in the GTO class. As the 77 makes what is presumably their final stop of the day. The 21 is in from 2nd place in GP2, having passed the garage 66, number 214.
I think we'll take the opportunity here to run an ad real quick. Then we'll go 49 minutes of commercial-free coverage presented by Continental Tire. We'll be right back here at the Can-Am Endurance Cup, the World Racing League. It's Sunday, the 7-hour, the final event of the weekend.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at the Can-Am Endurance Cup at Road America. Deep in the Kettle Moraine Forest. It's not that deep in the Kettle Moraine Forest. Heading towards the checkered flag here in just over 48 minutes on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Dustin Ollis, Layla Kazmarek all contributing today. Scott Michaels was with us yesterday as well, taking you through the first 8 hours of endurance racing and sports car action at America's National Park of Speed, America's National Park of Traffic here between 10 and 11. A handful of a lot of BMWs. Ooh, 172's wide. Buries the throttle and gets it back. The more I see something like that, the more I am convinced that this is the correct runoff solution at Kink. I had said, some time ago that the idea was to make the runoff wide but short, so that you were forced to get back on the racing line, but even if you ran the car out wide, you weren't going to be kicking up dust or digging ruts or whatever in the... Oh, looks like we got a stop camera there. Digging ruts out behind the curbing. It looks to be the way things have gone there.
Yeah, because you don't want
first test of the weekend so far so good. Or first test of the year so far so good.
You don't want to impact visibility through a high-speed blind corner.
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly it.
So everybody at the lead of GP2 has now pitted. The 83, the 214, and the 21. The 21's still 4.5 seconds behind the 66.
It's basically exactly what it was before the pit stops.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nothing gained. Did they put their shoe in for the last stint, Ryan?
Unclear. I have not heard either way.
Ah.
So if your quickest driver is a shoe, is your not quickest driver the sandal, or?
Some would say the sandal is better than the shoe. But I don't, who am I? The sock, maybe? When I was an air traffic controller, we had the regional operations center, and also we had an SOC as well, which is a CCA steward position. SOC. And because I was at Rochester Tower, we would refer to ourselves as Rock. So every now and then we would, call the ROC or the SOC, and we'd call them Rock. We'd say Rock Sock. We had great fun with it. That is the least satisfying reaction. No. That is really disappointing. Rock Sock Jayhawk.
It makes sense for an ATC world.
Yep.
I bet that killed at conventions if you had them.
I would not be caught dead at an ATC convention, JT. You could not pay me enough to attend one of those.
Did you see the, was it the Albuquerque Tower that 6 of them just up and left?
I heard 9. was the number I had heard. It's Albuquerque Center. They've all taken, most of them have taken jobs abroad, either in Australia, Japan. Anyway, just places that aren't being an air traffic controller in the United States. Good for them, I say. When I first got out of college, I actually looked at employment in Australia and see if that was an option, because there was no telling how long it was going to be waiting for a position in the United States. It turned out it was 2.5 years, almost 3. But the Australia thing didn't work out anyway. So yeah, no, it's exciting times, you know.
It is one of the times of all time.
It is. Yeah, I didn't leave for international employment, but I did leave to set up iPhones at various racetracks around the United States. So, and then tear them down and charge them overnight, and then do it again.
Internationally at one point.
Tear them down.
Did I?
Weren't we gonna go do some race in Belgium or something?
Oh yeah, 24 Hours is older. I spent various months in 2014 trying to make that happen. We're gonna go try and do Thunderhill coverage at Zolder. I got close, but didn't happen. Close, but no promise.
Is that still a thing that's possible?
Zolder? I think if I were to revisit it now, yeah, probably.
So, like...
I mean, between them and the 25 Hours of Spa, which, if you didn't know, is the flagship event for the VW Fun Cup.
Have a European swing for the season.
Yeah, absolutely. There are... Didn't Radio Le Mans have a bit that they were calling, like, their Summer Sports Car Spectacular or something? They did, like, 6 races in 6 weeks.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think they did. How many have we done? We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did 6 races in 4 weeks. Brian,
That's pretty
you were...
good.
Yeah, I think so. 6 races in 4 weeks, 8 races in 6 weeks. No, yes. 8 and 6. Just, you know, we get around, man.
Get around, I get around.
It is the final hour of 15 hours of racing. The World Racing League Can-Am Endurance Cup. How could you tell?
I think that's the 52 coming in for fuel and leaving.
Yes, it is. I think you're right.
Cool. Good to see that car did come back out after its issues early on in the race.
I wonder if they were fighting some type of like ABS or electronics issue. Because turn 14 is not the kind of place that you just tend to fire off into the gravel multiple times. I mean, if you're really pushing the car maybe, or you drop a wheel on the entry, I could see it happening. But because the braking zone curves naturally.
Yeah.
There into the last corner, you're kind of setting yourself up for the exit from the very beginning anyway. The 91 is in the pack.
Yeah, but it's one of those tricky corners where it can get not necessarily dangerous, but it can really catch you out quickly if you don't really set up right for it on the entry. It's kind of like what is it, turn 8 at Mid-Ohio?
Oh, coming up over there, going into 9.
Yeah,
the double right-hander. Yeah. 8 to 9.
Yeah, it's where you really got to set up your car right, because if you don't, you can't really adjust the car too much in the braking zone.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Oh, time for more Kingpin. Crown emoji. Thumbtack emoji. Amazing.
There it is.
Remote director Sadako Kalsa was calling the onboard shots here.
Boom, we got him. I don't have that tab open, or I would.
'91 has rejoined the fray, so the car that was most recently stopped down at... where did that car come to grief? Was it Canada Corner?
So...
Yeah. It's now back out on track. Your overall race lead battle, for what it's worth, that was nose to tail before the round of pit stops, now 11.1 seconds in favor of the Stratus number 59. It's your GTU class leader. Stratus number 58, it's kind of hanging around there. In what is otherwise a Stratus, presently anyway, a Stratus provisional sweep of the podium. And Brad McCall kind of acknowledged that that's where things were at a little bit earlier on. The GTU cars and teams are basically all fighting for fourth behind the Stratus cars. And then if one of the Stratus entries has a problem, the opportunity is there to pick up the podium. But for the most part, it's just not really... While they're playing the same game, they're not playing the game with the same experience.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one car had been doing well in the early phase of the race, but they did run into an issue that took them, I think, like 9 laps or so.
Yeah.
To figure out. And then was it the 10? I think maybe had a fuel issue early on as well.
That Porsche sounds so good out in the distance. We are getting one more guest before the end of the day.
Are they from Cargo Shorts powered by Kingpin Rob Walker Racing?
They're from half of those things.
Okay. Which half? I'm curious how they're from half of 3 things.
Well, I committed to saying the phrase before you got to the third thing.
Rob Walker in Cargo Shorts?
No.
Is it Tyler Hoffman?
I can neither confirm nor deny this information. Yes.
I'm like, you're the one person here that could.
You can't do that.
Apparently he'll be in a minute.
So you can't count and you're a liar. Confirmed.
Counterpoint, he also has a mustache.
Maybe I can count,
Ooh,
but
that's
I'm a
true.
liar. Right, because that would also then just be a lie. The first section... The first section of pit stalls here is pretty well cleared out now that we have completed the final stops for many, if not most, of our teams. Radio comes off. Yeah, please. Nope, didn't get the mute button either. Darn it.
I've been so bad about drinking.
The world's worst hydrator confirmed, Tyler Hoffman. Yeah. Oh, no. That's his secret to success, is he just never drinks water. You want to... There's no rush, but I assume that's the reason you came over. I don't want to waste your time. Happy to waste my own, but, No good? Okay. We're going to take a guess here. I think we got it. Welcome to the booth. For the first time since back at Barber. I don't think we got to see you guys back at Mid-Ohio. But what's your title? Owner, team principal? What do we go with? I don't know. Oh man.
Director Sportif.
Director Sportif.
Director Sportif?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Okay. Tyler Huffman.
Hello.
From Kingpin Racing.
What's up, everyone?
Number 77 and number 11. Normally I'd put the number 11 first, but this weekend
it's been a good weekend.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta fade you down. Holy cow.
A little loud.
Yeah.
Sorry,
it's okay.
everyone.
Last guy was real quiet.
Oh, okay. That's definitely me.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, 11's had a decent weekend. Led the 77 home yesterday. You guys were, I think, just off the podium.
Yep, 4th and 5th yesterday.
Yeah.
So great showing, and today we're looking one better. So 3rd, I believe, at the moment with the 77, and then the 11's on a big march back. So the 11, I think we were sitting 8th, and we're back up to 6th, working 5th. And I think 4th might be just a touch out of reach, but we'll see. Anything can happen. So overall, been a good weekend.
What caused the march back for the 11? What knocked it down?
The march back. Actually, we've been really fortunate. The race isn't over, so I don't want to.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not superstitious. Super.
But you are a little stitious.
I am slightly stitious.
Yeah.
You just don't. You don't welcome the bad energy.
I understand.
No, the guys have done a great job on pit lane. We've got great drivers, so everything's been executed extremely well.
Yeah.
But everyone else is doing a good job too. So we've got a really fast kid in that we saved for the end of the day, Mr. Jet Bowling.
Yeah.
F3 kid, fast as hell. He's been an excellent addition this weekend, and we're already in talks. I'm sure he'll come back and join us some more. But
very nice.
We saved. He went 2nd yesterday, and then today we had him double for the finish. So he's on a good charge up through the field right now.
We did talk to Jet yesterday up here in the booth. Sotakal conned him too.
Yeah, it was. I think it's a rite of passage to the team at this point.
I think so.
That you have to go meet. Sotakal comes over. Like,
of all the people that you could blindly trust down in your paddock, Sotakal's the guy.
Well, there is no trust to it because it's not a question.
Oh,
it's not a question. It's. I don't know if I want to give it away or what he does, but there is no question.
Sure. Yeah.
It's. You just get in the car and you go.
Oh, see, I don't know that I could physically get myself into a car next to Sotakal and be like, "I'm taking you somewhere. You're coming with me."
His energy is so pure, you can't say no.
That's fair.
It's so pure and so sweet, and you're just like, oh, okay, this sounds like fun, and you just get in the car and you take the candy and you don't know where you're going.
My favorite thing he does is he'll bring his guest over, he'll drop him off, and then stand 2 glass doors away and just wave at you. And at the guest who has just obviously got no idea what they've just gotten themselves into. But Jet was a super kid yesterday. We had a really nice time talking to him, and very well spoken. Has obviously had a little bit of media exposure prior. Whatever, we're not media, but has some media exposure prior, and obviously he's quick behind the wheel of a car too.
Kid's a stud. I'm not surprised to hear he was good on the podcast too. The kid's a stud. He's fast. He's great. He's personable. There's not a lot of 19, 20-year-old kids that you meet that are quick and that you can put them in front of a camera, like you were saying, and also just like pleasant to be around. Like someone you want to go to dinner with, and he's a bright young kid. And I'm sure he's got a big future ahead of him.
So what's been the secret to the Rob Walker Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing success this weekend? Because we've kind of identified it both yesterday and today as like, oh, this car is usually a little bit in the shadows of the 11, but it's there and competitive. And now all of a sudden it's just like taking the trophy and, is on for a podium now. It's pretty wild.
The guys are all super fast. The guys are, it's amazing. I've never seen a group of a quadruplet of drivers be so close in pace. They're all, honestly, I don't know who's the fastest. I don't know who's second.
It kind of doesn't matter.
They're all the same.
Yeah, if they can all do 223s all day, then it really doesn't matter who the quickest is.
It's exactly. It's just the same pace all day long. And they're the fastest lineup here that doesn't have a paid professional in the car.
Wow. Yeah.
So it's been that way. We saw that at Barber. We saw it a bit last year.
Yeah.
And these guys just kick ass. They're in the car all the time. They're working hard on the sim, and they're putting in the time. We had the opportunity to test here on Thursday, thanks to Charlie and Max Track Time, and that was super beneficial. And just a really, really awesome group to work with.
Yeah.
and really grateful to have in our camp.
If they've found some time and consistency, it is most impressive that they've all found that time and consistency together, right? They've all taken kind of a step forward from maybe the last time we saw them. I think it was Sadakal directly said that time was found because they had the opportunity to test with you, a little bit of coaching, a little bit of guidance there as to how to go quickly. I'm sure you don't mind having a customer, like a full customer car up there kind of leading the way with the 77.
Oh, it's awesome.
Feel good, right?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Like this program it wouldn't be possible without them, and they're just as, they are their own, they're all buddies, and they are just, they've integrated a part of the team, and it's not like it's all just one big family, and they're kick-ass dudes.
I was going to say the vibes have to help. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like,
because you could have guys that'll be competitive, but if they're miserable to be around, like nobody's having fun anymore anyway.
Yeah, and that's, we really are, we look for that balance, right? We invest on the crew guy side, like in our team rather, like we'll invest time and resources into people. Yeah. If for the right people, and it's, you travel all over the world, this is an amazing sport with amazing people. And what better way to spend your time with the people that you want to spend your time with.
For sure.
Right?
Yep.
So, and they certainly make all that, they just enrich all of that even more, which is awesome.
So is the 11, will we see the 11 without the 77 kind of in tow at future events this year, or does it rely on it having both cars available?
The schedule just kind of works out that that everything will run both cars everywhere. Okay. I'm not sure if the 77 is going to do Watkins Glen or not in October, but that may be an opportunity. That may be an event where we just see the 11. Okay. But I don't know. Remains to be seen.
I don't want to come from San Diego to Corning, New York.
If they're not going to be there, I'm sure it's just a conflict.
Yeah, sure.
Because Rob Walker Racing he's in a race car more than I am.
It's unbelievable.
It's amazing.
We saw him at a Porsche Club event 2 weeks ago, right? He gave us an onboard. Then obviously we knew he was going to be here with the 77, and then I got another email from him on like Tuesday saying, "Hey, I'm going to be at the Porsche Owners Club event at Willow Springs in May. Here, you're going to be there too. What do you need to get my onboard camera?" I'm like, "Man, do you ever just not race? What do you do?"
I think next weekend, actually, I just happen to know his schedule. Because he's my homie. I think next, and I wonder how many weeks it's been, but I think next week he might not be in the race car.
Okay.
So he's going to take a week off.
Okay.
For Q2.
Yeah,
and then it's just, every week after.
I gotcha.
Dude's a rock star. He's been kicking ass.
What's the Kingpin program like? I think we touched on this back at Barber, but what does the Kingpin program look like? Obviously, you have the WRL calendar, but you've dipped your toe in some IMSA events as well. Been really, really competitive and successful over there with the Cargo Shorts Racing guys, and yourself, both as Kingpin and as Tyler Hoffman.
Yeah. We're going to Laguna in 2 weeks for IMSA with the Kingpin Michelin Pilot Challenge car. And that'll be Rob Walker Racing and Sadakal Kosel will be driving that together.
Okay.
And then we'll go to Mid-Ohio in June, the following round, and we'll run Pilot Challenge with Sadakal, Rob, and then I believe David Hodge is hopping in as the third for that one. And then I believe we're going to run the 11 and VP Challenge as well. Driver
at
TBD at Mid-Ohio. Yep. So Mid-Ohio is a VP and IMPC round.
Yeah.
So we'll have 2 or 3 cars there. 2 or 3
driver
supers
TBD. Is that driver is not Tyler Hoffman?
We'll see.
Oh. All right.
We'll see.
All right. Well, we look forward to that. An opportunity to see some. You're not really WRL alumni because you didn't leave. WRL success story. I don't really know what the
grad
title
school
is there. Grad school. I like that. All right. Yeah.
PhD.
Yeah. Masters. Yeah. Okay.
Masters.
PhD. Yeah.
Not that old.
That's fair. We need a WRL Masters category. The Masters Trophy, with some kind of like complicated Michelin Green X challenge point system as to how you win in your class and then get points for the Masters Trophy. I could be into this.
That could be good.
Anything that makes this more complicated than it has to be appears to be the way forward.
That's good. It's good for motorsports.
Not WRL, just racing in general. Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea. I want to not bring it up again, but I can't not bring it up again.
I know where we're going.
Did you know?
Oh.
Have you talked to Mike Gorman?
Today?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you recently? No.
Not really. No. What's
Bombshell? So back at did you watch any of the Mid-Ohio coverage?
A little bit.
Okay.
I did see that graphic
of the Fun Cup.
I did.
The green Fun Cup.
I knew we were going
so
there.
Apparently after the event, Mike got a call from a guy that's raced with him that has a budget that's like, hey, I think we could actually do this. So there are now like active work in progress type plans to potentially bring a VW over to WRL and run it in GTU.
Hell yeah.
So the thing started as a complete nonsense joke. And I mean, it's been going on for years, but this thing hit a head back at Mid-Ohio, and now it might actually be happening. So we might need your setup tips, because when DriversEye Live gets involved, inevitably, we're going to have to make this thing competitive against this wad of Stratus NPO1s, Stratus associated NPO1s. We're going to have to do something, man. We need ideas. Could you just put wider tires on it or something and give it a little bit more grip and stability?
That would be a good place to start, because the car, it runs on a 195 or a 205.
When you told me that at Barber, I was like, this may not be the best idea in the world.
So if we can put like a 265, that would be too much. But a bigger tire that
just giant flares.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, that's dude, and that would be.
Ends up looking like a dune buggy.
And that's something I know a lot about. My family, so my family, my dad and my uncle are big into racing dune buggies.
Is that right?
Yep.
Competitively?
So, yes.
Wow.
So they ran my uncle's first car was a dune buggy. I learned how to drive a manual when I was 8 in a dune buggy. In Virginia.
Oh.
At the time. Now they're both actually in Atlanta as well.
Okay.
So between my dad, my father, and my uncle, they own 5 buggies.
Sure.
And
as you do.
They run, yeah, of course. And most of them are street legal, and they race in an off-road. They run an off-road series, a place called Iron Mountain, which is an off-road park in Northish, Georgia.
Oh.
So just north of Atlanta.
Is it a popular sport in North Georgia?
There's not a lot of buggies.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of UTVs, side-by-sides, and dirt bikes and that kind of thing. So
multi-class endurance dirt buggy racing.
Yes.
Buggy racing. Yeah.
So, and Fun Cup.
Just throw them all out there. Yes, and now the one, Mike Gorman entered bright green number 69 VW Fun Cup. You're from Virginia?
That's where I grew up. Yeah, I grew up outside of D.C., Northern Virginia.
Right? Okay. Yeah, no idea. I actually know very little about most drivers in general. I'm just not good with that information. But yeah, it crossed my mind. I was like, well, I think you ran the Petite weekend last year, because I think Kingpin is based in that area, right?
Yep.
Road Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah, our shop's next door to Road Atlanta.
You, Sebeco are there as well, right?
Yeah,
Or
we're
near-ish?
we're 0.3 miles.
Oh, okay.
I think we're 0.2 or 0.3 miles from door to door.
Oh,
so
sure.
we're pretty close.
Right there. Yeah. We didn't see it down. So it's funny. We were down there for the Porsche Club of America event 2 weeks ago, and I don't really have any PCA stuff. They don't give us PCA stuff, so I have my DriversEye Live thing. But that had to change. I don't have 3 DriversEye Live pullovers, and I had my Kingpin Polo that Sadakal was just giving away. Every time he comes over, he brings goodies.
Good.
And so I was like, oh, well, I guess I could wear the Kingpin thing. And then sure enough, Rob Walker's out on track. Sadakal's in the chat, just chatting away. I was like, man, if I'd have known, I would have rocked Kingpin all weekend. I had no idea they were even there.
We were there. We were actually, I wasn't there.
Were you there? Oh, okay.
I was not there. I had another function, but we were there supporting a car. So Kim Estep was racing in GTB3 in her Cayman. And getting ready to run her. She's got a C6 Cup car, but we were there supporting the car, and we were out there. So,
do you understand the Porsche Club of America classing structure?
Sure.
Okay.
Just don't ask any questions.
Yep. I thought. It's about the only thing more complicated than SCCA classing at this point. I have never done anything as difficult as try and understand what is happening with the PCA class.
It's all the Cup car classes aren't too bad.
No, they make sense.
Yeah, right. And then once you get into and I understand the club sport, the GT4 stuff, because that's what we do. And then once you get to the GTA stuff, I'm not sure.
It's not just that. There's FGHIJKL. Or down to K, and then there's ME 1, 2, and 3, and there's 911 Cup, and there's I don't know, probably 18 classes outside of that GTA B, C, D structure that are just a disaster.
They all seem to be so. What I can understand, so I'm a simple man, right? So
Sure,
I can understand GTC 1 through 6 or whatever it is, and then you've got the GTAs, but so the rest of them seem to be more free floating. That's what we're going to call this.
Yes.
And this is going to be that. And there's no there's an order in somebody's head, I'm sure, of what it is, but.
You say that. I've had the conversations trying to understand it. It hasn't gone well. They've got so many 944s and like the 944 turbos that ran in the Cup Series back in the day. Like you could imagine having a class for 944s and for the 944 turbos, and that is not at all how it works. They're just scattered across these like F, G, H, I, J, K classes. I don't know. I don't understand it. They've been phenomenal partners to work with. We've really enjoyed covering PCA and Porsche Club of America events. We covered an event yesterday at Lime Rock Park, which is very, very cool.
Nice.
And probably have 6 or 7 more of those to come. But it's not immediately obvious how the whole thing works.
It's all a learning experience.
so.
It's beautifully confusing.
Does Kingpin have other programs? So I actually didn't know that you ran and supported like Cayman entries there. Do you have other programs outside of the super program you've got going now?
So we have some other stuff, yeah. So we've got the IMSA program, we've got the WRL program. Sure. We actually have a new to us, a TA2 program that we're supporting Dominic Starkweather and his TA2 efforts.
Full season?
Partial season.
Okay.
So kind of race to race. We did Road Atlanta. We're going to Laguna next week for that. And then we supported Kim in PCA. We do IGT and HSR as well.
With Kim?
With Kim, we'll likely do some IGT.
Yep.
We supported John Entile, Mike Cobb's a regular in IGT.
Not that Mike Cobb, presumably.
Not that Mike Cobb. Another Mike Cobb.
Okay.
I don't know if that Mike Cobb races IGT, but
yeah, probably not.
Our Mike
Cobb, I had to guess,
races IGT.
Yeah.
And he raced WRL with us here last year.
Cool.
And he'll do some HSR and a lot of our local guys that we support. About probably 15, 20.
You have
cars.
anybody at the Midi this weekend?
We do. We have.
Cool.
We've got one of our guys is back there, and he's running 1 or 2 cars. So,
yeah, very nice.
It's good.
Cool stuff. And I don't know. We don't have much. I don't have much else for you. You made it all this way over. I don't want to leave you hanging over here for the checkered flag, but
I mean, I'll head back here in a minute because I do want to. I think we're still in good standing.
Yeah,
here.
man. P3, P6.
I like it. How far from P5?
We thought there was maybe a chance there, but I think it's a minute 19. Is the gap there? Yeah.
Need more time.
But holding your own against the 74, they've been quick this weekend.
They have been quick.
P3,
They've been
P4.
fast all weekend. AOA and TLM have both been kicking ass.
Yeah.
They're fast guys, yeah.
Are you? Do you see those BMW M4s being crazy competitive and the Porsche and all of that? And you're like, hey, maybe we need to do something different here. Or are you pretty locked in on the Supras? And I know there are other concerns, there being that you run them in other trims.
Yeah. It's funny. We had a conversation about possibly another platform the other night. But we're quite happy with the Supra.
Okay.
Toyota's great to work with. Their engineers are great, and we can get. I mean, if they'll do whatever they can to get us parts and support, and Toyota's great to work with. But there's always talks and trying to figure out what's best for what. And
sure.
It's fun to window shop and try to make sense of what's best. So. You never know. Never know what 2026
Yeah, that
is
was
gonna
definitely
look like.
not a no, but also
Not
I
a
get
no.
it. I get it.
But I think we'll be in the Supras for a bit, but we'll see.
Are there Evo plans for that car that would bring them kind of up towards where the G82s are right now?
So currently the 11 is an Evo 1.
Okay.
The 77 is an Evo 2.
Oh, I didn't know they were already on a second Evo package.
So the Evo 1 was a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So they Evo 1'd the cars in 23.
Yeah, I guess I missed a second package.
They produced no cars for 24.
Right.
Because they were doing the
Yeah.
25s, which are Evo 2s.
Yeah.
So that was it was a quick Evo 1 to 2, which was surprising. I've never seen an Evo 3 for anything.
Yeah, sure.
And I don't know if and I don't know if there's a next gen car online that soon. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I have to look back. I can't remember. I think the car's homologated through 2029.
Okay.
So we've got a couple years with it.
Will
But,
Toyota support it? I mean, even after because super production is ending, right? Is that right?
I've heard mixed things, but I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, will Toyota, because you're racing North America, continue to support the car for as long as it's homologated?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense to me.
To my knowledge, yes.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, the level of support they've provided, even down into the WRL paddock, like from the earliest days of like Hitman Racing running that car at COTA in 2022. Yeah, I can't imagine they would just let it. You guys figure it out. I'm sure they'd support it, right?
Yeah. There's. I mean, they've got a lot of things that they're working on. They've got some other. There should be a GT3 car coming soon, right?
Yeah, I think we've all seen the videos and the spy shots, as it were.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if the next GT4 then will be a Lexus brand one then instead of a Toyota one.
We'll see. I couldn't say.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Well, Tyler, I'm gonna let you go back and hang out with the crew guys and enjoy your hopeful GTO good result. I won't even say the word.
Got 14 minutes left.
Good result there.
I'm going to take 15 to get over there. We'll see.
Yeah, I got you.
52 looks like it pulled off.
Yeah. Had some issues today.
They've had that poor car's had a rough day. Same with the Moorhead guys. I hate that.
Yeah, any idea what's been going on there? Like a terrible weekend.
They with Moorhead, I was talking to Johan earlier, and he said that they were having some brake issues, and obviously they had their issues yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's funny. Chad and I, we've met, we know each other, but we actually got to talk quite a bit this weekend, and he's a cool dude.
Yeah, man.
He's a super cool dude, and I hate the fact that they're having issues. It sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen Chad over here a lot. He used to spend a lot of time in the YouTube chat as well, just feeding us corrections of things we'd say that were wrong. And yeah, we'd like to see the Moorhead guys do it. It kind of seems like they had their accident at Road Atlanta last year, and then the program didn't fall apart or anything like that, but they were less consistent in what they were doing. And since they come back and do these weekends here and there, it just hasn't been the same, like, hey, we're going to go, kick butt.
Yeah.
They seem to be scrapping from below more than that. But I know this weekend obviously hasn't gone their way entirely as well. Issues on Friday, or Thursday, issues on Saturday. And obviously something going on today with the Janetta as well. Anyway, Tyler, I appreciate it, man.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I'll
see you around.
I'll see you at Road Atlanta.
All right. Yeah. Cool.
Thank you, guys.
Good. Tyler Hoffman out of the Kingpin Racing numbers 11 and 77 camp. VW Fun Cup aficionado.
So while we've had Tyler Hoffman on the air, I've had Dustin showing the GP2 battle, which has put the Northloop Motorsports BMW into second place on the timing sheet. But my understanding is that there's going to be inquiry made after the end of the race about some passing under yellow, potentially. So the top 3 of GP2 will probably be settled in the steward's room after. But they have come back, they've made the pass on the Subaru and started to check out from there as well. And then that Palomar car that was a lap ahead has now dropped back, basically, and let those other 2 cars get back to the front. Yeah, there might be, again, a penalty situation in play here, so that might have been a pass for the lead in GP2. I don't know, though. I know that that's going to be a thing that gets discussed at some point. Everything else looks like it's held station for the most part.
Yep.
But yeah, that was the only thing that went on basically during that thing was that battle for second place in GP2. Asterisk.
Oh, you could have interrupted.
Well, you guys were really in a flow, and I'm not the one that's there trying to feed the vibe, so, yeah,
Well, all right.
Difficulties of being remote. BSR has been just slowly reeling in the gap from Ginger, who comes across the screen here. It's about a 30-second gap at the moment. It doesn't look like that's going to be a change for position with only 11 minutes left. But just something to keep an eye on just in case.
Bruce Innovations into the pit lane for a final stop. Quick splash of fuel. Should be the last, I think. I don't think I see anybody else here on the pit wall ready to take fuel. But with 10 minutes here on the clock and the fact that, well, we got most of these pit stops inside of the final hour, I suppose it is possible one or two may have to duck in and take on a couple of gallons. As Ryan said, I think everything else is kind of fizzled out as far as on-track battles go. our social media manager, such as she is now, DriversEye Live, on the ats, headed off to go capture race finish photos from the conclusion of the 2025 Can-Am Endurance Cup here at Road America. Still the longest endurance races that get run at America's National Park of Speed, and even in 2026, the longest endurance races at America's National Park of Speed. Appreciate everybody's company throughout the weekend up here. I don't know that we talk too much about the results of what we do at DriversEye Live, but obviously the only way we can quantify some of these race weekend broadcasts is in viewership and engagement. And I'm fully appreciative of everybody being along for the ride with us this weekend. It was a good weekend at Mid-Ohio. It's been a really good weekend here. Of course, yesterday we had our triple header coverage from Lime Rock Park, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, and right here at Road America. And reaching more people with amateur motorsports broadcasts than I think any of us would have thought possible even just a couple of years ago. Certainly when we started our WRL coverage, it was nothing like it is now. And owe a lot of that to all of you, whether you're local and tuning in, hoping or wishing that you could be here as a spectator. We hope for that in the future. And if you're at points further afield, a friend, family, whoever that might be related to a driver or crew member, appreciate the support. The time, we're going to go too wide down into the kink here. It was an awkward move from the 92. Even more awkward defense from the 83 Palomar BMW. BSR's got that margin down to 27.7 seconds up to the Ginger Racing BMW. I think the BMW cars, or I'm sorry, the BSR car is pushing quite hard. Ginger car maybe just in gap management mode, but we're down to something like 4 laps remaining here from the Sunday 7-hour enduro at the Can-Am Endurance Cup.
Makes you wish there was another hour. Makes you wish it was the 8-hour. You know, if you had another hour, I think there's a shot there.
Yeah, I mean, the alternative is everybody gets to go home tonight. Which, you know, or not everybody, but most get to go home.
Sure.
Yeah, which is worth actually quite a bit. But oh, the 214 is into the pit lane. Our producer Dustin Allis just got in our ear. That is the third place car in GP2. Had been in a battle with North Loop Motorsport there for second place, but that'll be it for Garage 66. We'll relegate them to pretty decidedly the third step of the podium. There's no attack from behind. The 40-48 competition BMW is 16 laps in arrears, so it should be a pretty solid P3 finish for that Garage 66 squad, but not able to make it through to the end on fuel. And this is why I said, looks like most of the final stops are done, but definitely not all of them. Almost certainly not all of them.
Just getting your fuel margin wrong there is, too bad. Now, again, it's a 17-lap gap or 16-lap gap, so you're not risking anything.
All this actually draws back to the full course yellow we had with about 2 hours to go. Everybody came in and, it was a pretty obvious time to make a stop, number one, and number two, to try to make it through to the end on one more stop. A little bit of extra double yellow would have helped, I think. But at least the way things ended up going, we didn't get it. And I do wonder if some of these cars were having to pedal a little bit trying to make it to the end, and others just said, forget it. And it's not going to make a huge difference either way. It might have been more consequential had the Garage 66 car not picked up a passing under yellow penalty earlier. They're gonna end the race something like a lap and some change off of the GP2 class leading Palomar 83.
Well, and we still think there's potential for the Palomar racing car to pick up a 1-lap penalty.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that.
Well, the stewards have been informed about a potential passing under yellow situation.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, no reports in the race control log there, but press on. Oh, gaggle of cars up the front straightaway here. Ginger Racing is in there. There's a Stratus. One of the Stratus entries is in there. Another 234 flat from Ginger Racing in the number 46. See what BSR does this time through, but I think it's going to take a mistake or some kind of actual issue for that Ginger Racing number 46 to cede the class lead. Back to that BSR Racing Cayman. Comes across the line. Another quick lap from the Cayman, but it's still 22.4 seconds. Should really take these things for granted. We've got, slow GTR up the front straightaway. And very quiet.
Yeah, it looked like that the car had been a bit slow the previous lap. It looked like it went wide in turn 1. They're going to be coming to a stop here, pit exit though.
Very peculiar. It seemed to be basically dead stick there. It resets the car. I wonder if it got caught in like a false neutral or something. It was very, very weird. But quick thinking to get that car stopped, reset, and restarted. Anyway, what I was going to say is we really shouldn't take for granted the fact that in GTU we've got a 20.6 second lead. Oh, trouble again. Shades of 2022 here with the F82 M4s. Another reset. 20 seconds is the margin in GTU. 22 seconds is the margin in G1. We've had margins within 5 or 6 seconds for a couple of class edition and podium battles. And in some ways it's felt like, well, these are kind of foregone conclusions. And just to some degree they are. But the fact that after 7 hours of racing with only 2 or 3 full course yellow interruptions, that we've ended up with, margins under 20, 21 seconds is still really, really impressive.
Yeah. We get lucky that WRL tends to WRL itself towards the end of the race, but that we take it for granted because that should not be the norm.
No, and I mean even like 7 hours with 2 safety car interruptions. I'm not sure you'd get 20 seconds between half of your class winners, but even at the pro level. But this is where we are, and it's something we should never take for granted here. We are underneath the race leaders' lap times here on the clock in the upper left, which means the next time we see the Stratus Racing number 59 Sebeco NPO1, we should begin the final lap of competition from the 2025 Can-Am Endurance Cup. The margin is down to 16.9 seconds. The round 3 racing Porsche hanging around a little bit further back as well in 3rd place overall. Wait for the arrival of the gold and black NPO1. See a yellow windscreen banner up on the top of the greenhouse of that car as well. 58 and 60. I think we should see the 59 here up somewhere around. There it is, as a matter of fact, headed out of turn 8 and into the carousel. .303 was the lap time for GTR 99 that time through, by the way. So about 40 seconds lost with that pair of stoppages at pit out and again down at the exit of turn 3. Through the kink. As we begin the final 6 miles or so here at Road America, I want to kind of acknowledge something that RJ Till said in the drivers' meeting on Friday and again at the podium yesterday. That basically one of the communicated requests to drivers here out on track is to take care of each other. Racing can be a reasonably dangerous thing, number one. Number two, you're putting 4 different classes of cars with 4 different potential performance levels out on track, some different sizes, different downforce levels, different top speeds. We talk about the difference between GTO and GTU and the top speed discrepancy here all the time as well. And I have to say, Ryan, you've been present for WRL races here at Road America. I've seen some WRL races here at Road America that sometimes things can get a little scary. Right, we've wadded up cars exiting the kink, written off cars, entering Canada corner, and this weekend, barring or with the exception of a kind of awkward, we learned 3-car incident at the exit of the carousel yesterday, and 1 car in the wall at the kink. We've had a pretty remarkably clean weekend for being one of the fastest, narrowest, kind of most daunting tracks in the country.
It is, and it's the level of driving, the level of preparation is so high in WRL nowadays. We talked about it yesterday a bunch about how the racing here and the quality of prep, especially at the top end, it really isn't that different to what you see in an SRO paddock. I think that's a big part of why you see as few incidents as you do nowadays. The cars are built to last, they're built well, and the drivers are really interested in keeping it on the island and having a nice, safe, steady day. Nobody likes spending time under yellow.
Yeah,
that's no good for anybody. You drive all the way out here, you tow the car, you get it off, your prep, the whole 9, and then to spend most of the race or half the race or a third of the race under yellow flag because people have made mistakes is not fun. So being able to get all this extended green running in and keeping the cars on the black stuff has been fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get sucked into the competition and feel like you've got to run the race like a sprint, like an 8-hour sprint. Can't give anything up, can't back out of the throttle. If I've got a nose alongside, I'm going to, make the move and make it stick. The reality is I think there's an active push underway to ensure, as GTR 99 slope front straightaway again, to ensure that, everybody makes it home safely, that we're not writing off cars. Everybody's at different levels of investment here, but ultimately everybody wants the same thing, which is to have a nice weekend, a good, safe, fun weekend, and to hopefully come away with results. And I think everybody has handled themselves remarkably well in the spirit of taking care of each other out around the racetrack. So with that being said, for the final time, the Stratus Racing number 59 Sebeco NP01 climbs the hill out of the final corner. Dual checkered flags are in the air on the TireRack.com gantry. And off in the distance, the Stratus Racing Sebeco NP01 number 59 wins the Sunday 7-hour Enduro at Road America. The Can-Am Endurance Cup draws to a close with a GTU overall race winner. The number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche will come through and claim a weekend sweep of the GTO class victories. ACP Tangerine Associates to come home second in the GTO class. The Stratus 58 second in GTU. And those will be your top 4 finishers in the overall running order. A fine third place finish in GTO from the number 77 Kingpin Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing Supra, and the Stratus number 60 to sweep the podium in GTU for the Stratus Sebeco NP01s as well. Down in GP1, we've had the number 981 BSR Racing. Porsche came across the line in second. The 46 Ginger Racing BMW has also come through to claim the GP1 class win. In GP1, Harrison Motorsports, the E92, number 392, comes home third step on the podium. The final margin of victory in GP1, 11.4 seconds with a slowish but well-managed final lap for Ginger Racing. Great to see them back on the top step of the GP1 class podium, and also nice to see the Cayman throwing in a little bit of variety there in a heavy BMW field there in GP1. GP2, your class winner, Palomar Racing, number 83 with the BMW E36 from North Loop Motorsport. One lap will end up being the final margin from 83 back to 21. And the Garage 66, number 214, just flashes through here at start-finish after a one-lap penalty. 2 laps. A lap and some change off of the back of the Palomar 83. So your GP2 putting BMW, and Subaru BRZ. Good fights all the way up and down. think all cars have seen the checkered now, so we can officially begin to close out the 2025 edition of the Can-Am Endurance Cup for the World Racing League. JT Tammy and Ryan West have been with me throughout the day today. Gentlemen, we'll begin our shutdown process here on DriversEye Live in just a moment, but if you've got any kind of closing thoughts on the day and on the weekend, by all means take it away, and we'll send everybody home.
Definitely seems like a similar day to yesterday as far as you've got pockets of battles throughout the day that kind of ebb and flow. They come and go. GP1 had that. GP2 had that, unlike yesterday. GTO had that to some extent. We had a situation with a couple yellows that landed in the latter half that I think jumbled up the field and made some battles closer and some battles much, much further. So, that's always part of the game that you play. The flip side is, the Code 35 thing. People have opinions about that too. So there's no perfect solution. But we were able to get in 2 days of good racing here. And as you mentioned before, 2 days of pretty safe racing. So overall, very, very happy with the weekend. And I hope everybody has a great time out at Daytona next time.
Yeah, I think this is a bit more of a classic endurance race that we got to see. But I mean, we still had fights, all 7 hours, which is always great to see. It seems to really reward those that stayed out of trouble and had a nice clean race. So yeah, congrats to them, everybody, for putting on this great show, from WRL staff, all our course workers, safety team. It's always great to see these events go through as smoothly as they did.
Yeah, when I look up and down the finishing order here, one of the things I think I'm going to take away from this weekend, and there are always things to learn, one of the takeaways I have from this weekend is consistency, right? The number 70 is just uber consistent all weekend in GTO. I think the most obvious representative there is number 77. We got the chance to touch on that right at the end with Tyler Hoffman, Director Sportif at Kingpin Racing. But when you've got teams that gel well and teams that don't, teams of drivers that don't drive over their heads and do silly things, you can actually achieve really impressive results just by being, it's not say good enough, but by being good and consistently good. And it also turns out that when that's how you approach these types of endurance races, that you tend to get also very clean races. And when you get clean races, you get exciting races. And obviously everybody walks home a whole lot happier with that being the case. And certainly that's what we've had this weekend. 59 cars on the entry list, 53, I think ended up starting the races between yesterday and today. And in general, it could have gone a whole lot differently had we all not kind of kept that consistency and that safety at the forefront of our minds. It's been a really, really good weekend here at Road America, as they always are for the World Racing League. Nice weather yesterday and today. And happy to take this next 5 week or so stretch with the memory of this fourth round of the 2025 championship in our minds. Our next event, June 6th and 7th, down at Daytona International Speedway, up on the high banks for the first time in 2 years. The Paul Revere 14-hour down at Daytona Beach, Florida, will be all broadcasted live, of course, here on DriversEye Live. We'll have our normal on-site social media representation. We'll have some artwork reveal to come for the return of the Paul Revere summertime event down at Daytona International Speedway here in the next couple of weeks as well, with that artwork available for sale at the event. Keep an eye out for that over on World Racing League Instagram and Facebook pages over the next couple of weeks. So with all that in mind, join us in a couple of weeks' time for that Paul Revere 14-hour. Join us for some of our other DriversEye Live coverage as well. We'll be at the SCCA Super Tours at Portland International Raceway and Mid-Ohio in the middle of May. Keep an eye on the schedule for that, and some Porsche coverage to come as well from the Porsche Owners Club out at Willow Springs in mid-May before we get down to Daytona for WRL. We'll wrap up there. And on that point, for JT Tammy and Ryan West, who joined me today on the microphone, Scott Michaels, who joined us yesterday as well, for Dustin Ollis, who has been on the buttons all weekend remotely, for Layla Kazmarek, who joined me here in the booth at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live on Instagram, and for all of our guests who spent time with us this weekend here in Road America. Never mind all of the DriversEye Live teams covering events all over the country. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Thank you for being with us for 15 hours of fantastic endurance racing action from the Can-Am Endurance Cup at Road America. We will see you all in 5 weeks' time at Daytona International Speedway. Until then, take care.